Chapter 651. This world belongs to the youth. How did you know? The Grand Elder froze, his expression shifting drastically. He quickly waved his hand to establish a soundproof barrier, desperate to ensure no outsiders could overhear. In this context, the outsiders were the three Dao Lords. If they discovered his intentions, he might not live to see the next sunrise. The ninth elder offered a helpless smile. It is the talk of the town among the elders. Everyone is incredibly envious of 2nd Elder Jiang Kefeng and 12th Elder Ximen Shinji. After following the young Dao Lord for only a few months, they secured spots on the path to heaven. They now have the chance to comprehend the source of the world and attain sainthood. He paused, then continued. Furthermore, because you allocated a recruitment slot to the Nangong family, everyone is speculating that you are also planning to resign and join the Profound Gate. The Grand Elder stood in stunned silence. Heaven be his witness, giving that slot to the Nangong family was entirely the third Dao Lord's idea. He was simply following orders. What did that have to do with him? He had indeed considered resigning to join the Profound Gate, but in his mind, he was being driven to it. Every single elder was obsessed with the success of Jiang Kefeng and Ximen Shinji. They were all handing in resignations at once. If they actually left, he would be the only one left in the entire Elder Council. What was he supposed to do then? Manage the entire Dao Gate by himself? The Grand Elder felt a wave of resentment and exhaustion. Even back when the Immortal Gate was at its peak, pressing down on the Dao Gate until they could barely breathe, he had never felt this miserable. It was not as if he owned the Dao Gate. Why was he the only one left to clean up this mess? Do not mention this matter again. The Grand Elder's face darkened as he issued a stern warning. The ninth elder nodded understandingly, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Rest assured, Grand Elder, I know exactly what is going on. The Grand Elder was speechless. You know nothing, he thought bitterly. In the Chaos Main Domain, the Profound Gate had already been established with the ancient city of Heaven's Grant as its base. The Master led the organization, overseeing all major and minor affairs. He had taken Nangong Qingnian under his wing, arranging for him to work as an assistant. It was clear the Master intended to groom him as a successor. There was no other choice. Jiang Xuan had founded the Profound Gate in a haphazard fashion, and then simply walked away. Aside from the Master himself, the remaining subordinates were nothing but brawlers. None of them could manage an organization of this scale. The Master had to take charge, pouring his heart into the work to keep the boys set afloat. However, he was still the Master of Jixia Academy. He carried the heavy responsibility of implementing the ideals of the Confucian Temple and educating all living beings. He could not stay here forever managing the Profound Gate. Thus, he had to pick the best from a limited pool, bringing Nangong Qingnian in to help with operations and receive direct guidance. He needed the young man to grow into a qualified manager quickly. Once Jiang Xuan returned, the Master could officially recommend Nangong Qingnian to take over. Then, he could step back and focus entirely on the reconstruction of Jixia Academy. As a great sage of the human race, the Master admitted he had made mistakes in the past. Yet, he never forgot his duty. His insistence on rebuilding the academy was not for fame or power. It was because he knew that if the human race were to achieve a full transition into prosperity, they truly needed Jixia Academy. Who else would provide high-level cultivation techniques unconditionally to those at the bottom, the children with no background and average talent? To the world, the human race was defined by the few standing at the mountain peak, while the masses at the base were ignored. But if the masses at the base vanished, the peak would inevitably collapse. Long ago, when the human emperor ruled the celestial court, he insisted on building the Confucian Temple despite heavy opposition. He poured vast resources into it to ensure the philosophy of education and equality for all. He wanted every human, regardless of background or talent, to have a fair shot at cultivation. The Master recalled records of the human emperor speaking to his ministers. Those of you standing here possess the talent of dragons and the strength to battle gods. But that is nothing to boast about. You are only here because of your lineage and the prosperity of our race. You started your journey at the summit. With only a little effort, you found yourselves looking down on the world. There is nothing wrong with that. Your strength allows our race to suppress all others. It created the celestial court that strikes fear into the hearts of every other tribe. But I want more than that. Every one of our kin should have the same opportunity you had. Therefore, the Confucian Temple must be established. I want my people to be a race of dragons, where every individual stands at the peak. The Master knew Jiang Xuan likely thought the academy was a forgotten dream, or else the boy wouldn't have dumped this makeshift stage of a sect on him. He didn't blame the boy. He sensed that Jiang Xuan carried a burden far heavier than anyone realized. If he could help, he would. But his mission called to him. While Jiang Xuan was away on the path to heaven, the Master had to set everything in motion. Master, news has come from Thousand World City. Nangong Qingnian bowed as he reported. They wish for the Profound Gate to allocate a territory in the Chaos Main Domain for them to station their people. They have offered to pay full rent and promised to form a united front with us. If the Profound Gate is in danger, they will assist us with everything they have. The Master raised an eye, somewhat surprised. First the seats on the path to heaven, and now this. Thousand World City was showing an unusual amount of goodwill. Send a reply, the Master said after a moment of thought. Tell them the Profound Gate warmly welcomes them to the Chaos Main Domain. There is no need for rent. We shouldn't treat our allies like strangers. Yes, Nangong Qingnian nodded. Go and select a region for them, the Master instructed. It shouldn't be too small, or we will offend them. But it shouldn't be too large either, or it will disrupt the layout of the domain and anger the local powers who just surrendered to us. Choose a remote location that does not border the major cities. Also, send a message to the Chaos Saint to ask for his opinion on this matter. The Chaos Saint was, after all, the chief elder of the Profound Gate. He needed to be informed. Furthermore, as a saint, he might see through Thousand World City's true intentions. Most importantly, by asking him, the master was essentially telling him to keep a close eye on them to prevent any trouble. Nangong Qingnian hesitated. Master, would it be inappropriate for someone of my standing to message the Chaos Saint? He feared the saint would simply ignore him. The Chaos Saint is our chief elder, the master said with a chuckle. You are a member of this sect. What is inappropriate about a member consulting an elder? Nangong Qingnian nodded as the realization hit him. Understood. He then continued his report. Elder Wang of the Taiheng Grotto Heaven has arrived with a secret letter. He is waiting in the guest house and says he has urgent matters to discuss. When would you like to see him? Taiheng Grotto Heaven? The master narrowed his eyes. He wasn't surprised by their arrival. As Jiang Xuan rose to prominence and shocked the world, the Profound Gate had become the center of attention. More and more factions would seek to align themselves with them. Taiheng Grotto Heaven was merely one of many. Let him wait for a day, the master said with a smile. The Profound Gate is rising rapidly. We don't need to be in a hurry to meet with an average power like that. Average? Nangong Qingnian swallowed hard, unable to hide his shock. Taiheng Grotto Heaven was part of the prestigious 3 sects and 4 families, just like his own Nangong family. Their strength was formidable, and they were ranked among the top powers in the entire Dao Saint realm. Yet, in the master's mouth, they were merely average? By that logic, was his own family also just average? How long had it been? The Profound Gate had been established for less than a month. Jiang Xuan, or rather, the sect master, had been in the Dao Saint realm for less than half a year. The youth from the lower realm had transformed into a figure of immense power, capable of looking down on the entire world. Nangong Qingnian felt as though he were in a dream. He felt incredibly lucky. It was all thanks to the foresight of his ancestor, the Qingnian Sword Immortal, who had bet everything the family had to board the sect master's ship. He was also glad for his own choice to follow the sect master under the guise of a challenge. Now, he held the title of the city king, and was being groomed by the master. If he worked hard, he would undoubtedly become a person of immense authority within the Profound Gate. Going all in truly is an art form, Nangong Qingnian thought. He had a feeling this would be the best decision of his life. Work hard, the master said, standing up and patting the young man on the shoulder. This magnificent world will always belong to the youth. Chapter 652. A New Path, Devouring the Old World. The Land of Divine Revelation. This was the Old World, a dark reflection of the Dao Saint realm contained within the Skull Continent. A month had passed since Jiang Xuan arrived, and in that time, he had laid waste to more than half of this realm. He had never imagined he would become a cold-blooded executioner, yet as the bodies piled up, he felt no discomfort or lingering regret. Perhaps it was because the inhabitants of this world were merely lingering souls, making this less of a massacre of the living and more of a purging of the dead. Or perhaps, following the chaotic upheaval of the Great Dream, he had simply grown numb. He was cold, using this primal slaughter to vent the negative emotions festering in his heart. He remained immersed in the killing. The icy, murderous aura surrounding him had condensed into a thick, viscous crimson mist. From a distance, he looked like a god of death presiding over a sea of blood, beckoning all living things to their end. At the eastern edge of this world stood an ancient palace, black as ink. This was the Holy Palace, the center of power, and the neutral ground where the sages of this realm gathered to negotiate. Usually, the decisions made here shaped the fate of the entire world. But today, the appearance of the butcher forced the sages to assemble once again. This time, they did not gather for profit or territory. They were here to discuss their own survival. 12 sages sat around a circular table carved from white jade. In this past month, 70 of our Dao sect's 72 territories have fallen. Nearly 1 billion souls have perished at the hands of that monster. Daoya, the sage of the Dao sect, let out a low, furious growl. Can anyone tell me where this demon came from? The sages exchanged glances, their faces filled with suspicion and dread, but no one had an answer. The heavenly wolf demon emperor of the Moon Erosion Kingdom let out a mocking sneer. Why are you barking, Daoya? Do you think the Dao sect is the only one suffering? All 36 territories of my demon kingdom have fallen. If I hadn't moved the imperial court in time, that monster would have leveled it with a single strike. Do you hear me complaining? Daoya snapped his gaze toward the demon emperor. His eyes were cold, brimming with lethal intent. Do you have a death wish? The demon emperor clicked his tongue, meeting the sage's glare with disdain. Come then. I have wanted to kill you for ages. Why not today? As you wish. Daoya roared. He lunged across the table, his body dissolving into thousands of streaks of light that shot toward the demon emperor. In response, a pale crescent moon rose behind the heavenly wolf demon emperor. Cold moonlight flooded the palace, manifesting as the moon-graced domain to suppress Daoya and launch a sharp counterattack. The other sages watched coldly, refusing to intervene. The grudge between these two was ancient, and their nations had been at war for centuries. It was not surprising that they would come to blows after a few sentences. Enough. A black-robed, elderly sage at the head of the table spoke. His voice was cold, carrying a terrifying pressure that shook the entire palace. Under the weight of this power, Daoya was forced back into his physical form and sat down with a dark expression. The demon emperor snorted, dissipating the moon and retracting his divine power. This was Sage Gu Hai. He was the strongest and oldest sage in this world, and his power far exceeded that of the other 11 combined. He had built this palace and established the Sage Council. Whether it was Daoya or the Demon Emperor, they all feared him and dared not openly defy his will. That butcher comes from the new world, Gu Hai stated simply. He is here for one purpose, to destroy the old world. The faces of the assembled sages went pale. They understood the connection between the old and new worlds through Gu Hai's past teachings. However, as residents of the old world, they were bound by shackles that made it impossible to leave or launch a preemptive strike. They never expected someone from the new world to actually descend with the intent to wipe them out. There is nothing left to discuss, Daoya said, his eyes burning with fire. We must unite and strike him down. The sages nodded. Their very existence was at stake. There was no room for hidden agendas. Regardless of their past feuds, they had to stand together to face this crisis. Even the Demon Emperor remained silent, choosing not to provoke Daoya further. Gu Hai scanned the room, nodding slowly. You all understand the urgency, so I will not waste words. However, we must consider that this butcher's strength is extraordinary. With several supreme treasures in his possession, his combat power rivals that of a lesser saint. We need a flawless plan, or we will not survive this calamity. I have something to add, Sage Lanzhong said, his voice heavy. I encountered him briefly. The man wields the great Tao of Samsara, which naturally suppresses me. With a single strike, I nearly lost my life. The sages noticed Lanzhong's erratic breathing and realized he was severely injured. Their hearts sank. Lanzhong was a 2 tribulation sage currently attempting to cross the 3 decay tribulation. While not in the top 3 of their council, he was easily among the top 5. If someone of his caliber couldn't withstand a single blow, the strength of this invader was terrifying. A shadow of doubt fell over the room as their confidence wavered. Gu Hai watched their reactions and said calmly, this is a battle for the world we rely on for survival. It is a fight to the death. We have nowhere to retreat. I possess a fragmented divine array. If we enter it together, we will have the power to challenge a great saint. Gu Hai stood up, his gaze sweeping over the council. We have no choice. We must give everything to this fight. The sages hesitated for a moment before nodding solemnly. Together with Gu Hai, they left the palace and hurried toward Jiang Xuan's location. At that moment, Jiang Xuan was in the process of wiping out a sacred ground. This sect was powerful, boasting 2 quasi-sages, over a dozen god-tier experts, and a formidable guardian array. Working together, they could exert power comparable to a sage, at least a common one. Jiang Xuan swung his sword, and a streak of yellow-brown sword energy crashed down with the weight of a mountain range. The guardian array shattered. With another swing, murderous intent flooded the area like a crashing tide, snuffing out the lives of 30,000 disciples in an instant. Then, the phantom of the samsara will turned slowly, sending the souls toward their next life. Only a few months ago, Jiang Xuan and his kin had struggled to fight a peak god-tier expert. Now, he could annihilate an entire sacred ground with a single sword. His growth was staggering. The only thing that hadn't changed was his cultivation base, which technically remained at the venerable realm. Boy, you have killed too many people lately. Your bloodlust is becoming too heavy, the voice of Sui Ren echoed in Jiang Xuan's mind, tinged with worry. If you continue like this, your mind will be corrupted. You will become a monster that knows nothing but slaughter. Jiang Xuan remained silent, looking at the broken Suenyuan sword in his hand, now stained crimson. After a moment, he shook his head and smiled. Ancestor, do not worry. I know what I am doing. Sui Ren sighed, then spoke again after a brief hesitation. Actually, if your goal is to erase the old world to help the human realm recover, you don't necessarily need to resort to such a brutal massacre. Jiang Xuan froze. There is another way. Why didn't you say so earlier? Sui Ren was momentarily speechless. You never asked. I sense the aura of the world tree within you. If your world tree has reached maturity and formed a world outline, you can have it devour the old world. This would destroy the old world while accelerating the growth of the tree, allowing you to forge a brand new realm. Jiang Xuan's eyebrows shot up. Is that actually possible? He immediately reached out to the world tree in his mind. Master, it is theoretically possible, the world tree replied cautiously. The old world has no heavenly Tao. As long as the inhabitants do not resist, I have a high probability of devouring it entirely, and making it part of my own internal world. Jiang Xuan was silent for a long time. And why didn't you tell me? He finally demanded. Damn it. If I knew this was an option, why would I have killed millions of people? The world tree trembled. I wanted to tell you, but your mood was very unstable. I didn't dare speak up. Never mind, Jiang Xuan said, shaking his head. He looked toward the east, sensing the auras of multiple sages heading his way at full speed. Those must be the leaders of this world. Let's try it. If we can talk, we will talk. If not, I will just keep killing. Having slaughtered millions, his murderous intent had become physical. It was a sea of blood that followed him, allowing him to perceive something new, the very essence of slaughter, the source of its power. He suspected he was touching upon the great Tao of slaughter. If the sages of this world were willing to negotiate, he would give them a way to live, and a new home within his internal world. If they refused, then he would continue. He would use this entire world as a whetstone to master the Tao of slaughter. Chapter 653. War against the Saints. In an instant, Sage Gu Hai and the rest of the 12 sages crossed the horizon, standing firm at the peak of the firmament. Their saintly auras surged like divine flames, piercing the high heavens and causing the surrounding void to ripple, with the rhythmic waves of universal laws. Outsider. Sage Guhai looked down at Jiang Xuan, his eyes narrowed with a chilling intensity. You should never have trespassed into our world. Jiang Xuan met the gaze of Guhai and surveyed the 12 sages to gauge their collective strength. It was indeed an old world that mirrored the Dao Saint realm, as its top-tier combat power was comparable. Aside from the elderly leader who had reached the lesser saint realm, the other 11 were mostly at the level of the second or third tribulation. 3 among them were merely common saints who had not yet begun to face the 5 decay tribulations. Natural selection is the law of the universe. Jiang Xuan smiled with casual indifference. You likely know where I come from and why I am here. I have no desire to cause unnecessary slaughter, but reality often forces a choice. Presumptuous. The saints erupted in fury, their eyes burning with rage as they glared at Jiang Xuan. Sage Guhai raised a hand to silence them. He stared directly at Jiang Xuan, his expression as calm as still water, yet a murderous intent surged beneath the surface. Is there truly no room for negotiation? There is. Jiang Xuan nodded with a smile. There are many ways, provided you are willing to sit down and speak. As he spoke, Jiang Xuan summoned the world tree. It stood as majestic as a divine mountain, suspended between heaven and earth, surrounded by floating divine runes and the essence of the great Tao. The tree swayed its branches, and the rustling leaves sent tremors through the realm. Intricate roots instantly struck deep into the void, greedily absorbing the world's energy and fundamental laws to nourish the world projection forming within its core. In just moments, the land for 10,000 miles around turned into a desolate wasteland. It took on a withered, sallow hue, as if every drop of vitality had been stripped away. The world tree, the pupils of Guhai and the other saints drifted and shrank in shock. They never imagined that this supreme artifact of legend would one day appear before them, especially in a manner that threatened to unmake their very world. Who was this man from the new world? How could he possibly command the world tree? Who exactly are you? Guhai demanded, his voice wavering with a sudden, inexplicable dread. He did not fear a powerful enemy so much as one who was shrouded in mystery. Who I am does not matter. Jiang Xuan chuckled. What matters is our negotiation. You do not wish to die, and I am tired of killing. We can sit and talk. I am quite easy to get along with. The saints were speechless. Tired of killing? Was that supposed to be a consolation? Sage Guhai glanced at the world tree, his face darkening further. State your conditions. Dao Huia and the other saints remained silent. Though they felt humiliated, they were rational enough to hold their peace. If a peaceful resolution was possible, it was the best path. A man who controlled the world tree possessed a terrifying foundation. Even if they fought together, victory was far from certain. It is good that we can talk. I like intelligent people. Jiang Xuan smiled and continued. You know why I came here. To erase this world and aid the recovery of the new world. That is why I began the slaughter. But now I am weary of it, and I have found a new way. Look at this world tree. If you are willing to let it devour your world, I will grant you a path to live. I will set aside a place for you to survive and grow within the world inside the tree. Of course, that world is currently just a seedling. The environment is modest. However, I know my own potential. It is only a matter of time before that world matures. I can guarantee that within a year, it will far surpass this old world. Consider this a ground floor investment. You will not regret it. The saints stood in stunned silence. Though they did not understand the term ground floor investment, they grasped the general meaning. But was this a negotiation? It sounded more like a unilateral command. They found it impossible to accept, and their inner fury reached a breaking point. They were saints. When had they ever endured such humiliation? To be told by an interloper from the new world to bow their heads and offer up their entire realm to be swallowed? Do you not think your demands are excessive? Guhai snarled, struggling to contain his rage. Excessive? Jiang Xuan shrugged. I do not think so. On the contrary, this is a monumental opportunity. He looked around at the gathered saints, his smile vanishing as he spoke each word with cold precision. This is a blessing I am bestowing upon you. Arrogant. The saints exploded. There was no longer any need for talk. They summoned their respective great daos and unleashed their killing techniques, charging toward Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan shook his head with a sigh. I gave you a chance, but you did not cherish it. Holding the broken Xuanyuan sword, Jiang Xuan stepped forward to meet the onslaught. The first to reach him was the heavenly wolf demon emperor of the Moon Erosion Kingdom. With a single strike, the yellow-brown sword energy tore through the void. Crimson killing intent was woven into the blade, forming a blood-red domain of slaughter. The world suddenly went dark. Only the earthen sword energy and the crimson light illuminated the sky, shaking the souls of all who saw it and bringing a boundless chill. The demon emperor trembled with fear. Despite being a 3 tribulation saint, he felt utterly powerless against this strike. He roared inwardly in terror. What kind of monster was this? A god of slaughter? He was clearly only in the venerable realm. Were all the people from the new world such freaks? Facing life or death, the demon emperor had no time for thought. He threw everything into his defense, letting out a long howl as a crescent moon rose behind him. Aided by the lunar phantom, he reverted to his true form, the Moon Erosion celestial wolf, his silver-white fur bathed in divine radiance, looking elegant and fierce. He lunged forward, intending to use his powerful physical body to crash through the sword energy and the slaughter domain. A massive explosion shook the air. The sword energy dispersed and the slaughter domain shattered, but the celestial wolf was left covered in deep wounds. Silver blood sprayed out like a fountain. A total defeat. Jiang Xuan felt nothing as he watched. heavily wounding a three tribulation saint with one blow was nothing to him now. His figure vanished as he moved at extreme speed, closing in on the demon emperor to deliver a second strike. The wolf's eyes flickered with deep terror. This was the end. Suddenly, thousands of magnificent streaks of light intercepted the blade, shielding the demon emperor. From within the light, Dao Wei appeared. I never thought the day would come where I would have to save you, Dao Wei muttered, half joking and half disgusted with himself. I feel tainted. Despite his words, he attacked Jiang Xuan immediately. His movements were ethereal, leaving behind a trail of phantom Taoist talismans in the void. In an instant, he was inches from Jiang Xuan. He struck out with a palm, and thousands of runic symbols transformed into a towering mountain of the Tao, pressing down on Jiang Xuan with crushing force. The power felt as if a world were overturning. Jiang Xuan remained unfazed. To be honest, this level of attack was no longer significant to him, especially after his battle with Tai Kang. His old reverence for supreme saints had vanished. His mastery over power had reached a new plane. Facing the descending mountain, Jiang Xuan simply extended a fist. Inside his body, the ancestral blood roared. Supported by his incredibly powerful physical form, he unleashed an ocean of raw strength. With one punch, the mountain shattered. How is this possible? Dao Wei's eyes widened in horror. He was a three tribulation saint. His strongest techniques could go head-to-head with a four tribulation saint, yet this man had broken his strike with a single, casual punch. While Dao Wei was frozen in shock, Jiang Xuan erupted. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, closing the gap. He threw another punch, backed by ancestral blood, his physical strength, and the power of the undying thunder body, and the great Tao of thunder and fire. The strike created an undying thunder prison that covered 10,000 miles, as if it meant to purge the entire world. Bolts of lightning flickered with deep purple light, destroying everything they touched. Within the prison, profound flames surged and burned, incinerating all matter. Sensing a fatal crisis, Dao Wei snapped out of his shock and reacted instantly. His body shifted as thousands of talismans and laws surged, turning his flesh into a law-based avatar. It was too late. The thunder tore the talismans apart, and the flames incinerated the laws. More than half of Dao Wei's ethereal body vanished instantly. He coughed up a mouthful of blood as his form was forced back into a physical state. He looked incredibly haggard, his aura flickering like a candle in a storm, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Another three tribulation saint was crippled in a single hit. The 5 saints arriving behind them felt their skin crawl, and their hearts turn cold. They were only a step behind, yet their opponent had already neutralized the demon emperor and Dao Wei. Those two were the strongest among them, second only to Sage Gu Hai. This killer from the new world was terrifying, but the situation allowed no retreat. They could only harden their hearts and fight on. If he did not die, they would not survive. As the next 3 saints charged, Jiang Xuan's expression remained calm. He reached out and effortlessly lifted the phantom of the samsara wheel. Chapter 654. Dead Sea Divine Domain. The illusion of samsara began to turn in reverse, emitting the heavy, grinding roar of the great Tao. The sound sent chills through the soul, as if one were witnessing the very foundations of the universe fracturing. Laws of the samsara Tao manifested, tearing open a profound gateway within the void. A vast, majestic power rippled outward, and a suffocating aura blanketed the entire world. The 3 saints froze mid-action. An icy dread washed over them, leaving them cold to the core. They felt as if they were standing at the very threshold of death. The samsara Tao? Their eyes went wide with shock. Although Sage Lanzhan had warned them that this killer from the new world commanded the power of samsara, hearing of it was nothing compared to facing it. Only when standing before the samsara Tao can one truly grasp that sense of absolute despair. This was the final judgment of life and death. It could not be questioned, and it certainly could not be resisted even by saints who claimed eternal life. In an instant, the gateway erupted with a tidal wave of force. It acted like an invisible, giant hand, seizing the 3 saints in a grip they could not break. Without a moment for resistance, they were dragged into the depths of the passage. A deep, shimmering brilliance flickered. The samsara gateway vanished. The 3 saints were gone, erased from existence as if they had never been. As the illusion faded, Jiang Xuan turned slightly pale. Although his comprehension of the samsara Tao had improved significantly, he was still technically at the venerable realm. Forcing open a passage to send 3 saints into the cycle of reincarnation placed a heavy burden on his body. For now, it remained a taxing feat. However, the display was enough to shatter the resolve of the remaining saints. They trembled with a terror they could not suppress. To simply erase 3 saints with a single manifestation, how could any being possess such power? The killer from the new world was strong enough to drive them to madness. But they had no time to linger on their fear. As Jiang Xuan struck, the world tree launched its own offensive. The tree was no longer the fragile sapling of the past. Having reached maturity and successfully condensed a world projection, it possessed terrifying strength and combat prowess. Dealing with a few common saints was no longer a difficult task. The branches of the world tree swayed, summoning the power of 10,000 paths to form a killing field. It quickly moved to encircle and intercept the remaining saints. The great Tao manifested as violent lightning, spears of frost, surging waves of fury, and fireballs that streaked through the sky like falling stars. These were attacks composed of pure Tao energy, capable of threatening the very lives of saints. Lanzhan and 5 other saints paled, forced to abandon their pursuit of Jiang Xuan. They pivoted to unleash defensive techniques to block the onslaught of the World Tree. While a single one of these attacks might only reach the average level of a common saint manageable, if blocked with full effort the sheer volume was overwhelming. This was a World Tree with a condensed world projection. Its energy source was an entire world. Its foundation was nearly bottomless. The resulting storm of Tao energy was like a celestial catastrophe, a river of stars falling from the sky. One or two strikes were negligible, but when the entire sky was filled with them, resistance felt futile. Lan Zhan and his companions stared at the collapsing sky, their faces turning white. They finally understood why the World Tree was revered as a supreme divine object. Gu Hai, is it not ready yet? Lan Zhan roared in desperation. While they had been fighting, Sage Gu Hai had been busy preparing a formation. Their greatest hope remained the damaged divine array. He had spoken of a formation said to be capable of slaying a great saint. If they could not turn the tide now, they would surely fall. Sage Gu Hai's expression was as dark as stagnant water. He was equally anxious. He had watched as Dao Wei and the demon emperor were crippled, 3 saints were erased, and the rest were driven into a corner. This intruder was far more powerful than he had calculated. His hands moved in a blur, forming complex seals. Deep, ancient runes were hammered into the void, and divine radiance flickered across the sky. Suddenly, the heavens dimmed. Streaks of deathly light began to circulate, covering the battlefield in seconds. The original world was replaced by a profound, ancient sea. Deathly energy permeated the air, and endless spirits stirred within the water. It was an ocean of the dead. Above the waves, several bone thrones drifted, radiating a chilling, heart-stopping aura. The divine array, Dead Sea divine domain. Born from the netherworld, this was a power he had obtained upon his enlightenment. It carried the authority of the Dead Sea, and possessed the strength to strike down even a great saint. Enter the array, take your seats upon the bone thrones, and claim the authority of the Dead Sea. Gu Hai barked at the remaining saints. 8 saints flew forward immediately, each landing upon a throne. The Dead Sea let out a silent roar as streaks of dark light poured into their bodies, bestowing them with its grim power. The 8 saints underwent a bizarre transformation. They were wrapped in black light, and their physical forms swelled to 1,000 times their original size. They turned a deep, abyssal black, looking like ghost gods of the netherworld. The heavily injured Dao Wei and the heavenly wolf demon emperor felt a surge of new strength. They let out low growls, their eyes glowing with deathly light. Driven by rage and malice, they charged at Jiang Xuan once more. As they moved across the Dead Sea, they kicked up 2 massive walls of black water that blotted out the sun. The other 6 saints followed close behind. In an instant, 8 towering waves converged on Jiang Xuan from all sides. The 8 saints looked like vengeful deities. Their auras were cold, violent, and terrifying. High above, Sage Gu Hai manipulated the domain. He used the power of the array to suppress and block the World Tree, keeping it at bay to give his companions time to kill Jiang Xuan. He knew that facing Jiang Xuan and the World Tree together was a losing battle. They had to break them apart. The World Tree bombarded the domain with streaks of Tao energy, but the array held firm. Built on the authority of the Dead Sea, it was a formidable defense. Even with repeated strikes, the tree could not immediately shatter the barrier. It would take time. The World Tree, after all, was still a tree. It lacked a vast variety of offensive techniques. Had it been stronger, it could have used its projected world to crush the array, but it was not yet capable of that. Furthermore, the projected world was newly formed. The tree was too protective of it to risk it in a direct collision. Keep it up, Master. I will provide the special effects and sound. The tree seemed to signal as it continued its rhythmic bombardment. Facing the 8 ghost god saints and their terrifying assault, Jiang Xuan blinked. A strange look crossed his face. The authority of the Dead Sea, ghost gods, they were using this against him? He was the man destined to rebuild the underworld. When it came to the secrets of the netherworld, he was essentially their ancestor. He shook his head and sighed to himself. I suppose I cannot blame you for not knowing. Jiang Xuan reached into his storage and pulled out the authority seals of the 10 Yama kings. He had given the seal of King Chujiang to his wife. King Songdi's seal was with Wang Su, and King Dushi's was with Nangong Qingnian. He had also entrusted the seal of King Wuguan to Meng Po, while King Yan Lilo and King Bian Cheng were held by the Jiang siblings. That left him with 4 seals: King Guang, King Pingdeng, King Taishan, and King Xuanlun. Though he had not fully refined or inherited these titles, his mastery over the Samsara Dao and his integration of the Hell Path meant he could easily trigger their power. These represented the 10 most powerful deities of the underworld. Even a sliver of their authority was far beyond the so-called power of the Dead Sea. The 4 seals hovered in the air, flickering with a dim, divine light. The heavy, suffocating pressure of the Yama kings instantly blanketed the Dead Sea. The sea began to tremble violently. Like an ant facing a dragon, the domain was seized by absolute terror. Clear, crisp snapping sounds echoed like the voice of the Tao. The formidable Dead Sea divine domain shattered instantly. The dark authority vanished from the 8 saints, and their massive, ghost-like forms shrank back to their original states. Their charge toward Jiang Xuan came to a sudden, jarring halt. They stood suspended in the air, staring at him. Jiang Xuan smiled with genuine curiosity. Why did you stop? The 8 saints remained silent. The air was thick with embarrassment, confusion, and overwhelming dread. Could anyone tell them what the hell had just happened? Chapter 655. Devouring the Old World. With a mere thought, Jiang Xuan condensed pure sword qi into physical form. The blades hung suspended against the necks of Daoya and the other saints. Their lives rested entirely upon a single impulse. However, he did not rush to slaughter them. Instead, he turned to Sage Guhai and smiled with genuine interest. Now, I believe we can sit down and have a proper conversation? The Dead Sea divine domain had been shattered, and their greatest reliance had proven useless. Sage Guhai fell into a heavy silence. His heart was a chaotic mix of helplessness and terror. This person from the new world possessed strength that was simply too terrifying. They had no way to resist him. So be it. Sage Guhai chose to follow his instincts. After a long moment of hesitation, he spoke in a low, gravelly voice. If you can promise us a place to dwell, we are willing to offer this world to your world tree to be devoured. They were originally the wandering souls of the old world. They possessed no complete life and lacked a life soul. Their very existence was tied to this realm. If this world perished, they would vanish with it. If they could find a new sanctuary to sustain them, they were willing to accept this fate under the current circumstances. When the opponent's fist is larger than yours, you have no choice but to bow and seek an alternative path. Daoya, the heavenly wolf demon emperor, and the other 6 saints looked on with flickering expressions. Though their hearts were filled with indignation, none had the courage to object. Had there been even a glimmer of hope for a counterattack, they would have fought to the death. But the situation was clear. They did not even have the qualifications to perish together in a final struggle. Blind resistance would change nothing. It would only lead to a meaningless end. You need to understand your position. You are in no place to negotiate terms, Jiang Xuan said with a cold, thin smile. Sage Guhai remained silent. The last shred of his dignity had been torn away, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. He was, after all, the foremost figure of this world, a man who held immense power. Yet this sudden upheaval had dragged him to the bottom of a dark abyss in a single day. We are all lost souls. We have no life souls. If this world is destroyed, we will be annihilated. If you cannot provide us a place to stay, we are dead either way. In that case, we would rather risk our lives in one final strike. Guhai stared intensely at Jiang Xuan, his voice icy. No life souls? Jiang Xuan was taken aback. This was unexpected. While he knew the creatures of the old world were different, he had not looked into them deeply. He truly had not noticed that these souls possessed such a unique trait. So, was this the reason their strength was so lacking? Jiang Xuan pondered. He could see that Guhai possessed the cultivation of a small saint, yet his actual combat power felt significantly weaker than Taikang, who had only just recovered to the level of a 2 tribulation saint. He even seemed a step behind the chaos saint, who was also in the small saint realm. As for the other saints, their strength was mediocre at best. As the little tree had put it, they were simply bottom tier. The fact that he, a mere venerable, could cut through them like vegetables was a clear indication of their inherent weakness. Ancestor, if the world tree devours this world, can it preserve the unique traits of this realm so these souls can survive? Jiang Xuan asked the human ancestor mentally. Sui Ren replied with a helpless laugh. You should ask the world tree that. I am not all-knowing. Jiang Xuan turned his inquiry to the world tree. I think I can do it, the world tree said hesitantly. Master, I can try. Besides, it is not like these people have any other choice. Jiang Xuan arched an eyebrow. That was true. These people were backed into a corner. He did not actually need to overthink it. He scanned the gathered saints, his gaze finally resting on Sage Guhai. The outcome will not change. You have only 2 choices. First, I kill all of you now and then devour this world. Second, you pray that after the world tree devours this world, it can retain enough of its characteristics to sustain you. If you offer this world up willingly, I will consider granting you a place to live. The faces of the saints darkened. They felt stifled and humiliated. They had spent the better part of their lives as kings and masters, standing at the apex of their world. They were long accustomed to looking down on others. Now, with a sword held to their throats, the sensation was truly unbearable. What should we do? Sage Lanzhan asked the others through a secret transmission. What else can we do? The heavenly wolf demon emperor rolled his eyes. Aside from admitting defeat, do you have any other ideas? We cannot win. We might as well play the part of the obedient grandson. Now, we can only pray that this man from the new world has a shred of conscience and leaves us a patch of land within the world tree's domain. The saints fell silent. Though the demon emperor's words were harsh, they knew he was right. Finally, Sage Guhai let out a long sigh and nodded slowly. He set the tone for the group and made the choice on their behalf. He cupped his hands and bowed to Jiang Xuan. We hope the Honorable One will keep his promise. The other saints followed suit, offering their salutations. Doing business with intelligent people is always a pleasure, Jiang Xuan laughed. He then signaled the world tree to begin. Just watch me, master. The tree cheered. The air hummed. Roots forged from the laws of the great Tao lunged out like a swarm of wild serpents. They grew in all directions, piercing through the void and anchoring themselves into the deep reaches of the world. Countless leaves swayed, shedding a brilliant divine radiance that fell upon the vast earth like starlight. Shimmering, supreme auras emerged from the world projection at the base of the roots. They wove together into a massive web of rules, sinking rapidly into the fabric of the realm, as if preparing to scoop the entire world up at once. A thunderous roar echoed. The world trembled violently. The sky collapsed, the earth split, and entire territories began to crumble and compress. It looked like a celestial catastrophe, a doomsday encroaching as the world began its destruction. The millions upon millions of living beings inhabiting this world were seized by terror, their screams echoing through the air. Go and calm the people. Do not let chaos break out, Jiang Xuan commanded the saints. Gu Hai and the others nodded silently. Their eyes were filled with a lingering shock. The sight of the world tree devouring their home was beyond anything they had ever imagined. How could such a method exist in the mortal realm? It was nothing short of a miracle. Driven by awe, the saints flew off in different directions, using their various powers to soothe the panicked population. As the recognized masters of this world, their intervention quickly showed results. According to the dog duist, the old world and the new world were two sides of the same coin. However, based on Jiang Xuan's observations and the tree's feedback, the old world was not actually a complete world. It was not even a truly physical realm. It lacked a world source to sustain its operations, and it had no world will or heavenly Tao. It was better described as a massive continent that still possessed a fading spark of life. The only unique aspect was that the inhabitants were all souls without life souls. As Gu Hai had said, they existed because of the world. According to the information the world tree gathered after taking root, the reason this continent still had life rather than being completely withered and desolate was precisely because of these millions of souls. In other words, through a mechanism Jiang Xuan did not yet fully understand, the people and the land depended on each other to maintain a balanced existence. Interesting, Jiang Xuan murmured with a smile. These souls lacked life souls, yet they possessed life just like normal beings. Even their cultivation systems and paths were identical. The only real difference was that their combat power was significantly lower. Soon, the devouring process accelerated. The world was being extremely compressed, scooped up by the web of rules, and pulled into the world tree's projection. The process was not instant, but it was moving steadily. Jiang Xuan waited patiently, using the time to meditate on the Tao of slaughter. Over the past month, he had killed so many beings that his killing intent had become a physical substance. With a thought, he could release it as a vast sea of blood, forming a domain of pure slaughter. This power was the perfect template for his meditation. One could never underestimate Jiang Xuan's comprehension. After igniting the profound yellow flame and completing his fate pattern, his innate talent had reached a staggering level. He was among the most exceptional geniuses in history. It was only because his foundation was so deep, and he possessed so many treasures, that his natural talent was often overshadowed. He possessed the blood of a progenitor, the indestructible lightning body, and the vermilion bird saint body. He commanded the supreme daos of samsara and yin-yang, along with numerous powerful inheritances and his unique system. These advantages meant he rarely had to rely on raw comprehension to progress. Now, however, with the world tree occupied, he had the chance to experience a normal cultivation method to exert effort in comprehending the Tao of slaughter. Calling it effort was perhaps an exaggeration. The sea of blood surged with killing intent. Tao laws surfaced as the rules of heaven and earth turned into a mysterious mist that enveloped him. Jiang Xuan had already entered a profound state of enlightenment. This was the state of enlightenment, a condition said to be accessible only to natural-born sages. Yet, Jiang Xuan entered it once again with ease. The great paths of the world were laid bare before him, waiting to be chosen. In an instant the sea of blood contracted, condensing into threads of crimson laws. This was slaughter Tao intent. 2 hours later, the crimson light expanded once more, transforming into a full slaughter Tao domain. Chapter 656. The Great Era arrives, Tao Saint Awakening. By this time, the saints had finished pacifying the local populations and flown back to descend near Jiang Xuan. Their expressions held a newfound respect as they stood guard, protecting him while the world tree finished consuming their realm. A wise man submits to the circumstances. Having already bowed their heads, they understood exactly what was expected of them in their current roles. However, as they observed the changes occurring within Jiang Xuan, their expressions turned uneasy. Is the Honorable One meditating on the great Tao of slaughter? They were not entirely shocked that he was attempting to master it after all. A man who already commanded the Tao of samsara was more than capable of grasping slaughter. It was within the realm of reason, even if it was exceptionally rare. What truly terrified them was the speed of his progress. Within the time it took to burn a few sticks of incense, he had already entered the level of Tao intent. Not 2 hours later, he had jumped directly into the Tao domain level. What kind of monstrous comprehension was this? It defied everything they knew. The great Tao of slaughter was a sovereign-grade Tao, sitting at the very peak of that rank. In comparison, if they were to meditate on even a basic mortal-grade Tao, it would take them months just to reach the intent stage. The state of enlightenment, Sage Gu Hai murmured, his eyes deep and filled with awe as he explained to the others. This is a special state accessible only to natural-born sages. It is like an epiphany, but thousands of times more powerful. All the paths of the universe are laid bare before him to observe and feel at will. He continued, his voice trembling slightly. His comprehension, I fear even the legendary enlightenment, saint body of myth could not compare to him. The other saints paled. Was it truly that exaggerated? Well, he already commands the Tao of samsara, one of the 12 supreme daos. I suppose having this level of freakish talent is only natural, Daoya said, shaking his head. It sounded more like he was trying to comfort himself than anything else. The group fell into a complex silence. Jiang Xuan's arrival had completely overturned their understanding of reality. The impact was as violent as a life-or-death catastrophe. Everyone, this is a good thing. The heavenly wolf demon emperor suddenly blurted out while the others were still processing their shock. Daoya and the others turned to him with looks of resentment and confusion. Have you been scared out of your mind? A good thing? Where is the benefit in this? You just don't see the big picture. The demon emperor shook his head, looking down on their lack of foresight. We have already submitted to him. With the honorable one being this powerful, our future holds limitless possibilities. He leaned in closer. Perhaps one day, he might even help us break the shackles of our existence, returning our missing life souls and giving us true, physical life. If that possibility comes true, then his appearance is actually a blessing bestowed upon us by the Great Order. His eyes shone with intense anticipation. The other saints froze, their minds racing as they processed his logic. Slowly, their eyes began to brighten. What the demon emperor said made perfect sense. Even Sage Guhai felt the shift in perspective. If they looked at it from that angle, the entire situation felt completely different. Suddenly, they became much more proactive in guarding Jiang Xuan. Some even began to feel that the world tree was devouring the world too slowly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. A magnificent divine radiance illuminated the empty, hollow void. The world tree, now even more majestic and towering, stood firm in the dark chaos, naturally exuding a supreme aura that made the heart tremble. The original continent was gone. The devouring was complete. Within the dragon-like roots of the tree, the once faint world outline had solidified significantly. Inside, a shadowed continent was visible, and the presence of countless living beings could be vaguely sensed. Gu Hai and the other saints stood in the chaos, their faces lit with excitement. It worked. The world tree had consumed their home, yet they had not been annihilated. It seemed the demon emperor was right. This was a gift from order itself. Master, it is done. The world tree's voice echoed in Jiang Xuan's mind. A blinding flash of blood-red light pierced the chaos. Jiang Xuan opened his eyes. The grim, violent aura of slaughter retracted into his body, but it left him with a coldness that made the skin crawl. Still a little bit short, Jiang Xuan muttered to himself with a hint of regret. This time, he had relied entirely on his own comprehension, and the speed had dropped noticeably. After 10 full days, his progress in the Tao of Slaughter had only reached the great success stage of the Tao domain. He was still a significant distance away from wielding the actual power of the Tao. Of course, this was also due to the nature of the Tao of Slaughter itself. To master slaughter, one must kill. Killing was the only true path to advancement. If I am to aid the recovery of the human realms across the heavens, I will have to erase one old world after another. There will be no shortage of targets. I will take my time, Jiang Xuan thought. He restrained his aura and slowly stood up. He first checked on the world tree, asking about its condition after devouring the world. He wanted to know what secrets that realm held that allowed souls to persist without life souls. I don't know, the tree responded shyly. Jiang Xuan was speechless. It wasn't that he wanted to hold on to stereotypes, but this world tree really struggled to live up to the title of a supreme divine object. Whatever. He shook his head and set the mystery aside for now. He looked toward the saints. For now, you will cultivate within the world inside the tree. If I have need of you, I will call. Yes. Gu Hai and the others bowed respectfully before flying into the world tree, descending onto the shadowed continent. After being consumed, the continent had not changed much, except it had been compressed. Its surface area had shrunk 10,000-fold. Furthermore, the spiritual energy and the rules of the world had become much thinner. Cultivation would undoubtedly become incredibly difficult. However, these were minor obstacles they were willing to overcome. They were driven by the vision that the Honorable One would eventually grant them true life. Jiang Xuan withdrew the world tree back into his dantian and stepped out of the void. As he left, the old world, which had once appeared as a sacred ground, shattered like a bubble and vanished into the surging sea of blood. An entire old world corresponding to the Tao Saint realm had been completely erased. Jiang Xuan watched the process, lost in thought for a moment. Then he set off to find the next old world corresponding to a human realm. Moments later, he successfully located his next target. Without hesitation, he entered. The process repeated. Slaughter a million beings to boost his Tao of Slaughter, draw out the local saints, suppress them in battle, negotiate, and have the world tree devour the world. It was a repetitive and somewhat tedious cycle, but the steady growth of his power and the tree's evolution made it worthwhile. Meanwhile, back in the Tao Saint realm, spiritual energy was in full recovery. The mysterious rules of heaven and earth were exposed, and the laws of the great Tao appeared in the sky like colorful clouds. Divine visions manifested across the land. A brand new era had officially arrived. The Tao Saint is awakening. The great age has come. Ancient powerhouses who had been in hiding for centuries looked toward the heavens, their excitement impossible to hide. The magnificent era they had waited for was finally here. Many experts who had been stuck at bottlenecks for ages felt their barriers weakening. Riding the momentum of the world's recovery, they seized the opportunity to break through. All across the realm, heavenly tribulations began to form. Powerful auras shot into the sky like divine flames. The mass recovery benefited all living things, allowing countless cultivators to advance. There were even saint tribulations forming. Old monsters at the quasi-saint level were finally shattering their limits and grasping the chance to prove their path to eternal life. The Tao Gate, the Immortal Gate, and the Profound Gate, the only three current superpower alliances, all saw the arrival of massive saint tribulations as new saints were born. The person currently facing the tribulation within the Profound Gate was none other than Lu Qinji, the fourth elder of the Tao Gate. While the ninth elder had been busy trying to gauge the first elder's thoughts, Lu Qinji had already quietly left the Tao Gate and joined the Profound Gate. He had moved with lightning speed. He had joined only an hour ago. He figured that if even the first elder didn't want the job anymore, there was no reason for him to stay. Since Jiang Xuan was the young lord of the Dao Gate, joining the Profound Gate didn't really count as betrayal. As soon as he joined, the spiritual energy surged and the Daos manifested. Lu Qingji felt a sudden clarity regarding his own bottleneck. He seized the moment and began his tribulation to prove his path. Perhaps his foundation was deep enough, or perhaps he was shielded by the great luck of the Profound Gate, but his breakthrough was smooth. He crossed the Saint Tribulation with ease and stepped into the Eternal Saint realm. Congratulations, fellow duist Lu. You have finally achieved your wish, the master said, cupping his hands in greeting. Clad in white robes, Lu Qingji descended from the sky. His wrinkled face was covered in a bright, satisfied smile. The supreme aura of a saint radiated from him naturally, pressing down in all directions. Having just broken through, he couldn't yet restrain his power, and besides, after suffering for nearly 1,000,000 years, why would he want to hide it today? It is all thanks to the great luck of the Profound Lord, Lu Qingji replied with a laugh. He meant every word. After all, the great era didn't arrive early or late, it arrived exactly when he joined the Profound Gate. Chapter 657. The First Elder Resigns. The Profound Lord was a man of immense destiny, and those who followed him would surely be blessed by that same fortune. Faced with the undeniable facts, Lu Qingji had no choice but to believe it. After all, he had successfully entered the Saint realm. He had worked diligently in the Dao Gate for over 1,000,000 years without reaching this peak, yet only an hour after joining the Profound Gate, he had achieved his dream. If this was not the blessing of the Profound Lord's destiny, what else could it be? From this moment on, the Profound Gate was his home. He was ready to dedicate everything to it. The master nodded with a smile, though he felt a quiet bewilderment. What exactly was the relationship between the Profound Lord and the Dao Gate? Why were members of the Dao Gate defecting one by one to join their ranks? The Taiheng Cave Heaven was one thing. Though it was a prestigious sect, the Profound Gate had grown large enough to ignore them. He had even planned to ignore their arrival for a day to humble them. But the elders of the Dao Gate were a different matter entirely. First came 2nd Elder Zhang Kefeng and 12th Elder Ximen Qinji. Now it was 4th Elder Lu Qingji. He had even received secret messages from other elders testing the waters, clearly harboring the same intentions. What were these people doing? Did they not fear death? Were they not worried about the Dao Lord's wrath? At that moment, Nangong Qingnian approached and whispered into the master's ear. Master, a message arrived from the Zhang family in the Profound Heaven realm. They say something significant is happening within the family, and are requesting the Profound Lord return immediately. Something significant? The master frowned. Did they specify what? Nangong Qingnian shook his head. I asked, but they said it was an order directly from the mountain ancestor. The details are confidential. Go back and tell them. The master paused. On second thought, I will return to the Profound Heaven realm personally to assess the situation. While I am away, you will handle the affairs of the Profound Gate. If you encounter a problem you cannot solve, consult the Chaos Saint. And remember, treat everyone from the Dao Gate with the utmost respect. Do not give them a reason to feel slighted. Nangong Qingnian felt the weight of the responsibility settle on his shoulders. He hesitated briefly before bowing. I understand. I will not fail you. The master patted him on the shoulder, then turned to Lu Qingji. I must leave the Profound Gate for a few days to handle some matters. If a crisis arises during my absence, I ask that you help protect our home. Lu Qingji looked honored. I am now a part of the Profound Gate. It is my duty to share its burdens. Please, do not worry. The master nodded and departed, heading toward the mist forest to use the teleportation array to return to the Profound Heaven realm. Meanwhile, back at the Dao Gate, within the Taking Dao Palace, the first elder gazed toward the central domain where the Profound Gate was located. He had witnessed Lu Qingji's ascension to the Saint realm. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the 9th elder, and the others gathered before him. Will someone tell me exactly when the 4th elder left? The elders exchanged looks and lowered their heads. None of them dared to speak and draw the first elder's ire. Internally, they were cursing Lu Qingji. That old fox. They had all agreed to leave together, yet he had snuck away first. It was shameless. The first elder saw the expressions on their faces and let out a complicated sigh. It seemed the Dao Gate was truly falling apart. It was beyond saving. Forget it. He sighed again, his voice weary. I am going to resign. The elders looked up sharply, their eyes bright with excitement. First elder, are you serious? The 9th elder whispered. What other choice do I have? The first elder snapped. This is all you're doing. Your hearts are already at the Profound Gate. What can I do? Do you think I am an immortal capable of fixing this mess? The elders offered sheepish smiles. The 9th elder took a deep breath and bowed. A wise decision, first elder. The others immediately followed suit, bowing and echoing the sentiment. A wise decision, indeed. The first elder almost laughed at the absurdity of it. Wise? If he were truly wise, he would have been the one to take the seat on the heavenly ladder, not 2nd elder Zhang Kefeng. He turned away and walked into the small world hidden within the depths of the palace. Facing the 2nd and 3rd Dao Lords who sat in meditation high in the sky, the first elder dropped to his knees with a heavy thud. I, Wang Mingxian, have served as the first elder of the Dao Gate for over 2,000,000 years by the grace of the Dao Lord. I have worked tirelessly, and while I claim no great merit, my efforts are as vast as mountains. Today, I am weary in both body and soul. I find myself lacking the strength to continue. I have come to offer my resignation. I ask for your permission. The second and third Tao lords opened their eyes. Their gazes were like torches, piercing through the air. They were stunned. What did you say? The third Tao lord descended, landing in front of the first elder with a look of utter confusion. I, Wang Mingxian, resign. Why? The third Tao lord asked, baffled. I wish to join the profound gate, the first elder stated plainly. The Tao lords were speechless. Someone needed to explain to them exactly what was going wrong inside their own sect. Deep within the origins of the Tao Saint realm, upon the heavenly ladder, Jixia and the others who had secured a seat were still meditating on the world's origin, preparing for the opening of the land of divine revelation. Near the bottom of the ladder, Zhang Kefeng and the others were surrounded by thick, boiling auras. Their progress was significant. They were only a single step away from the saint realm. Jiang Xuan had moved from the peak of the god-venerable realm into the quasi-saint realm. Jiang Qingnian, who had started in the true god realm, had surged forward into the heavenly god realm. Zhang Changxiao was moving even faster, reaching the peak of the heavenly god realm. Only Beiqing remained stagnant. Although he had gained many insights, his cultivation had been forced upon him by a saint. This created a massive bottleneck that he simply could not break. He remained stuck at the peak of the heavenly god realm. Gui Shenxiao, the scion of the Black Water Tao Palace, was surrounded by shifting currents of weak water. As a pure-blooded Suanyu, he had managed to unlock more of his bloodline seals. At the very top of the ladder, Jixia appeared divine. Bathed in the light of 5 different great daos, she looked like a goddess. However, her beautiful face was clouded with frustration. Her 3 days of meditation were not going as planned. She opened her eyes, which were filled with flashes of anger. With the help of the world's origin, she had mastered 5 great daos to perfection. Why then, could she find no clue on how to fuse them? Is it truly impossible to master the 5 elements fusion before the saint realm? She wondered, her heart full of unwillingness. Time was running out. Only 10 hours remained before the land of divine revelation opened. In such a short time, it was unlikely she would find the answer. I can only place my hopes on the land of divine revelation, she thought. She looked further up the ladder, wanting to see Jiang Xuan's progress. She had only reached the 3000th step, yet he looked as if he intended to reach the very top. He would be a massive threat once they entered the divine lands. She frowned. The top of the ladder was obscured by clouds she could not pierce or sense. Jiang Xuan, she whispered, a cold light in her eyes. The first thing she would do upon entering the land of divine revelation was eliminate him. He was too much of a freak. If he wasn't killed soon, he would become a catastrophe for the immortal race. At the very summit of the ladder, before the ancient gateway to the land of divine revelation, the projection of the Tao Saint Heavenly Tao sat in meditation. He opened his eyes, feeling the changes in the world below. The spiritual energy was recovering. The great era had begun. This boy moves fast. He has already triggered the awakening of the Tao Saint. The heavenly Tao was pleasantly surprised. I certainly didn't pick the wrong person. He looked down the ladder and chuckled. But those poor souls below, I'm afraid all their hard work is going to be for nothing. Meanwhile, within the old worlds of the land of divine revelation, Jiang Xuan continued the cycle of restoring human realms. He killed, and then he let the world tree devour. 6 months passed. He had traveled through nearly 100 old worlds, restoring an equal number of human realms. The world tree had consumed them all, and its projected world was now remarkably solid, containing 100 shadowed continents within. The slaughter across those worlds had pushed Jiang Xuan's Tao of slaughter to the level of power of the Tao. This was a high-ranking sovereign Tao. Even if he only used this single path to build his saint foundation, he would surpass most geniuses in the world and have the potential to become a king. But that was not his goal. Since he had chosen to prove his own path, he no longer cared for the geniuses of his generation. His rivals were the great emperors who had shaped history. And now, he was beginning to study and prepare for the inheritance of the first ancestor. Chapter 658. The Path to Immortality. Upon the boundless sea of blood, Jiang Xuan located a secluded region and established a great spirit saint array to serve as a temporary cultivation cave. He focused his consciousness on the black hole Tao base and began practicing the inheritance of the first ancestor. The moment his mind entered the black hole Tao base, a profound hum resonated through his soul. He lost consciousness instantly. A deep, mysterious light flickered across the Tao base as the Samsara secret technique activated on its own. Within his Danshan, the projection of Samsara began to turn in reverse. A dream of 10,000 years. To truly understand the inheritance, Jiang Xuan had to experience the process of its creation. He had to witness the path of the man who forged it. His name was Zhang Santung. He commanded 3 million iron-blooded human troops, following King Zhuangzi through the starry rivers. He was a man whose very name struck terror into the hearts of 10,000 races. With his aid, Zhuangzi defeated 11 rival kings, united the human race, and ascended the throne as human emperor. Under the emperor's guidance, Santung was bathed in the destiny of his race and proved his path as a king, earning the title backing. Despite the favor of racial destiny and his status as a king, his path was not easy. After reaching the king realm, he hit a wall. Even with his countless opportunities, his perfected fate pattern, and his mastery of the great Tao at the level of a Tao Lord, he remained utterly clueless about the path of immortality. To find answers, he sought counsel from Emperor Zhuangzi. Santung, I will not hide the truth from you, the emperor said. Usually, a single race can only produce one great emperor within a single era. The position of human emperor is a divine status bestowed by the supreme order. It is a quota for immortality, a position that allows one to push their fate pattern to the height of the source of life. Zhuangzi continued, it was only because I attained this throne and shouldered the destiny of the entire human race that my fate pattern evolved. Only then could I touch the realm of immortality. Jiang Xuan grew pensive and somewhat discouraged. So, if I cannot become the human emperor, I can never evolve my fate pattern or reach immortality? Not necessarily, Zhuangzi replied with a sigh. Think of the throne as a shortcut. Every race has a similar position. Without such a shortcut, evolving a fate pattern into a source of life is incredibly difficult. Within these myriad worlds, it is almost impossible. The emperor hesitated. Unless what? Santang asked urgently. Zhuangzi smiled helplessly. Unless you can hold sole command over a great Tao. Sole command? Santang was confused. The emperor placed his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with a deep longing. After I proved my path, I realized a certain truth. Every great Tao corresponds to a source of life. It can help a being evolve their fate and touch immortality. However, this source of life is like a pool of water with no fresh spring. Its total volume is fixed. The more people who master that Tao, the less water each person receives. He looked at Santang. At some point, the world decided to rank the Daos: mortal, spirit, king, sovereign, and the 12 supreme Daos. While these rankings are somewhat arbitrary, they are based on logic. Mortal Daos are basic and easy to grasp, thus, countless people master them. The source of life is divided so thinly that the benefit to one's fate is negligible. He paused. If one uses a sovereign Tao to build their foundation, they can usually become a king. This is because fewer people master sovereign Daos. Even when divided, the share of the source of life is large enough to perfect a fate pattern. And the 12 supreme Daos? Emperor Zhuangzi's voice turned heavy with awe. The 12 supreme Daos represent 12 immortal emperors. They hold sole command over their respective paths. They do not share the source of life. Naturally, their fate patterns evolve with ease, and they touch immortality without resistance. He smiled at Santang. If you could see sole command of a Tao, you would stand alongside those 12. Your path could even replace one of theirs and become a new supreme Tao. Santang was stunned. He never imagined the rankings of the great Daos held such a secret. Does that mean a supreme Tao cannot be mastered by a second person? You are confused, Zhuangzi laughed. The total source of life for a Tao is constant. Even if an emperor occupies it, they do not own it privately. If a newcomer is strong enough, they can challenge the emperor and take their place. Furthermore, the emperor sighed meaningfully. An emperor is immortal, but that does not mean they cannot die. Santang was speechless. Sole command of a Tao? That sounded impossibly difficult. Is there no other way? There is, Zhuangzi said softly. Ultimately, evolving your fate to the source of life is just the threshold. If one possesses enough willpower, opportunity, and power, they can evolve their fate through their own efforts alone. Has anyone succeeded? Santang was skeptical. Fate was an ethereal, untouchable concept. There were no established techniques to cultivate it. How could one evolve it through effort? As far as I know, no one, Zhuangzi admitted. Santang rolled his eyes. Then why even mention it? So it came back to the same two viable paths. 1. Become a racial emperor and use the shortcut of destiny provided by the supreme order. 2. Seize sole command of a great Tao and hog its source of life. No matter how he looked at it, the first path was easier. Santang looked at Zhuangzi, hesitated, and then spoke. Can we make a deal? Zhuangzi blinked. What kind of deal? You abdicate, and let me sit on the throne of human emperor, Santang said earnestly. The emperor burst out laughing, though it was unclear if he was amused or exasperated. He shook his head. Even if I gave you the throne, you could not prove your path. I told you, only one great emperor can usually rise from a single race in one era. I have already used the quota for this era. Santang frowned, doubtful. Then how did Emperor Suenyuan reach immortality? Him. Zhuangzi's eyes filled with respect. He didn't want to waste a precious quota. So, he slaughtered the Rakshasa race and used their racial throne to prove his immortality. Santang's eyes went wide. So that was why Suenyuan wiped out the Rakshasa race. That was incredible. But wait, if Suenyuan could do it. His eyes lit up with an idea. You can try, Zhuangzi said, reading his mind. But I must warn you, that path is treacherous. If you wish to follow it, you should consult Emperor Suenyuan himself to learn the requirements. Santang nodded and went to find Emperor Suenyuan. The elder emperor smiled faintly. That method does not suit you. I could use the Rakshasa throne because, at that time, I was already the undisputed leader of the humans. I could inherit both positions simultaneously to deceive the supreme order. If you want to copy me, you would first need Zhuangzi to abdicate, and then gain the total support of the human race. Santang grimaced. Zhuangzi had only been on the throne for 100 years. Getting him to quit was unlikely. That path was blocked. Damn it, Santang cursed. Was immortality truly this hard to reach? He refused to accept it. Driven by stubbornness, he turned to the third path he had previously dismissed. Self-reliance. He would evolve his fate through his own strength. Even if no one had ever succeeded, it didn't mean he would fail. Santang began to travel the myriad worlds. He explored ancient ruins and secret lands, improving himself in every possible way while searching for a method to evolve his fate. He spent 1,000 years on this quest. During that time, he leveled hundreds of divine ruins and over 1,000 sacred lands. He even fought and defeated ancient monsters from previous eras. Yet, a method for fate evolution remained elusive. Until one day, at the very edge of the heavens, on a desolate continent, he met a scrawny man in duist robes. The man called himself the Dog Duist. "Why haven't you tried fusing the great Daos?" the Dog Duist asked, stroking his mustache with a grin. The source of life from a single Dao might be small, but what if you had 100, 1,000, or even 10,000? Chapter 659. The Sun Devil God. Fusing the Daos? Jiang Xuan froze, his eyes flashing with surprise. Could such a thing even be done? Why not? The Dog Duist asked with a chuckle, as if reading his thoughts. By fusing the paths and sharing enough of the source of life, you can trigger the transformation of your fate just the same. Is that true? Jiang Xuan remained skeptical. Do you have any other options if you wish to prove your path to immortality? The Dog Duist laughed, shaking his head. Of course, the opportunity of the primordial chaos within the land of divine revelation is another way. But you are already a king. Even if the land opens, you cannot enter, let alone seek its treasures. Furthermore, the Dog Duist stared at Jiang Xuan, his eyes deep as if peering into the weave of time. Stroking his mustache, he gave a knowing smile. It is unlikely you will live to see the next opening of the land of divine revelation. Jiang Xuan did not grasp the weight of those words, unaware that the Duist was hinting at his ultimate fate. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Jiang Xuan bowed respectfully. He intended to follow the lead and attempt the seemingly absurd path of fusing the great Daos. Fusing Daos was not inherently difficult for those in the Saint realm. With enough focus, most could combine 2 or 3, such as lightning and fire or the 5 elements. However, no one had ever heard of someone trying to fuse thousands. The very idea was madness. No need for thanks, the Dog Duist said. This is merely a viable path. I cannot guarantee its success. I guide you because I have a request of my own. Consider this an equivalent exchange. There shall be no karmic debt between us. Jiang Xuan paused. An equivalent exchange? A trade. If you require anything, senior, please speak plainly. As long as it does not harm the interests of the human race, I will not refuse, he promised. The Dog Duist smiled with satisfaction. I do have a request, but it is not for you to fulfill. It is for your descendants. My descendants? Jiang Xuan was stunned. This mysterious old man felt more unfathomable by the second. Could he truly see the future? But Xuan quickly brushed the thought aside. If his children had to settle a debt for him, so be it. A father's debt paid by the son was only natural. Without further word, Jiang Xuan bid farewell to the Dog Duist and began his journey. It was a path that was not just difficult, it felt impossible. The early stages were smooth. He spent less than a year mastering and fusing the Daos of lightning, fire, and the 5 elements. But soon after, he hit a wall. The Daos were inherently independent. Forcing them together caused violent instabilities that backfired on his body. The struggle was even worse when attempting to combine unrelated paths. Despite his status as a king and the protection of human destiny, he was severely injured by the backlash several times. At his level, healing required a staggering amount of resources. These injuries quickly drained the treasures he had spent centuries accumulating. Driven by necessity, he traveled the myriad worlds once more, hunting for divine ruins and ancient secret lands buried in the starry rivers. He needed to replenish his resources and push his potential to the limit in dangerous environments, hoping to accelerate the fusion process. Another 1,000 years passed in a flash. His progress was respectable. He had successfully fused 78 Daos. Though his cultivation remained at the king realm, and he felt no change in his fate pattern, his actual combat power had increased several times over. 10 years prior, he had entered a dimensional secret land buried within a spacetime storm. There he encountered a sleeping devil god, a peak quasi-emperor, whose strength surpassed most kings. 1,000 years ago, Xuan would not have survived a single strike. Yet, in that battle, he slew the beast. Though he nearly died from his wounds, it was proof of his immense growth. Killing the devil god yielded a great reward. Is this the Tao of life? Within the dimensional land, Jiang Xuan sat atop a vibrant green turtle, absorbing the divine aura of life. The surrounding area was flooded with an ocean of vitality. Congratulations, Master. 1,000 congratulations. The turtle stretched its neck out and offered a fawning smile. You certainly are a clever one. Xuan laughed. This turtle was an elemental spirit born from the Tao of life, previously imprisoned by the devil god to harvest its energy. After the god's death, the spirit had surrendered and even placed a slave seal upon its own soul to prove its loyalty. It was thanks to this creature that Xuan had healed his wounds and mastered the Tao of life in just 10 years. Master is a man of great destiny. Following you is my greatest fortune, the spirit flattered. Save the flattery, Xuan chided lightly. He rose to search the secret vault of the fallen devil god. Within the void dojo, he discovered an ancient stone scripture. His mind entered the text. The scripture recorded the life and legacy of the devil god, whose name was Sun. He hailed from a place called the Old Land. Originally, he was the primary star of the Yin 5 continent, the Sun Star. By a stroke of luck, he gained sentience and transformed into a devil god. There were once 120,000 stars like him in that realm. After gaining consciousness, he devoured all of them to reach the quasi-emperor stage. However, in the Old Land, the heavenly Tao controlled everything. He had reached his limit. When catastrophe struck his home, he fled to the myriad worlds and hid in this dimensional land to sleep and cultivate. One note in the scripture was particularly striking, as if the sun devil god had been obsessed with it. I sensed a kindred aura from the Yin 4 continent. I suspect the primary star of that realm, the moon, has also gained sentience and devoured its own 120,000 stars. If I can find and devour the moon, I may glimpse the path to immortality. Sun Devil God. The old land. The moon? Jiang Xuan did not understand these terms, nor did he know where the old land was. But that didn't matter now. Upon seeing the Sun Devil God's inheritance, he felt a sudden impulse. He sensed that this legacy could provide a breakthrough for his fusion path. The Sun Devil God's inheritance was the Tao of Stars, a sovereign-grade path. But more importantly, it offered a model for fusion. The Sun Devil God acted as a primary star, to command 120,000 others. What if Santong used that same model to command the great Daos? Could he use a primary path to govern all others and achieve true fusion? With this idea in mind, Santong sank into a deep meditation. He spent 3 years mastering the Tao of Stars. Then, using that Tao as a foundation, he fully absorbed the remains of the Sun Devil God. Finally, he began the attempt to command multiple Daos. He soon realized a problem. To emulate the primary star, he needed a path of supreme rank. Only a path of absolute authority could suppress and govern the others in the way he envisioned. After another decade of meditation, he found his direction. The Supreme Daos. He needed to master one of the 12 Supreme Daos to act as the core. Only then could he unify thousands of paths, share their source of life, and glimpse immortality. After 2,000 years of searching, Jiang Xuan finally saw a clear path forward. The time spent was long, but his progress was steady. His heart raced with anticipation as he sank his consciousness back into deep meditation. He already possessed the Tao of Life. He had a perfect opportunity to master its counterpart among the 12 Supreme Daos, the Tao of Life and Death. However, the process was far more difficult than he had imagined. 1,000,000 years passed. In that vast stretch of time, the myriad worlds had changed completely. The old overlords had been replaced. Races had fallen and risen again. Even the human race had undergone a total generational shift. Emperor Zhuangzi, whom Santong had once followed, had long since stepped down. Emperor Yu now held the throne. He had established a legacy of unprecedented glory, forging a human immortal court that stood at the very peak of the heavens. Is it still not enough? Jiang Xuan opened his eyes. The passing eons had left him with a weary, ancient soul. His expression was numb, clouded by a sense of frustration. Is a supreme Tao truly this difficult to grasp? Chapter 660. The Primal Art. Jiang Xuan refused to accept defeat. He had a persistent gut feeling that his path was correct. He simply had not found the right trick yet. He believed that the supreme Tao was the true threshold, and once he mastered just one, immortality would be within his reach. Perhaps I should not have focused on the Tao of Life and Death, Santong mused after a long period of contemplation. He returned to the stone scripture left by the Sun Devil God, his attention locking onto the 2 speculative sentences at the end. The Moon Devil God. He decided to try a different approach. Using the Tao of Stars as his foundation, he would hunt down and devour the Moon Devil God to reach a state of perfection. Only then would he double back to continue his own unique path. The road to the imperial throne was far more treacherous than he had imagined, leaving him no choice but to try every method available. With this resolve, Santong ended his 1,000,000-year seclusion. He left the dimensional secret land and began to roam the heavens once more, tracking the location of the Moon Devil God through the resonance of the Tao stars. Along the way, he emulated the Sun Devil God by devouring smaller stars, causing his strength to surge. Another 300,000 years passed. Though the Moon Devil God remained elusive, Santong's power had reached an incomprehensible level after consuming countless stars and exploring myriad ruins. Below the rank of a great emperor, he had no equal. Years of accumulation allowed him to fuse everything he had learned into a single, personal inheritance. With the Sun Devil God as his root and the Tao stars as his source, he used various other Daos to build a structural frame, filling it with every divine ability in his arsenal. This birthed a brand new Tao technique. The Primal Art. An ethereal black hole Tao base manifested in his dantian, exuding a deep and profound aura. In that moment, Santong achieved realization. After so many twists and turns, he finally understood the root cause of his stagnation. The realm of immortality was unique. Those who learn from me live. Those who imitate me die. It was exactly as the saying suggested. Every great emperor explored their own unique path to immortality. It was a journey that could not be copied or replicated. While shortcuts like the racial thrones provided by the Supreme Order allowed a king's fate to evolve more easily, that was merely a qualification. Evolving one's fate did not guarantee success. To become a qualified seeker of the Tao, one needed perfection in the soul, the physical body, and the understanding of the great Tao. Only by finding one's own path and walking it to the very end could one hope to prove their immortality. Damn it, I was tricked. Santong cursed under his breath. Whether it was Emperor Zhuangzi, Emperor Suinyuan, or even the dog Du Wist, they had all pointed him toward methods of fate evolution without mentioning the most crucial point. Fate evolution did not equal immortality. He had been chasing the wrong horizon, putting the cart before the horse for hundreds of thousands of years. In truth, he could not entirely blame the emperors. To them, the only true obstacle was fate evolution. Most quasi-emperors failed at the gates of immortality precisely because their fate could not transform. Fortunately, through his long search, Santong had found his own way. His entire foundation had transformed into the black hole Tao base, allowing him to grasp the primal art. This technique originated from the primal Tao. It was one of the 12 supreme Daos and the source of all 10,000 paths. It sounded magnificent, but he had not yet mastered it. Because he used the Sun Devil God as his base, and that being's origin was flawed, his primal Tao remained incomplete. He needed to find and devour the Moon Devil God to achieve perfection. He had come full circle, right back to the beginning. But time had run out. An urgent plea for help arrived. Human Emperor Yu had vanished, the myriad races were counterattacking, and the human race was in peril. Santung had to set aside his quest for the Tao. He returned to his people, leading the Jiang family and his former generals to hold back the enemy tide. The war swept through the heavens and lasted for ages. Then came the final day. Santung joined forces with 7 other kings to launch a desperate assault on the ancestral grounds of the demon race. They utilized the Tai Kang technique, attempting to slay the Kangming demon emperor. They succeeded, but at a terrible cost. All 8 kings lost their lives, and the demon emperor placed a bloodline curse upon their families that would follow them for eternity. Still, it was worth it. So, this is all a great emperor amounts to, Santung said with a free and easy smile as he drew his final breath. The dream shattered. Jiang Xuan's mind felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, vibrating for a long time. He slowly opened his eyes, weariness etched into his gaze. During this dream, he had fully inhabited the perspective of his ancestor, Jiang Santung. He had experienced more than 1,000,000 years of a grueling quest for the Tao. Such a vast stretch of time felt incredibly heavy, especially for a young man who was only 18 years old. The primal art, Jiang Xuan muttered. He checked the black hole Tao base in his Danshan. The dream had clarified the roots of his inheritance. Just as the Samsara secret technique helped him master the Tao of Samsara, the primal art was the guide to the primal Tao. However, since this was an inheritance left by his ancestor, its flaws remained. If he wanted to master the primal Tao through this art, he first had to find and devour the Moon Devil God to complete the technique. Where on earth am I supposed to find that? Jiang Xuan felt helpless. The universe was vast, and the old land was even larger. Who knew where the Moon Devil God had gone? Furthermore, if that being still existed, it was likely a quasi-emperor, or even an immortal being by now. Expecting a mere venerable to hunt and consume such a powerhouse was enough to make his head spin. He was walking the path of proving his own Tao, which required him to melt his Tao base to enter the Saint Realm. To do that, he had to use his ancestors' inheritance, meaning he had to perfect the primal art first. This is a disaster, Jiang Xuan grumbled. He thought back to the conversation between the ancestor and the dog Duist. Was this the karmic debt the children and grandchildren were supposed to pay? A notification flickered across his vision. You have witnessed the source of the karma between the Jiang family and the dog Duist. Karmic entanglement progress +1. Current progress 3 out of 10. Jiang Xuan's lip twitched. Triggering his golden finger in this way did not improve his mood. The progress was nice, but the cost was that his path to the Saint Realm was now indefinitely delayed. Ancestor, you've really made things difficult for me, he whispered. At that very moment, deep within a forbidden death zone far beyond the known heavens, a man sleeping on a stone bed sneezed loudly. He woke from a pleasant dream, rubbing his nose in annoyance. Which little brat is bothering me now? Why are they chanting my name? After a moment of grumbling, the man turned over and went back to sleep. Back on the sea of blood, it took Jiang Xuan a long time to accept his reality. He had no choice but to cultivate the primal art as best he could and prepare for the slim possibility of finding the Moon Devil God. Even if he found the creature, he would likely be slapped to death, rather than doing any devouring himself. He could only take it one step at a time. If all else failed, he would have to discard his cultivation and start over. On the bright side, the inheritance was incredibly powerful. Even with its flaws, the primal art was on the same level as the Samsara technique, perhaps even superior. He could see the hierarchy within his own Danshan. The projection of Samsara, even after merging with the path of the hungry ghosts, acted like a timid younger brother in front of the black hole Tao base. If he started over and followed a standard path, his future would still be bright. Of course, the primal art alone would not be enough for immortality. The most important gain from the dream was the realization that he had to walk his own path. The words "those who learn from me live, those who imitate me die" acted like a sudden enlightenment. So, was the Earth Emperor trying to teach me this lesson back then? Jiang Xuan wondered. It seems that proving my own Tao was the correct first step after all. Chapter 661. A young man does not believe in fate. Let it happen in its own time. Jiang Xuan sighed softly, pushing his stray thoughts deep into his mind to focus on mastering the primal art. With only 5 months remaining before the opening of the Land of Divine Revelation, much work lay ahead. Once he gained an initial grasp of the technique, he planned to return to the Swiren tribe. His goals were clear. On one hand, he needed to prepare his assault on the primordial gold ranking. On the other, he had to help the Swiren tribe grow strong. Even if he ultimately failed to lead them out of the prison that was the Land of Divine Revelation, he had to ensure they possessed the absolute strength to stand firm within it. They were the unsung heroes of the human race, its very roots. Under no circumstances could he allow them to feel neglected or forgotten. Perhaps Jiang Xuan had not yet realized how deeply he had stepped into the role of human king. He had taken the protection and revival of his race as his personal mission, measuring every decision against the survival of his people. As the Earth Emperor once said, the titles of human king and human emperor were rarely symbols of honor or status. They were, instead, a heavy and profound responsibility. If the Earth Emperor could see Jiang Xuan today, he would undoubtedly be gratified. He had not misjudged the boy. The once naive and immature youth had grown into a man capable of standing alone against the world. Through his long dream, Jiang Xuan had experienced the entire process of his ancestors' realization of the primal art. In a sense, he was now a co-creator of the technique. Consequently, his cultivation proceeded smoothly, encountering very few obstacles. Within his dantian, the black hole Dao base trembled gently, radiating a deep, ancient aura. To its left and right, the projection of samsara and the yin-yang diagram shuddered, as if in awe of an elder brother. Human holy relics like the seal of Zhuangzi and the broken sword of Suenyuan trembled violently, gripped by a fear that they might shatter under the weight of that suffocating pressure. What on earth is the origin of my master's Dao base? The spirit of the seal of Zhuangzi was filled with terror and an infinite curiosity. It felt as though even the old master, human emperor Zhuangzi, was far inferior to this. It was beyond logic. Even the world tree, despite its massive growth after devouring countless corpses and nearly 100 old worlds, swayed its branches and trembled. Its consciousness called out to the black hole Dao base, begging for calm. To the world tree, which was now powerful enough to suppress many in the Saint realm, the black hole Dao base remained an undisputed superior. At this moment, Jiang Xuan's consciousness was submerged, pulled by an unseen force into a hazy vortex of space and time. It was a scene reminiscent of when he first received his ancestors' inheritance with the help of the three elders. He found himself back in that strange place, standing beside the familiar stream where countless world-like stones rested beneath the shimmering water. Am I back again? Jiang Xuan looked at the stream and remembered his many attempts to search its depths. He smiled and began to walk upstream. Having understood the mysteries of the primal art, he knew exactly how to use this special place. The answer lay at the source. He moved upward, passing through barriers of spacetime. In each interval, a younger version of himself was visible, jumping into the water to pick up stones in a desperate search for the inheritance. Jiang Xuan's smile widened as he watched these versions of his past self. Occasionally, he would walk straight through his own body. He could have stopped his younger self, or helped him understand the mysteries faster, but he chose to remain a bystander. He watched his past self persevere, repeating the cycle without hesitation. Time and years lost all meaning. As Jiang Xuan continued his ascent, his black hair turned white, and deep wrinkles carved paths across his face. Like the versions of himself in the stream, the high-spirited youth had become a stumbling old man. Finally, he reached the source, a plain green stone, no different from the ones in the stream. Yet from this single stone, a cool spring bubbled forth to create the entire river. The elderly Jiang Xuan looked at the stone and smiled, as if he had known this was coming all along. He climbed slowly onto the green stone and sat down, looking back down the winding path of the river. Those younger versions of himself were still throwing themselves into the water, searching for the legacy. He wondered what had made his younger self so anxious and impulsive. Oh, I remember now, he murmured to himself. It was the bloodline curse of the Kangming demon emperor. Back then, I thought I only had 300 years left to live. And then there were the ancestors, who sacrificed their own spirits for me. Jiang Xuan shook his head and laughed, a sound that carried both nostalgia and a touch of sadness. An innocent boy always thinks he can build the future with his own two hands. He never realizes that the future is hidden within his own impulsive past. Don't you agree, Jiang Xuan? He patted the green stone beneath him and chuckled. As his voice fell, the strange world began to tear away like a 3D painting, leaving behind only a void of white. The stream evaporated. The stones turned to dust. The many versions of himself vanished abruptly. Everything was torn down, until only the elderly Jiang Xuan remained, sitting on a stone that had become a transparent mirror. Reflected in that mirror was another Jiang Xuan. This one was young, his face still showing the sharpness and spirit of youth. If not for my impulses, how could there be a version of you today? The young Jiang Xuan sat in the same position as the old man, a perfect symmetry across the glass. He grinned at his older self. The elderly Jiang Xuan nodded. You are right. Without you, I would not exist. Then why do you harbor such regret? The youth asked. Regret? The old man paused, tasting the word. He laughed at the realization and sighed. Perhaps I simply believe you took too many wrong turns. Some things could have been avoided. Like what? Like, the old man hesitated, searching his memories. You should have valued Nangong Qingnian's phoenix fate more. If you had awakened sooner in the Earth Emperor's secret realm, you might have spared her some of her suffering. At the very least, you could have faced the catastrophe by her side so she wouldn't have been so alone. What else? The young Jiang Xuan asked, nodding without offering a defense. If you had exposed Jiang Qingnian's identity sooner, over 100 disciples of the Jiang family might have been spared. The family would be much stronger today. And you should not have been so stubborn about proving your own path. Otherwise, you would have reached the Saint realm long ago instead of stopping at the venerable stage. You would have had the strength to lead the human race against the enemy armies. The great catastrophe of the human race is coming. The old man's voice grew heavier. You are too guarded. You are suspicious of everyone who shows you kindness. From Luo Xinglan to the Chaos Saint, even the master, you never fully trusted them. You used interests and favors to bind them. That works for a time, but in the long run, it chills the hearts of those around you. You failed as a father. Even though Zhang Zhao is a pure-blooded dragon, and gifted beyond measure, she is still a child. If you had shown more care, you would have realized how early she matured, and she never would have gone to the dragon race alone to shoulder your burdens. She is just a child. How could you let a child take on such a weight? Is that all? The young Jiang Xuan shrugged with a light smile. You should not have made promises you couldn't keep. You told the Earth Emperor you would clear the human race of its parasites, yet you have not moved against the immortal sects. You should not have created the profound gate just to fight the Phoenix race. You are a human king, with the chance to become a human emperor. The people are yours to lead. Establishing a private sect creates divisions. It is not the way of a king. You should have emulated the scholar hall created by Emperor Yu. The old man went on, listing one mistake after another. It sounded like a lecture, but both versions of Jiang Xuan knew it was a self-examination. After all, they were the same person. Finally, the old man finished his list and let out a long breath. To regret it now is too late. Perhaps this is simply fate. The young Jiang Xuan shook his head and laughed. You are wrong. You feel regret not because it is too late, but because you have lost your confidence. You have lost your resolve. A young man does not believe in fate. Chapter 662. Heaven and earth treat me as a straw dog. I view heaven and earth the same. A young man does not believe in fate. The elderly Jiang Xuan froze. He chewed on the meaning behind the youth's words, his weary eyes clouding with a complex mix of nostalgia and realization. Was it possible that he had truly grown old? You are hesitating, the young Jiang Xuan said with a faint smile. You are filled with regret, because you lack the confidence to break through your current shackles. You do not believe you can achieve what even our ancestor could not. You do not believe you can find and devour the moon devil god. The youth continued his critique. You have lost your self-assurance. That is why you have started looking back, blaming your past self, blaming me for doing things you think should not have been done. You are running away. You are trying to deny me to deny yourself. The young Jiang Xuan shook his head, his face still wearing that bold, spirited smile. His expression turned mocking, then shifted into deep disdain. His voice rose, rolling like thunder through the white void. You have even forgotten your own sword. The air hummed. An endless wave of sharp intent and youthful vigor surged like a physical tide. The young Jiang Xuan stood up. Wrapped in that boundless aura, his appearance began to shift. He transformed into a stranger, a different young man, yet his presence felt intimately familiar to the elderly Jiang Xuan. In his hand, he held a long sword engraved with two words, Crimson Heart. Crimson Heart? The elderly Jiang Xuan remembered this boy, a nameless sword cultivator from the very beginning of his story. Back when Jiang Xuan had entered the royal city disguised as Jiang Qingnian, he witnessed a chaotic battle between the Jiang and Zhao families. Many disciples fell that day, and Crimson Heart was among them. It was then that Jiang Xuan had picked up the boy's sword, using it to grasp the first threads of his own sword path as he slaughtered his enemies. Crimson Heart had been a talent rising from nothing. He had only just begun to show his potential when he joined the Jiang family, only to fall under the blades of the Zhao family before his life could truly bloom. If one were to ask Crimson Heart if he had any regrets, what would he say? If he had never joined the Jiang family and stayed in his small hometown, he might have lived a peaceful life, perhaps reaching the soul integration or venerable realm to establish a modest clan of his own. The boy turned around and looked through the mirror at the elderly Jiang Xuan, answering the silent question. Why would I ever regret it? Crimson Heart laughed loudly, his voice filled with the reckless vitality of youth. Heaven and earth are heartless. They treat all things as straw dogs. He gripped the sword and swung it, pointing the blade toward the heavens. Heaven and earth treat me as a straw dog. I view heaven and earth the same. In this grand struggle for the path, who isn't using their life to gamble for a way to the top? Crimson Heart did it. Tai Kang did it, fighting through agony to scrape out a second life. Ying Sihai did it, laying out a plan spanning millennia. All living beings in this world do the same. And Jiang Xuan? He was no different. The image of Crimson Heart shattered into dust. The mirror vanished. The elderly Jiang Xuan stood up abruptly, his eyes shining with a light as bright as the sun. His sharp intent reached a fever pitch. His long, withered hair turned back to a deep, lustrous black, flying wildly like a dragon. The deep wrinkles on his skin smoothed out instantly. His aged face returned to its prime. In a few breaths, the regretful old man had returned to being the young Jiang Xuan, who refused to believe in fate. He laughed with abandon, his spirit surging like a rising sun, radiating infinite light and heat. The white void collapsed around him. His consciousness returned to the physical world. His eyes snapped open, shooting out golden divine flames that pierced through the thick clouds and shook the boundless sea of blood. An ancient, pure aura spread from his body, a mysterious sensation of the origin, as if the source of all things could be found within him. Inside his Danshan, the black hole Dao base boiled. The deep, swirling vortex solidified into a physical entity, becoming a true black hole. Under the soothing influence of this primal aura, the fear previously felt by the world tree and the holy relics vanished, replaced by a deep, heartfelt reverence. It was no longer the terror a commoner feels before a tyrant, but the respect a student feels for a sage. Following a mysterious intuition, Jiang Xuan reached out and tapped the air. The primal energy spread, and the void tore open like a painting. The laws of the great Tao and the rules of the world were stripped apart, lining up before him in an orderly fashion. The space returned to its most primitive state of chaos. The primal art. Jiang Xuan's eyes flickered with shock. He tapped again, pulling out the Tao of fire. Beside it, he pulled the Tao of Zhengjin. Although the latter was a mere spark compared to the roaring fire he had already mastered, the two disparate elements fused perfectly under the influence of the primal aura. This was true Tao fusion. Even though he had never studied the Tao of Zhengjin, he could command it from the world and merge it with his own fire. This was the power of the origin. He could strip things back to their beginning or force them to evolve according to his will. Suddenly, the energy vanished, and the fused flames died out. Jiang Xuan turned pale, sweat beading on his forehead. The power of the origin is terrifying, he whispered. At my current level, I can barely support its use. Despite the strain, he was exhilarated. The ancestor's inheritance was incredible. It was hard to believe a quasi-emperor had created this. Backing King Jiang Santung, Jiang Xuan felt a surge of curiosity about his ancestor. Having touched the primal art, he felt as though even his own special abilities paled in comparison. He joked to himself about the sheer scale of the power, then ended his meditation. He had achieved the first stage of the art. Further progress would take time he didn't have. He signaled Tai Kang to assemble. Half an hour later, a golden light cut through the sea of blood, and Tai Kang appeared before him with a bow. How is the progress? Jiang Xuan asked. In 5 months, I have wiped out 230 old worlds corresponding to the human realms, Tai Kang reported. Jiang Xuan nodded, satisfied. Did you notice any world corresponding to the Suantian realm? The Dao Saint realm had revived. It made no sense for the Suantian realm, his true home, to remain dormant. However, neither he nor the world tree had found a match during their search. Tai Kang shook his head. Out of the 230 worlds, none matched the Suantian realm. None. Jiang Xuan frowned. There were thousands of old worlds, but the number of human realms was relatively small. Between his efforts and Tai Kang's, they had covered over 300. That should have been nearly all of them. It was strange. He pushed the thought aside for now. We are heading to the Yin 3 continent. Once we arrive, I will return to the Swiren tribe. You will scout the area and map out the distribution of racial powers. Understood, Tai Kang replied. The two moved out immediately, leaving the Skull continent behind. At the summit of that land, the dog duist watched them go and let out a sigh of relief. After their brief encounter, he had realized with horror that he was now karmically entangled with the boy. That kid, the duist muttered, is truly bad luck. Chapter 663. The Ancient God Race. Deep within the giant Palm continent, at the Swiren tribe. Did the journey go well? Swiren Gongyang asked, approaching Jiang Xuan as soon as he returned. Jiang Xuan nodded slightly. It went as I hoped. With a focused expression, he produced the Swiren torch and carefully returned it to the central altar. As the mystical Suanhuang flames flared up, the figure of the ancestor Swiren emerged from the fire. Swiren Gongyang and the rest of the tribesmen bowed in unison, their voices thick with excitement and hope. Greetings, Ancestor Swiren. With their ancestor present, this opening of the land of divine revelation felt different. For the first time, they truly believed they might escape this cage-like old land. Swiren waved a hand, a gentle force lifting everyone to their feet. He turned his gaze to Jiang Xuan. What is your next move? Jiang Xuan gave a concise summary. We are moving on 2 fronts. I have sent Tai Kang to scout the Yin 3 continent. Our goal is to pacify this entire region before the land of divine revelation officially opens. If the Swiren tribe can dominate this continent, you will have the strength to protect yourselves and grow. He paused before continuing. Of course, that is our safety net. If all goes well, I will seize the top spot on the primordial gold ranking. Once I obtain the heavenly reward mentioned by the dog duist, I will be able to take the Swiren torch out of the old land. If the fire leaves, the people leave with it. Swiren nodded, a faint smile touching his lips. You have put much thought into this. The tribesmen were visibly moved. Could they truly be leaving at last? Jiang Xuan shook his head dismissively. What I am doing is nothing compared to the sacrifices the Swiren tribe has made over countless eons. Besides, as a descendant, this is my duty. Go then, and do what must be done, Swiren said. You are the young king, so this is your responsibility, but it is not a burden you must carry alone. Even if you fail, do not let it weigh on your heart. Jiang Xuan nodded silently. The ancestor turned to Swiren Gongyang. Cooperate with Jiang Xuan fully. Do it for the human race, and do it for yourselves. Understood. The tribesmen shouted in unison. With that, the figure of the ancestor faded back into the sacred torch. Young king, please give us your orders, Swiren Gongyang said. We are ready. Jiang Xuan smiled and, without a word, produced a vast collection of inheritances he had gathered throughout his travels. He included techniques from the Jixia Academy, the Heavenly Sword Tomb, the Shening Pill Realm, the Ghost City of Fengdu, and the 10 Divine Palaces. He handed transcribed copies of every scroll to Swiren Gongyang. I hope these methods will assist your growth, Jiang Xuan said. The people of the Swiren tribe possessed incredible potential. Having already lit the Suanhuang fire, their fates were essentially complete. In the outside world, any one of them could have been a peerless genius. However, they had been stifled by the withered spiritual energy of the old land and a lack of advanced cultivation techniques. Even their strongest, Swiren Gongyang, was only at the god-venerable realm, still a step away from becoming a saint. Gongyang's hands trembled as he clutched the divine scrolls. Thank you, young king. Within days, every member of the tribe had received a technique tailored to their constitution and path. The stone houses of the village soon hummed with the vibrations of breakthrough. Spiritual energy swirled, and the laws of the Tao began to manifest over the settlement. Jiang Xuan remained active. He summoned the world tree, letting its roots sink deep into the void to draw out the hidden laws of the world for the people to study. He then carved a great spirit saint array around the altar to gather what little spiritual energy remained in the atmosphere, pumping it directly into the tribe. The old land had been a wasteland, since the dog duist's ancient plot caused the death of the heavenly Tao. For nearly 4 eons, survival here had been an act of sheer will. The fact that the Swiren tribe had held their ground for so long was a testament to a greatness that words could hardly describe. Can you turn this place into a cultivation paradise in 5 months? Jiang Xuan asked the world tree. Sensing his master's doubt, the world tree pulsed with urgency. Master, just watch. I don't need 5 months. In 4, no, give me 3 months. I will make this place the crown jewel of the old land. 5 days later, Taikang returned. The Yin 3 continent is split into 2 landmasses, he reported. There are 152 racial factions in total. Only 5 have saint-level powerhouses. On this side, we have the ancient god race and the nine-tailed fox clan. On the other, the dragon race, the eclipsing demon clan, and the golden crow clan. Most have 2 or 3 saints, but the dragons and the eclipsing demons each possess 5. The dragon race? Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. It made sense. This was the cradle of all life, and other races would have stayed behind to guard their own origin items. Clear them out within 5 months, Jiang Xuan ordered. Then, he added, leave the dragons for last. If they swear a soul oath not to disturb the Swiren tribe, we can avoid a fight. Understood. Taikang replied, turning into a streak of golden light as he shot into the sky. To most, the idea of one man suppressing over 100 factions was a fairy tale. To Taikang, it was merely a matter of time. He was a primeval dragon, who had once held the authority of the Azure Dragon, and served as a heavenly saint. Though he was only a second tribulation saint in this new life, his power was absolute. In this withered land, he was a predator among prey. The ancient god race lived in a hidden canyon littered with the bones of prehistoric beasts. The air there was thick with a savage, primitive aura. At the deepest point of the canyon stood a spear 100,000 feet tall, radiating a terrifying energy. Dozens of towering figures gathered beneath the spear. Each was nearly 30 feet tall, their skin etched with rugged Tao runes that pulsed with raw strength. The leader of these ancient gods scanned the crowd with eyes like a bear's. Our descendants in the outside world have sent word through the ancestral artifacts. The world barriers are loosening. Soon, they will return to reclaim the old land and lead us out. But they have a request. We must suppress the other races and, if possible, destroy their origin items. We must ensure that only our bloodline remains perfected. The gathered gods began to murmur. Those half-bloods dare to give us orders? A younger god barked. Have they forgotten who their ancestors are? An elder shook his head. Their blood may be thin, but their strength and numbers far exceed our own. If we want to leave this wasteland, we need them. We should do as they ask. A heated debate broke out, with many younger gods bristling at the demands of their distant kin. Enough, the leader shouted, silencing the crowd. Regardless of their manners, we are of the same blood. We will prepare for war. We will destroy the origin items of the other clans before the gates open. The younger god sighed. Father, it won't be easy. The small clans are nothing, but the dragons, the foxes, the demons, and the crows, they are as strong as we are. If we strike now, we risk being destroyed ourselves. The leader opened his mouth to respond, but he was cut off. A golden light, like a falling star, slammed into the center of the canyon. As the dust cleared, a massive azure dragon phantom loomed over the valley. Taikang stood in the sky, looking down at the ancient gods with cold, indifferent eyes. Surrender, he said, or die. Chapter 664. The human race wants it all. The ancient gods stood frozen, staring blankly at Taikang. Their minds went empty for a moment. This was the territory of the ancient god race. Who would dare to invade? Especially a mere second tribulation saint. You are asking for death. The ancient gods erupted in fury. They activated their physical divine powers, and their 9 tall bodies swelled instantly. Like a divine manifestation, each one grew as towering as a mountain, looking capable of plucking stars from the sky. Their sheer power tore through the void for 10,000 feet. Dozens of towering giants filled the canyon, blotting out the sun itself. Taikang let out a disdainful laugh. Golden divine light burst from him like a rising sun, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Supreme divine power, infused with threads of the heavenly Tao, surged through him. He threw a single punch. A thunderous boom echoed as an ancient god was sent flying instantly. His body, tempered by the power of the heavenly Tao, was terrifying. Even the ancient gods, who prided themselves on physical supremacy, could not match him. Furthermore, he was a second tribulation saint. While this intimidating crowd consisted mostly of god venerables and quasi-saints, only 3 among them had actually achieved physical sainthood. The heavenly Tao had perished, and the old land had fallen. The spiritual energy of the entire region had withered away to almost nothing. The rules of heaven and earth were in flux, and the great Tao was a chaotic mess. It was no place for living beings to dwell, let alone practice cultivation. Only the 2 landmasses of the Yin 3 continent retained enough spiritual energy to sustain life. Consequently, most of the races remaining in the old land were concentrated there. Yet, even in the Yin 3 continent, the energy was scarce. In Jiang Xuan's terms, it was far inferior even to the current Xuantian realm. This forced even those ancient gods who were meant to achieve sainthood upon reaching adulthood to remain stuck at the final step. The path of physical sainthood required a staggering amount of energy and resources, things this withered land simply could not provide. They were not like Jiang Xuan. They could not swallow tribulation clouds or fleece the saint tribulations for power, nor did they dare to cross the dimensional storms between continents. One wrong move meant certain death. Therefore, despite their legendary lineage, the ancient god race lacked true power. Tai Kang alone was enough to sweep them aside. The one-sided battle ended half an hour later. The canyon where the ancient gods had hidden was now split apart, transformed into a massive crater. At least you have some survival instinct, Tai Kang remarked with a smile. He turned into a golden streak of light and took to the sky, heading straight for the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Behind him, he left a group of battered ancient gods wearing complex, bitter expressions. Where did this powerhouse come from? He clearly only had the cultivation of a second tribulation saint, yet his combat strength was terrifying. Father, what do we do now? The young ancient god asked, clutching his broken arm. Do we have a choice? The leader asked, shaking his head bitterly. We have sworn a soul oath. There is no defying it. Put away your schemes. He looked toward the survivors. Heal your wounds as quickly as possible. In one day, lead the entire clan to the Swiren tribe. Follow that man's orders. Camp outside their borders and protect them. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Our clan is willing to submit, the clan chief said. She was an old woman in silver robes who bowed deeply to Tai Kang. We ask only for one promise, Excellence. Speak, Tai Kang replied coldly. We ask that you preserve our origin object. Do not interfere with it, or take it by force, the old woman said bitterly. They had held their ground here for eons just to protect that object. If it were destroyed, they might as well take their own lives. Rest easy, Tai Kang said with a faint smile. As long as your clan remains loyal in protecting the Swiren tribe, and causes no trouble, your people will thrive. I will not lay a finger on your origin object. The old woman bowed in gratitude. In just 3 days, Tai Kang had cleared the giant landmass where the Swiren tribe resided. Dozens of racial factions had submitted, swearing soul oaths to protect the Swiren tribe to the death. A few stubborn factions refused to bow. Tai Kang had simply swallowed them whole, using them as nourishment to restore his own cultivation. 1 day later, Tai Kang took the saints of the ancient god and Nine-Tailed Fox races to the other half of the continent, heading straight for the Eclipsing Demon clan. When they arrived at the Demon Abyss, the home of the Eclipsing Demons, the area was desolate. No living breath remained. Only deep demonic energy drifted like mist. They fled. Tai Kang squinted, somewhat surprised. Had the commotion of suppressing the other 2 races spooked them? He didn't dwell on it and changed course toward the Golden Crow clan. The Golden Crows lived in a flaming basin. It was said to house a nearly dead branch of the fusang tree, their origin object. But now, the basin was empty. Only rootless fires burned quietly in the silence. They ran too. Tai Kang was amazed. These races certainly knew how to read the wind. Excellence, what is our next move? The old woman from the Fox clan asked. I will go to the dragon race, Tai Kang decided. The rest of you will split up. Subdue every faction on this continent. If any refuse to yield, kill them and destroy their lands. As you command. The saints replied. Tai Kang then vanished into a golden light, flying toward the dragon territory. On the arm-shaped Yinwan continent, deep within a mountain shrouded in eerie mist, hundreds of eclipsing demons were in hiding. They had noticed the trouble with the ancient gods and Nine-Tailed Foxes immediately. Realizing a mysterious powerhouse was on the warpath, they had fled without hesitation. They took their origin object and forced their way through the dimensional storms to reach Yinwan. Even though Yinwan lacked spiritual energy and had even more chaotic laws than their home, they didn't plan to stay long. Once the land of divine revelation opened, and the world barriers collapsed, their descendants would return. They would reclaim the myriad realms and break back into the old land to rescue their ancestors from this cage. All they had to do was survive and protect their origin object until that day came. The Eclipsing Demon Clan chief, Chi Huang, took out a demonic tool shaped like a beast's tooth. Ancient demonic light flared, projecting a screen across time and space. A burly figure appeared on the screen. Though no aura leaked through, simply looking at the figure felt like facing a supreme being. Deep fear and reverence welled up in Chi Huang's heart. This was the current emperor of the Eclipsing Demon Clan. Chi Huang, what is the situation? The demon emperor asked. Chi Huang lowered his eyes. He resented the emperor for addressing him by his name, but he dared not show it. He was the chief of the ancestral line, but the emperor was a ruler whose power far surpassed his own. In their world, strength determined status. It is not good, Chi Huang said. A mysterious powerhouse appeared a few days ago, forcibly subduing the tribes. The ancient gods and Nine-Tailed Foxes have already fallen. If we hadn't moved quickly, we would have suffered the same fate. Oh, the demon emperor was surprised, though he felt a hint of satisfaction. To him, the other 2 clans were rivals. Hearing their ancestral lines had been subdued was good news. Do not panic, the emperor consoled him. When the gates open and the barriers fall, our armies will descend upon the realms. Other races are making similar moves. Reclaiming the myriad realms will happen in an instant. We have an agreement. Once we control the realms, we will launch a combined assault to break the old land's barrier and bring you home. Chi Huang's frown did not fade. In the last eon, you didn't leave the realms. You attacked with the full strength of your races and still failed. Now that you have left, even if you return, your strength will be less than before. Can you truly do what was not done then? Can you break the barrier? The demon emperor gave a cold smile. Rest easy. Last time, the human race interfered and blocked us. Back then, the humans were at their peak, and their strength was terrifying. Our united forces could not break their lines. But this time, he gave a disdainful laugh. This time will be easy. The current human race is weak and fragile. They cannot possibly stop us. Chi Huang nodded slowly. He had to believe him. His people's escape depended entirely on this. One thing puzzles me. Why does the human race block us? Qi Huang asked. They have an ancestral line here as well. Don't they want their people to leave? I have searched our records, but I found no explanation. The demon emperor's eyes flashed with a chilling light. The humans, they want to keep it all for themselves. Qi Huang was stunned. What do you mean? We all just want to rescue our ancestors and their origin objects. The humans once stole a piece of the old land, the demon emperor said coldly. They turned it into an origin world solely for their own kind. Chapter 665. The plot of the human sovereign. Is the Xuantian realm a part of the land of divine revelation? Jiang Xuan's eyes widened, filled with astonishment. The dragon clan leader, Ao Jing, nodded. He held out a shimmering object with both hands toward Jiang Xuan, its depths concealing a profound mystery. This is a token entrusted to me by Jiang Xuan. He requested that I deliver this to any member of the human race who entered the land of divine revelation after it opened. I sensed the same bloodline aura within you as that of Jiang Xuan. Since you are a descendant of the backing King Jiang family, handing this to you fulfills my ancient promise. A token from Jiang Xuan? Jiang Xuan was stunned. His cheap father really liked to set the stage, didn't he? It was one thing to leave a token in the land of divine revelation, but to leave it with the dragon clan instead of the Swiren tribe. The man truly had a flair for the dramatic. Jiang Xuan complained silently as he took the token and injected his divine sense. A brilliant radiance erupted, enveloping him and isolating him from Ao Jing and Tai Kang. He found himself standing within an independent, illusory space. The token dissolved, transforming into a flickering projection of Jiang Xuan, looking elegant and refined. Successor, I am Jiang Xuan of the Jiang family. The projection spoke as it looked toward Jiang Xuan. It was clearly a pre-recorded message. The gaze was a fixed action, indifferent to who had actually triggered the device. The fact that you can open this token proves you are of the human race, that you hail from the myriad realms, and that you possess knowledge of our history. Now, I will reveal a great secret to you. I need you to perform a task to complete a grand undertaking that the human sovereign once left unfinished. A solemn and proud expression settled on Jiang Xuan's handsome face. Once this plan is realized, our race will return to the peak of the immortal court era. We will go even further, dominating the myriad realms and ruling over all living creatures. And you, successor, will be recorded as a figure of eternal merit, second only to the human sovereign himself. Jiang Xuan's lip twitched. Where did his father learn to talk like a motivational speaker? The sales pitch was a bit much. During the primordial era, human sovereignty entered the land of divine revelation. He failed to obtain the specific heavenly reward required to take the Swiren torch out of this place. Out of necessity, he took a different path. He deceived the other races, telling them that if they broke the barrier of the old land from the outside, they could claim the origin objects for themselves, and those objects would retain their power to perfect one's fate. The other races fell for the trap. At the end of the primordial era, they united their forces to invade the old land. Meanwhile, human sovereignty led the countless armies of the human immortal court to set up an ironclad defense. A staggering war broke out on the periphery of the old land, and countless supreme experts fell. What the other races did not know was that this battle was exactly what the sovereign planned. He used the massive energy generated by the conflict to strike the barrier of the old land, creating cracks. Through this, he pulled out the fallen Yin 4 and Yin 5 continents. Using supreme divine powers, he anchored them within the starry river of the myriad realms and forged them into a new world for humanity, an origin world similar to the old land. Jiang Xuan spoke calmly, his eyes reflecting deep admiration for the sovereign's genius. That origin world is the Xuantian realm where I reside. With a wave of his hand, a map of the myriad realms appeared, marking the exact coordinates of the Xuantian realm. Jiang Xuan blinked, his mind racing. The Xuantian realm was made of the Yin 4 and Yin 5 continents? The human sovereign was that powerful. No wonder I could not find the old worlds corresponding to the Xuantian realm, Jiang Xuan realized. No wonder the Yin 4 and Yin 5 continents, where the sun and moon devil gods resided, were missing from the maps here. And no wonder the Xuantian realm held the gods' favor keys to the divine palaces. But, Jiang Xuan continued, the sovereign's legendary move was not a complete success. While the Xuantian realm functions as an origin world meaning humans born there have more complete fates and higher natural potential, it is not perfect. It cannot reach the level of an ancestor. The Xuantian realm is only 2 continents, a small fraction of the old land, not a complete source of life. Furthermore, because it is severed from the old land, its origin essence is slowly and irreversibly leaking away. The sovereign regretted this deeply, but had no immediate solution. He could only forge the human monuments to suppress the world and slow the dissipation. You likely know what happened next. The sovereign vanished, the immortal court collapsed, and the human race entered its darkest hour. Jiang Xuan nodded in thought. This explained why the geniuses of the Xuantian realm always seemed a bit strange. Not counting himself and his cheats, the other prodigies of his generation were always stumbling into mysterious backgrounds or world-shaking opportunities. Their power grew in explosive, illogical leaps, as if they were all protagonists of their own stories. In contrast, the geniuses of the Dao Saint realm followed a linear, logical path of progression. They didn't have these sudden, massive spikes in power. Take Wang Su, for example. He started as a background character, someone meant to be slapped down and forgotten. Instead, he died and came back to life mysteriously, possessed Ming Kong, fled to the underworld, traded with a chaos saint, inherited a king's legacy, and stole royal bloodlines. By now, he was probably a saint. It seemed the author of this world was willing to bend any rule for the sake of the plot. Even the feat of his ancestor, Zhang Changshao, slaying a god venerable, while only being a true god, made sense in this context. You now have two ways to restore the human race, Jiang Xuan said. First, you can aim for the top of the primordial gold ranking. If you receive a reward that allows the Swiren torch to evolve into an independent source of life, you can take it away. Every human in the myriad realms would then be able to light the Suanhuang fire. Every person would be like an ancestor. Every person would be like a dragon. This is the best method, but do not pin all your hopes on it. Even the sovereign failed, and the rewards of the gold ranking are entirely random. Success is not guaranteed. The second method is to complete the sovereign's unfinished work. Make the Suantian realm a true, complete origin world. Jiang Xuan looked directly at Jiang Xuan, his voice turning grave. Remember my next words carefully. Because of the dog duist, I inherited the mantle of the world warden. This allowed me to glimpse secrets hidden from the world. The disappearance of the human sovereign was no accident. It is possible that he vanished on purpose. Jiang Xuan's pupils contracted. On purpose? What did that mean? Was the sovereign just playing the world's longest game of hide-and-seek? This is only my speculation, Jiang Xuan whispered. Until it is proven, do not speak of it to others, lest it cause unrest. I believe the sovereign vanished to set a massive board in motion, all leading to the specific opening of the land of divine revelation. He created the illusion of a human crisis to give the other races hope. He wanted them to regain their confidence and attack the old land once more. He intends to repeat his previous scheme using the combined strength of the myriad races to destabilize the barrier. This would allow more continents to be pulled out and merged into the Suantian realm, turning it into a true, independent source of life. Jiang Xuan was puzzled. Using their strength again? Would the other races really be stupid enough to fall for the same trick twice? And even if they were, the price seemed too high. Millions of years of suffering for the human race just for this? Could the sovereign really be that cold? And if he wanted their help, why resist them at all? Why not just let them attack the barrier? This mystery is exactly why I am telling you what must be done, Jiang Xuan said. Stop the myriad races. Use their strength and their blood to pull the continents of the old land into the Suantian realm. I cannot explain every detail now. You only need to know that the old land and the myriad realms are two sides of the same coin. The old land is the old world, and the myriad realms are the corresponding new world. If you are still confused, fly up to the Skull Continent. Once there, you will understand. The two are two sides of one body, but they are not simple mirror images. It is more like a relationship between the virtual and the real. When the old world prospers, the new world withers. When the old world dies, the new world flourishes. The old land is the place of origin. If it can be pulled out completely, and the Suantian realm becomes the true origin world, the relationship will flip. The Suantian realm will become the new origin land, the new old land. The myriad realms we know now will become the old world, and this current old land will become the new world. Jiang Xuan was stunned. A reversal of reality and void? Chapter 666. The might of Great Qin, forging a holy court under a fallen heaven. Has this journey suddenly become a bit abstract? Jiang Xuan pulled at the corner of his mouth, his mind racing with silent complaints. He understood the gist of Jiang Xuan's explanation of the human sovereign's plot. It was essentially an operation to pull the old land out of its current state and transform it into a new origin world. By swapping the positions of the old land and the myriad realms, the old would become new, and the new would become old. Understanding was one thing, but execution was another. To a practical mind, the details felt incredibly vague. Furthermore, he couldn't help but wonder about the logistics. In the Skull Continent, many of the old worlds corresponding to the great human realms had either been wiped out or devoured by the world tree. If the old worlds no longer existed, how could they possibly be swapped or inverted? Jiang Xuan remained skeptical. The reason we must bait the myriad races into attacking the barrier of the old land, Jiang Xuan continued, is because their blood is a mandatory sacrifice for pulling the continents across. I'm starting to get the feeling that the human race isn't in as much trouble as everyone thought, Jiang Xuan muttered to himself. The human sovereign used the other races as pawns and used their blood to move entire continents. From this perspective, it looked more like the humans were the ones bullying the rest of the world. Is this really how the script goes? Jiang Xuan rolled his eyes inwardly. Usually, the main theme was one of tragic endurance, and the human race struggling heroically against overwhelming odds. This revelation made it clear that the author of this world didn't follow the typical tropes of a tragic epic. Finally, Jiang Xuan gazed at Jiang Xuan with an encouraging expression. Successor, I hope you can complete the eternal work the sovereign left behind. Let our race stand at the peak of the heavens once more. The history of humanity will remember your name. With a final hum of energy, Jiang Xuan's image dissolved. The illusory space that had isolated them vanished, leaving Jiang Xuan standing there with a dark expression and a head full of complaints. His father was truly terrible at giving a convincing sales pitch. Jiang Xuan pushed the matter to the back of his mind for the moment and decided it was time for a practical demonstration of leadership. Turning toward the Dragon Clan leader, Ao Jing, he flashed a faint smile. My thanks to you, Clan leader Ao, for keeping your promise and delivering this token. I give you my word. As long as the Dragon Clan remains loyal, you will always have a place here on the Yin 3 continent. We will not drive you out. Furthermore, my people will extend their protection to the dragon clan throughout the myriad realms, ensuring your safety for generations to come. He thought to himself, watch and learn. This is how you actually give a promise. Since Zhang Zhao was his daughter, looking after the dragons in the myriad realms was something he had to do anyway. By framing it as a formal favor to Ao Jing, he was essentially getting something for nothing. I, Ao Jing, thank the high deity for this promise on behalf of my entire race. Ao Jing bowed deeply, a massive weight lifting from his heart. To be honest, he had been terrified the moment Tai Kang arrived at the dragon territory. He knew what had happened to the ancient gods and the nine-tailed foxes. He was fully aware that if the dragons didn't act proactively, they would end up as prisoners. Fortunately, his chance encounter with Haoshan and his wife 3,000 years ago had provided this opportunity to show goodwill. It allowed the dragon clan to remain independent instead of becoming slaves. Of course, the specific details of that chance encounter were a story for another time, and it was a story full of its own hardships. Jiang Xuan chuckled softly and helped Ao Jing up. There is no need for such formality. When the land of divine revelation opens, I may need to call upon the dragon clan for assistance. I hope you will not refuse me then. The high deity need only speak. Ao Jing assured him immediately. My clan will assist you with everything we have. Excellent. Jiang Xuan nodded and, after a few more polite exchanges, had Tai Kang escort him away from the Swiren tribe. A short while later, Tai Kang returned and bowed. The mission is nearly complete. Aside from the eclipsing demons and the golden crows who fled, the two land masses of Yin 3 have been pacified. Well done. Jiang Xuan offered his approval. He had given a 5-month deadline, yet Tai Kang had finished the bulk of the work in less than 15 days. He had to admit that a man who had once forged a holy court was an incredibly efficient subordinate. Having someone like this to handle the legwork made his own life much easier. Jiang Xuan then turned to Swiren Gongyang. How is the progress of the tribesmen? Reporting to the high deity, with the help of your world tree and the spirit arrays, everyone is advancing rapidly. In just 10 days, dozens have broken through. 2 god venerables have even reached the quasi-saint realm. Jiang Xuan nodded. Less than half a month and already showing such results. That was promising. And you? Do you have the confidence to achieve sainthood before the gates open? Swiren Gongyang hesitated. It will be difficult. I have been at the peak of the god venerable realm for many years. While I have gained new insights, and will likely reach the quasi-saint realm within 2 weeks, achieving full sainthood in just a few months is a tall order. He bowed his head in shame. I have disappointed you, high deity. It doesn't matter, Jiang Xuan said with a small laugh. Growth is not an overnight process. Do not be anxious. However, once the gates open, many powerful experts will enter. There will likely be quite a few who achieve sainthood on the spot. While they will be looking for opportunities, they might cause trouble for the tribe. The Swiren torch is here, and you must lead them to light the fire. Without enough strength to control the situation, it will be hard to prevent chaos. Besides, I will be busy competing for the gold ranking, and may not be able to help you here. I appreciate your concern, but please rest easy, Swiren Gongyang said with a confident smile. Even without a saint, our tribe has ways to restrain them. If anyone dares to cause trouble, I have the confidence to strike them down. Good. Jiang Xuan nodded. After a moment of thought, he added, if things get desperate, you can command the ancient gods and the nine-tailed foxes. They have sworn soul oaths and can be trusted to follow your lead. Swiren Gongyang nodded in understanding. That will be all for now. We wait for the gates to open. I will go into seclusion to prepare myself, Jiang Xuan said. I wish you a fruitful meditation, Swiren Gongyang replied, bowing as he backed away. Jiang Xuan then looked at Tai Kang. He took 2 wisps of divine life chi from the life spirit and handed them over. Take these. I hope they help you recover some of your strength. Once the gates open, everything is unknown. With your current power, you might not have enough of an edge. Tai Kang was stunned. Even with the power of a lesser saint, he wouldn't be enough. That seemed unlikely. Still, he didn't question the gift. Thank you, Excellence. Those 2 wisps of energy would allow him to fix the flaws from his reincarnation and fully integrate his past life's foundations. His combat power would increase by at least 30%. Tai Kang left to find a stone hall for his own seclusion. Jiang Xuan reviewed his arrangements one last time to ensure there were no gaps before beginning his own meditation. He activated the primordial technique, and his black hole Dao foundation pulsed with a pure, ancient aura. Now all that was left was to wait. Meanwhile, on the Yin2 continent, Gu sat cross-legged on a massive square platform. He sliced his finger and used his blood as ink to write eerie, profound Dao runes in the air. These runes sank into the environment, linking the rules of heaven and earth with the passage of time. He murmured a low chant. Sons of great Qin, buried in memory, can you hear my call? Time fades in reversal, and history returns in the cycle of reincarnation. Soldiers of Qin, it is time to wake up. The vast earth suddenly shuddered and cracked. Massive fissures opened like the eyes of prehistoric beasts waking from an ancient slumber. Beams of pale, ancient divine light shot out from the depths of the abysses, creating a magnificent spectacle. Gu suddenly stood up, his eyes flashing with brilliant light. Lord Wuan, raise the banner of great Qin. A black-robed swordsman took to the sky, stepping across pale sword energy. He held a black banner high. On the front was the seal for Qin, and on the back was a defiant black dragon, its neck arched in a roar. Where are the soldiers of great Qin? Lord Wuan roared. I am here. A thunderous shout erupted from the abyss, as fierce and dark as ink. Then another voice followed, and another. I am here. I am here. The responses converged into a dark wave of fury that surged upward, swallowing the sky. Not far away, standing atop a magnificent palace, Jiang Xuan watched the scene. He wore a black dragon robe and a formal crown, his presence radiating imperial authority. His fists clenched hidden within his sleeves. His chest burned with a soaring ambition and a savage, cold intent. I have the vast might of great Qin. Why should I fear slaughtering the heavens to forge a holy court? Jiang Xuan looked up at the darkened sky. On the day the land of divine revelation opens, he would change his fate forever. At the very top of the skull continent, the dog duelist sat in silence. His deep gaze pierced through the void, watching the events on the Yin-Tu continent. He reached up to stroke his mustache, a look of anticipation on his face. The return of great Qin, the forging of a holy court, and a defiance of fate. Jiang Xuan, this is your last chance. We shall see if destiny can truly be overturned. The dog duelist turned his gaze toward the Yin-3 continent, looking toward Jiang Xuan. His expression was complicated. This boy, he is the true wild card. Chapter 667. The Land of Divine Revelation approaches. The day the Land of Divine Revelation would open was drawing near at high speed. In the relative time of the myriad realms, only a few hours remained. Across the universe, countless geniuses, prodigies, and quasi-saints waited with bated breath. They counted down the seconds in silence, preparing to stake their claims within the ancient grounds. They sought the path to sainthood, immortal opportunities, sacred transformations, and the chance to become emperors. These were their desires, and they believed these prizes belonged to them alone. Among them was Fairy Yuixia, who had descended from the celestial race. Having failed to comprehend the origin of the world, she intended to use the providence of the land of divine revelation to merge 5 paths and master the Tao of the 5 elements. With a high-grade great Tao, she would forge the foundation of a saint. I have a premonition, Yuixia whispered to herself. In the land of divine revelation, the 5 elements will be mine. This was her moment to surpass the other 8 imperial sons of the celestial race. Jiang Xuan, the young king. Yuixia gave a cold, dismissive laugh. Just moments ago, she had received a transmission from her clan. The Mountain Sea Celestial Sovereign had used a supreme divine ability to search the myriad realms and had detected the aura of the Earth Sovereign. The legendary figure, missing for 10 million years, was not dead. The Earth Sovereign was now ancient. Upon sensing his breath, the Mountain Sea Sovereign had used the Mountain Sea realm to lock onto his location. By tracing the threads of karma, he had identified a figure closely linked to the Earth Sovereign. Jiang Xuan, the young king of the humans, was the one the Earth Sovereign had poured his heart into, likely grooming him as the next human sovereign. Consequently, the Mountain Sea Sovereign had issued a celestial decree. Her command was absolute: eliminate Jiang Xuan at all costs. Elsewhere, Zhang Relev the Kanglan realm sat with palms pressed together, bathed in Buddhist light. Behind him, a phantom of the Buddha stood tall enough to touch the heavens. Amitabha, in the land of divine revelation, I shall attain the status of a Tathagata. Zhang Relev lowered his eyes, which glinted with cold intent. Jiang Xuan, the next time we meet, I will be the Buddha of the present. I hope you do not disappoint me. I have no room for useless fools at my feet. Back in the Tao Saint realm, Jiang Xuan's rise and the establishment of the Mystic Gate had forced Zhang Relev to retreat after weighing the risks. This remained a thorn in his side that he needed to remove. The best way to do so was to suppress Jiang Xuan and take him as a spiritual disciple under his command. Not far from Zhang Relev, Dijusha, the demon lord of the Great Slaughter Kingdom, watched the monk with cold, predatory eyes. He felt a lingering caution toward the Buddhist, but it was overshadowed by a murderous aura. Once inside the land of divine revelation, he would find the ancestral lineage of the White Tiger race and return his bloodline to its primal state. When that happened, he would relish the chance to tear this nauseating monk apart. Husband, I feel a calling from our ancestral artifact. His queen, the 3-tailed azure fox Qing Yuan, whispered through a private transmission. It comes from the 9-tailed fox race outside these realms. They want me to prepare for their arrival. It seems they are returning. Dijusha's expression tightened. The 9-tailed fox race was returning? In truth, he had already received a similar call from the main White Tiger branch. The message was the same: prepare the way for their return. He had ignored it. The main branch had abandoned them long ago. Now they wanted to return and expected a welcome? Did they expect him to greet a new master? That was not how he operated. Ignore it for now, Dijusha commanded coldly. We will deal with them after we return from the land of divine revelation. Qing Yuan nodded in silent agreement. Meanwhile, Prince Deminghuang of the hidden dragon lineage stood within the golden palace, which had descended into the Mingyuan realm. Dressed in his royal robes, he was enveloped by the massive providence of the human race. Behind him, the phantom of a human continent loomed with majestic power. This was the mark of a young king. His divine eyes snapped open, sending pillars of fire into the starry river. He laughed loudly. On the eve of the opening, I have successfully achieved the status of a young king. On this journey, I shall follow in the footsteps of my ancestor, the human sovereign. I will sweep through the land of divine revelation, take the top spot on the primordial gold ranking, and create a new golden age for humanity. Congratulations, Your Highness. Across the Mingyuan realm, former officials of the human immortal court emerged to shout their congratulations, their voices shaking the sky. In the vast void of the Dungeon Starry region, Tuba Shinkai, the godson of the War King lineage, sat in meditation. Sensing the shift in the universe, he knew the opening was imminent. May I find what I need to support the falling pillars of our race, he murmured. A shadow of confusion crossed his brow. The land of divine revelation hasn't opened yet. So why is the great human realm already beginning to recover? As a young king, he could sense changes through the racial providence, and it struck him as strange. Regardless, it was a good sign. He turned his gaze toward the Chaiwan starry region with worry. His father had taken the entire working lineage there to intercept the eclipsing demon clan. The true strength of the demons remained an unknown. He feared his father and his kin might never return. The working lineage fights for humanity. We do not fear death, nor do we regret it. He recited the ancestral motto, his eyes growing firm and sharp. His divine might surged like a burning flame. In the Dayan starry region, the fire realm served as the temporary home for the royal Ji family. Ji Angxi, Ji Pingle. The clan head, Ji Changxing, barked. You are sons and daughters of the Ji family, descendants of royalty. The weight of the entire human race is on your shoulders. On this journey, give everything. Ignore the cost. Ignore death. Yes. The siblings shouted in unison. The Shura race will also send experts, Ji Changxing added. You must eliminate them. Do not let a single one return alive. Do not worry, father, Ji Pingle said. She stood tall in her silver armor, looking like a goddess of war. The moment I enter the land of divine revelation, I will achieve sainthood. I will cut down every member of the Shura race myself. Ji Changxing nodded, though his heart ached. These were his children, and he was sending them into a place where 10,000 races would be hunting one another. The land of divine revelation was a death trap. This might be their final goodbye. But they were born to the Ji family, and fighting for humanity was their duty. In the face of their race's survival, all personal feelings came second. He was immensely proud of them. On a hidden star at the edge of the universe, the Tiangu race was gathering. A young man in coarse clothing smiled at a Tiangu powerhouse. Please look after my disciple as best you can, he said. Rest assured, senior, the Tiangu expert promised solemnly. Unless I fall, no harm shall come to him. Master. Zhang Feng looked at the man in coarse clothing, his expression hesitant. Out with it, the man said, rolling his eyes. You said my destiny is in the land of divine revelation, but you didn't say what it actually is, Zhang Feng grumbled. I am not your mother. I am not going to chew your food for you, the man replied with a smirk. Enter the grounds and everything will become clear. In the Suantian realm, within the forbidden life zone of the ancient human race, Suan Yuantuo grinned widely. Finally, I get to see Brother Zhang again. Lu Fengqi, Gu Shentong, Kong Chunni, and Kun Wu all turned to look at him with strange expressions. Why was this man so happy? The land of divine revelation was a place of unknown risks where their lives were on the line. As true gods, they lacked the competitive edge held by others. Whether they would even return alive was a gamble. Why are you looking at me like that? Suan Yuantuo asked. Don't you want to see him? The other four remained silent. He certainly had a way of picking the most unusual details to focus on. In the desolate world of the Desolate Heaven sect, the Desolate Heaven spoke with a voice that carried the weight of deep exhaustion. His terrifying eyes fixed on the 12 divine generals. You must protect Luo Xinglan with your lives, he commanded. Over the past 3 days, he had spent the last of his energy to awaken all 12 generals. He needed to ensure her journey was a success. She had to reclaim everything he had lost. As you command, the generals shouted. Luo Xinglan felt a growing sense of unease. She sensed that he wasn't sending her there for his own goals, but rather to get her away from the impending disaster facing the sect. Sensing her thoughts, the Desolate Heaven spoke to soothe her. Do not overthink this. You have mastered our secret arts. Once you enter the land of divine revelation, you can break through rapidly. Achieving sainthood is entirely possible. When you return as a saint, the crisis of our sect will be resolved. Furthermore, if the opportunity arises, I hope you can take back what was once mine. Luo Xinglan lowered her eyes. Whatever his true motives, she could not change the situation now. She could only hope the land of divine revelation would provide the strength needed to save the sect. I will not fail you, she said firmly. In the immortal Zhao family, Zhao Fuiyao suddenly felt a shift in the cosmos. Her eyes sparkled with starlight. She turned her hand, and her original body from her past life, the ancestral star of the Zhao family, appeared floating in her palm. It glowed with a brilliant light, flickering with the profound truths of the universe. As she gazed into the star, her eyes deepened. The Sun Devil God? After 10 million years, I can sense you again. Zhao Fuiyao smiled faintly. Do you still intend to devour me to reach perfection? Chapter 668. The plot of the underworld. As the myriad geniuses and quasi-saints prepared to enter the land of divine revelation, the various races of the cosmos waited with bated breath. Once the gates opened, the world ring was bound to fracture further. That collapse would be their long-awaited signal to descend upon the heavens and seize the providence of the myriad realms. Powerful clans like the Eclipsing Demons and the Nine-Tailed Foxes harbored even deeper ambitions. They intended to complete a plan left unfinished since the primordial era, to invade the old land, shatter its barriers, and liberate their ancestral kin. By reclaiming their origin objects, they hoped to perfect the life fates of their entire people, turning every member of their race into an ancestor. If successful, they would reign as the undisputed masters of all existence. However, 3 specific factions had spent nearly 10 million years refining plans that stood apart from the rest. First was the near-extinct demon race. Lingering in the small world of the demon altar, they were currently advancing toward the Suantian realm. Their target was the Desolate Heaven sect. They aimed to capture the Desolate Heaven himself, hoping to leverage his capture for partial control over the land of divine revelation. With that power, they intended to restore the demon race to its ancient peak. Second was the underworld race, who had coveted the Suantian realm since the great calamity of the Middle Ages. They had meticulously laid their groundwork, secretly supporting the great underworld immortal dynasty, and constructing spatial tunnels leading to the Suantian realm. Having allied with the Shura, barbarian, bone, and blood nightmare races, they had massed an army at the borders of the Dao Saint realm. These four allies were ready to strike the moment the world ring weakened. What the four races did not realize was that they were mere pawns. While their forces drew attention toward the Dao Saint realm, the underworld race had already gathered its elites. They planned to use their secret tunnels to forcibly invade the Suantian realm. The opening of the land of divine revelation would be the signal for a million-strong army and saint-level experts to bypass the front lines and seize the Suantian realm for themselves. Outside the Suantian realm, on a desolate, abandoned planet, the Saint Ming Kangqing waited in silence. He was the guardian of the underworld's interests in the lower realms. To deceive their allies, 60% of their local forces had been sent to the Dao Saint border. The remaining 40% were gathered here, making their final preparations. Ming Kangqing gazed toward the Suantian realm, his deep eyes burning with excitement. Soon, his race would swallow that world whole. The other races think we only care about hunting humans, Ming Kangqing muttered, recalling the Shura Emperor's recent inquiries with a mocking smile. They have no idea what we are truly after. Suddenly, a ripple of eerie, profound light erupted from within his body, projecting a screen of spacetime before him. A massive, imposing figure appeared within the light. Ming Kangqing bowed immediately. My greetings, Your Majesty. The figure on the screen was none other than the ruler of the Underworld Emperor. How is the situation? The Emperor asked in a heavy tone. Reporting to Your Majesty, everything is proceeding according to plan. The Shura and the others suspect nothing. You have done well, the Emperor replied with a faint, satisfied smile. All the races know the human sovereign stole a piece of the old land to create an origin world, but none can find it. Over the eons, they have forgotten. They are naive to think they can simply break the barrier of the old land and reclaim the origin objects. The other races are blinded. They cannot match your wisdom, Your Majesty, Ming Kangqing flattered. The Emperor let out a short laugh. Compared to the impossible task of breaking the old land's barrier, seizing the origin world stolen by the human sovereign is far easier. Besides, the humans today have no strength to resist. Once the world ring fractures, I will send the third imperial son with 1,000,000 warriors to the Suantian realm. Prepare to receive them. The third imperial son? Ming Kangqing was startled. When did the underworld gain a third imperial son? He had heard nothing of this. May I ask who this son is? The underworld emperor smiled and gestured to someone off-screen. Introduce yourself. Understood. A youthful voice replied. A familiar face appeared on the screen. Ming Kangqing's pupils shrank as he cried out in shock. Ming Kong, how can you be the third imperial son? The youth habitually rubbed his bald head and flashed a bright, wide grin. I was favored by King Qian. Before his passing, he granted me his royal bloodline and taught me the art of bloodlife. He even passed the legacy of the Song Emperor to me. The royal bloodline of King Qian. Ming Kangqing felt a chill. It made sense now. With that bloodline and the legacy of a king, Ming Kong had every right to the title of imperial son. Still, the sudden transformation was hard to process. Ming Kong was born in the Suantian realm and knows it well. With him leading the hunt, our conquest will be swift, the emperor told Ming Kangqing. Cooperate with him fully. Complete the mission as fast as possible. I obey, Ming Kangqing replied respectfully. As the screen began to fade, Ming Kong grinned at the saint. See you soon. The third faction was the celestial race. Under the direction of the Mountain Sea Sovereign, Lord Minghong had organized the entire Celestial Gate for war. Once the world ring weakened enough for their elites to descend, the Celestial Gate would launch a campaign against the Dao Gate and the Mystic Gate, intending to wipe the humans of the Dao Saint realm from existence. Unlike the complex plots of the other races, the Celestial race's goal was simple: suppress the humans and settle old blood feuds. They cared little for the land of divine revelation or the origin objects, as their records of such things were sparse. To them, as long as the human race remained broken, the Celestials would remain secure. 5 hours passed. The land of divine revelation opened. In the origin space of the Dao Saint realm, 13 experts including Fairy Yuixia, Jiang Changshao, and Turtle God Shao stood up and looked toward the clouds at the top of the celestial ladder. The projection of the Dao Saint Heavenly Dao walked down toward them. The Heavenly Dao surveyed the group and smiled faintly. I wish you all a successful journey. With a wave of its hand, a massive, ancient gateway descended. The experts narrowed their eyes as they felt the ancient aura radiating from the portal. Their hearts raced with anticipation. A streak of celestial light flashed. Fairy Yuixia moved first, plunging into the gateway before anyone else. She knew that a single step's advantage could be the difference in claiming the ultimate prize. The 3 elders of the Dao Gate and the Nangong ancestor followed immediately. Zhang Changshao, Zhang Qingtian, Bei Qing, Zhang Kefeng, and Ximen Shinji stayed behind for a moment, looking around with confused expressions. Where is the boy, Jiang Xuan? Zhang Changshao asked. Zhang Qingtian and the others shook their heads, equally perplexed. They had all been meditating on the world's origin in preparation. Now that the gate was open, the guest of honor was missing. Jiang Xuan has already entered the land of divine revelation, the heavenly Dao informed them. What? Zhang Changxiao and the others stared at the heavenly Tao with wide eyes, wondering if they had misheard. He's already in? Damn it. Zhang Changxiao cursed under his breath. That little brat is too slippery. The others nodded in silent agreement. Without another word, they hurried through the gateway. That kid better leave some good stuff for me, or I am going to have a word with him, Zhang Changxiao grumbled as he vanished. A blinding white light washed over everyone as they passed through the portal, causing temporary blindness. When their vision returned, the sight before them left them speechless. A sea of blood swayed under a sky filled with murderous intent. It looked like an ancient, eternal battlefield. The strangest part was that despite the rivers of blood, there were very few corpses. Only a scattered few human bodies stood upright, radiating a defiant battle intent that made it difficult to look at them directly. The newcomers were shaken. This was nothing like the land of opportunity they had imagined. Even Fairy Yui Xiao looked stunned and uncertain. Did we get scammed? Zhang Changxiao muttered, looking around the desolate waste. More figures began to appear. Prince Deminghuang arrived with 4 officials of the Immortal Court, coldly scanning the horizon. Zhang Relay appeared with 2 bodhisattvas. Dijusha and the Fox Queen Qingyuan arrived together. Tuba Xinkai held a massive axe, looking ready for war. Ji Engshi, Ji Pingle, the group of 5 from the Suentian realm, and Zhao Friao all materialized in different spots. Soon, representatives from the Shura, Underworld Bone, Barbarian, and Blood Nightmare races appeared. Nearly 1,000 individuals now stood upon the ancient battlefield, and almost 70% of them were quasi-saints. Many were powerful enough to achieve full sainthood at any moment. In a quiet, secluded corner, the Tiangu expert Zhu Shen and the young Zhang Feng huddled together, watching the gathering of powerhouses with trembling hearts. Zhang Feng felt like crying. How am I supposed to compete with this many monsters? Chapter 669. Wang Yangfeng, commander of the 3rd Legion. The giant spirit holy array swept through the area, pulling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into a reverse storm. Crack, crack, crack. Under the startled gazes of the gathered prodigies and powerhouses, the corpses of the human warriors began to stir. A faint glimmer of life flickered within them as the scent of decay was replaced by a surge of vital energy. Ancient great daos manifested, forming profound mysteries that orbited the bodies. It was as if the universe itself was helping these ancient shells reclaim the staggering power they once commanded. This is. The onlookers watched with twitching eyelids. A deep, gnawing unease took root in their hearts. Could these rotting remains actually return to life? It seemed impossible. Suddenly, a hum resonated through the air. One of the corpses snapped its eyes open. A blood-red, murderous aura shot toward the zenith, transforming into a raging sea of gore that swept across the endless, scarred battlefield. Boom! A soul-crushing pressure, sharp and cold as a blade, weighed down on everyone present. Their hearts trembled, and a chill spread through their limbs as if they had been plunged into an ice cellar. It felt like standing face to face with death itself. Fairy Yui Xia, who had rushed to the front, bore the brunt of the pressure. Her face turned ashen, and her pupils constricted in terror. She was filled with a desperate confusion. Was this truly the land of divine revelation? How could such terrifying entities be waking up here? The expressions of Zhang Rile, Dijusha, Deminghuang, and Tuba Xinkai turned grim. They stared at the reviving warrior with a sense of impending doom. Even if these were just reanimated corpses with only a fraction of their original strength, their former cultivation must have been at the level of a saint lord at the very least. How could those who had not yet achieved immortality hope to compete? The quasi-saints of the Shura and other alien races cursed inwardly. This was supposed to be a land of providence. Why were there human powerhouses of this caliber left behind? It defied all logic. Damn it, Zhang Changxiao hissed. Who was the idiot who said this place was full of opportunities? I am going to have words with them. He had seen 0 opportunities so far, but he had certainly found a massive problem. Against an ancient titan like this, he didn't stand a ghost of a chance. Zhang Qingtian and Beiqing glanced at him, their hearts filled with the same silent resentment. They had thought their entry into this land was a sign of great fortune. Now, they were beginning to seriously question the nature of that fortune. The corpse's violent gaze swept across the crowd. The pressure was so intense it left them paralyzed, unsure of whether they could even retreat. Suddenly, the corpse's eyes locked onto Deminghuang. The figure froze, a look of visible shock and bewilderment crossing its features. Using its decayed vocal cords, it struggled to force out a few raspy words. Prince. Hidden dragon? The crowd went still. Every eye turned toward Deminghuang. The descendants of the royal families Tuba Xinkai, Ji Engshi, Ji Pingle, and Gu Shentong looked on with suspicion. They knew enough about the ancient human immortal court to recognize that title. Deminghuang was the favored great-grandson of the human sovereign, a man who had been granted a unique status and groomed as a potential successor. But that man belonged to the end of the primordial era. How could he be here now? The situation was becoming surreal. Deminghuang was equally surprised. This ancient warrior recognized him? Who are you? Deminghuang asked. Once the corpse confirmed his identity, a wave of visible emotion broke through its cold exterior. It bowed deeply, its hands clasped in respect. Wang Yangfeng, commander of the 3rd Legion of the Human Immortal Court, greets the prince. The other 3 human corpses finished their revival at that moment. They followed their commander's lead, bowing low before Deminghuang. Greetings, your highness. The crowd gasped. They stared at Wang Yangfeng in disbelief. The commander of the 3rd Legion? Was this the true power of the land of divine revelation? To have a figure of such legendary status appear so suddenly. During the height of the human immortal court, there were 9 legions that stood outside the 8 royal armies. These 9 were direct subordinates of the human sovereign, his personal backbone. Their commanders were beings of absolute power, in some ways rivaling the human kings themselves. Commander Wang Yangfeng? Diming Huang paused, searching his memory. He eventually nodded with a smile. I remember you. When my ancestor taught me the art of war, he used you as an example. He said you led your troops like a god, and never knew the taste of defeat. Wang Yangfeng appeared overwhelmed by the praise. I am humbled that the sovereign remembered me. I merely did my duty. Diming Huang smiled. We can save the pleasantries for later. The land of divine revelation is open. I intend to follow in my ancestors' footsteps, sweep through these grounds, take the top spot on the primordial gold ranking, and rebuild the immortal court. I expect your support. Rest assured, Your Highness. I will assist you even if it costs me this life. Wang Yangfeng had 1,000 questions about how much time had passed, but he could see the tension in the air. This was not the time for talk. He pointed far into the distance toward a white singularity. Your Highness should know that this is merely the outskirts. Entering that point is the only way to reach the true land of divine revelation. Though I have regained my consciousness, the life force within me is like water without a source. It will not last. I cannot follow you to guard your path. The only thing I can do. Wang Yangfeng turned his gaze toward the Shura and the other alien races. His eyes burned with a cold, murderous intent. I will block these alien rats for you. The other 3 ancient warriors took to the air, unleashing their divine abilities to forge a massive barrier that cut through the sky. Just as their commander had said, they were there to stop the outsiders. Today, only humans would be permitted to pass. Diming Huang nodded in satisfaction. Much appreciated. He led his 4 officials past the warriors and flew toward the center of the grounds. Tuba Shenkai, Ji Engshi, and Ji Pingle, the 3 royal descendants, approached Wang Yangfeng and bowed. Greetings, senior. We ask for passage. Wang Yangfeng recognized their lineage immediately. You are descendants of the royal families. He nodded and allowed them through. Thank you, senior. They flew past the barrier and disappeared toward the horizon. Jiang Changshao and his group looked at each other and began to move toward the barrier as well. However, 2 people in the group from the Dao Saint realm were in a difficult position. One was the mystic water duist, Turtle God Xiao. He was a pure-blooded black tortoise, not a human. The other was Fairy Yuixia. If non-humans were barred, she was in trouble. Turtle God Xiao looked miserable, hesitating at every step. Yuixia kept her face neutral, terrified of being discovered. She hoped Wang Yangfeng wouldn't recognize the difference between a celestial and a human in his current state. What are you waiting for? Jiang Changshao barked, slapping the back of the tortoise's head. Move. Turtle God Xiao rubbed his head. I'm not human. It's fine, Jiang Changshao said dismissively. That boy Jiang Xuan is the young king. With him backing you, who wouldn't give you a little face? Turtle God Xiao was stunned. Did Jiang Xuan really have that much influence? Even ancient powerhouses would listen to him? Jiang Changshao walked up to Wang Yangfeng and pointed at the tortoise. This is Jiang Xuan's pet. You might not know who Jiang Xuan is, but he's the young king and a future human king. He already went inside. I'm sure you saw him. Wang Yangfeng paused. Someone had already entered. Could it be the youth from a year ago? Please, pass through. Wang Yangfeng gestured for them to enter. He owed his revival entirely to that youth's world tree and the giant spirit holy array. It was a massive debt of gratitude. Furthermore, if that youth was a young king, there was no reason to stop his pet. If his pet is a black tortoise, then that boy must be the one chosen by the will of humanity in this era, Wang Yangfeng thought to himself. The onlookers were baffled. Was Jiang Xuan's name really that powerful? Even Jiang Changshao was a little surprised. He had mostly been joking. Is that kid really this influential now? He felt a bit of internal jealousy. Turtle God Xiao was speechless. He thought he and Jiang Xuan were friends, but now he was officially a pet. Stop daydreaming. Let's go. Jiang Changshao slapped him again and dragged him toward the opening. Jiang Qingtian and the others followed closely. If Jiang Xuan had been there, he would have known exactly why Jiang Changshao had delivered those 2 slaps. Fairy Yuixia followed silently behind the group. She crossed the barrier, and when she saw that Wang Yangfeng paid her no mind, she felt a wave of relief. Even Jiang Changshao had forgotten about her. He was too focused on catching up to Jiang Xuan before all the good treasures were gone. But then, a voice rang out. Wait. That woman is from the celestial race, not the humans. Zhang Rele, who had been watching coldly from a distance, spoke up. He pointed directly at Fairy Yuixia, reporting her to Wang Yangfeng. Chapter 670. Not one left. The scene froze instantly, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Fairy Yuixia stood rooted to the spot, her face flushed with embarrassment and her eyes fixed on Zhang Rele with cold, murderous intent. Damned bald monk. Zhang Rele met her gaze and grinned widely. It was a small effort, benefactor. No need to thank me. Born of the Posuo Buddhist kingdom, he belonged to a lineage that had been in fierce conflict with the human immortal court since the primordial era. Strictly speaking, his kingdom had long ago severed ties with the human race. Therefore, he knew he had little chance of gaining Wang Yangfeng's recognition to enter the land of divine revelation. If he could not go in, he would make sure as many others as possible were dragged down with him. Only by gathering enough people would they have a chance to join forces and break through the great Dao barrier established by Wang Yangfeng and the 3 other ancient powerhouses. With the addition of the Shura and other alien races, they might just have the opportunity to cut them down. The experts of the Shura and other alien races watched the drama unfold. The grim expressions on their faces were replaced by the amused smiles of spectators happy to see chaos. Indeed, this woman belongs to the celestial race. She is no longer human. Fairy Yuixia's expression darkened further. Celestial race? Wang Yangfeng frowned, staring at her with confusion. This woman was clearly of human blood. Why was she called celestial? What was this celestial race? He did not recall such a race existing among the myriad tribes. Zhang Changshao and his group paused briefly to explain the origins of the so-called celestial race to Wang Yangfeng. Then, they cheerfully went on their way. The land of divine revelation was the priority. A traitor of the celestial race like Yuixia could be left to Wang Yangfeng. They trusted that as the commander of the Third Legion, he would unleash enough fury upon such a defector to make her pay a fitting price. As expected, once he understood the context, Wang Yangfeng's rage surged. A chilling, ink-black murderous aura instantly swallowed the sky. He glared at Fairy Yuixia and roared, "You deserve to die." The other three ancient warriors followed suit, locking their gazes on her with a blood-red intent that stained the horizon. To them, a traitor was far more unforgivable than a mortal enemy from another race. She had to die. Fairy Yuixia bit her lip, her hatred for Jiang Xuan reaching a boiling point. Had it not been for that monk, she would have slipped through and entered the sacred grounds. "Why are you still standing there? Do something," she screamed at Jiang Xuan and the alien experts. She knew exactly what they were doing, dragging her into the fray so they could kill Wang Yangfeng together. It was a blatant scheme, but even in her rage, she had to play along. Otherwise, she would have zero chance of entering. Fairy Yuixia summoned 5 great daos, wrapped in ethereal celestial light, and unleashed a killing technique against Wang Yangfeng. Amitabha. Jiang Xuan closed his eyes slightly and chanted a Buddhist prayer. A phantom of the Buddha rose behind him as he joined the assault. His 2 attendant bodhisattvas followed, diving into the battle with a flurry of Buddhist arts. Kill. The powerhouses of the Shura, Underworld, Barbarian, Bone, and Blood Nightmare races did not hesitate. They unleashed their own divine abilities against the 4 ancient guardians. If these 4 did not fall, they would never reach the land of divine revelation. They would miss their chance to eliminate the human prodigies. Even if it meant death, they had to fight. "Husband, should we join in?" Qing Yuan whispered to Dijusha. Dijusha watched the unfolding chaos with hesitation. If Wang Yangfeng did not die, he could not enter. But looking at Jiang Xuan, his expression soured as if he had swallowed a fly. The thought of joining forces with that monk was almost worse than death. Was the human race always this overbearing? Dijusha marveled, gaining a new perspective on the ancient human immoral court. The Great War began. Wang Yangfeng and his 3 companions faced off against Fairy Yuixia, Jiang Xuan, and a host of alien experts. All were quasi-saints, totaling more than 60 opponents. Numerically, the gap was staggering. However, Wang Yangfeng had once held the cultivation of a saint sovereign. Even the other 3 had been at the peak of the Saint Lord realm. Though their current strength was but a fraction of their prime, they still possessed the combat power of saints who had crossed 2 or 3 tribulations. Taking on 15 or 16 quasi-saints each was not an impossible task. The battle grew more violent, and scenes of natural disaster began to cover the ancient battlefield. "Husband, we must decide quickly," Qing Yuan said urgently. "Our interests conflict with the humans, and our ancestors share a blood feud. Even if we do not strike now, these ancient humans will never let us pass. If we wait longer, something else might go wrong." Dijusha nodded slowly. "You are right. Waiting is pointless." He made his decision. Summoning the Zhengjin Dao, a sharp killing intent filled the air. He prepared to leap into the fray. Just then, ripples of white light appeared in the void. Dijusha froze and looked over in shock. Someone else was coming? Roar, cry. The dragon race. The phoenix race. For some unknown reason, both races had arrived late. 9 massive dragons, each as large as a mountain range, circled the sky. Their scales shimmered with divine light, radiating a fierce and domineering aura. Standing atop the head of the leading golden dragon was a young girl. It was Zhang Zhao. In another direction, 9 phoenixes bathed in divine flames spread their wings. A sea of fire rolled across the sky, scorching one side of the battlefield. Dragons and phoenixes. Dijusha squinted, his heart filled with caution. These 2 powerful races had been in seclusion for 10 million years, yet they had sent representatives today. On the battlefield, Fairy Yuixia and Jiang Xuan were overjoyed to see them. They shouted out, "Fellow deists of the dragon and phoenix races, these ancient humans are blocking the path, allowing only their own kind to enter. Join us and strike them down. Otherwise, you will be barred from the land of divine revelation as well." Presumptuous. Wang Yangfeng's heart sank, and his anger boiled over. He roared, burning the last of his remaining life force. His killing intent surged by 30% as he blurred across the field. He appeared instantly before a Shura expert, grabbed him with both hands, and unleashed a wave of terrifying energy. Rip. He tore the quasi-saint in half with his bare hands. This display of brutality forced his enemies back, giving him a brief moment to turn toward the dragons and phoenixes. His eyes were fierce as he issued a cold warning. "In the past, my human immortal court and your races were not allies, but we had no direct conflict of interest or deep hatred. I hope you remember that. Do not provoke us. If you do not interfere today, I will grant you entry once I have slaughtered these thieves. If you do not blame me for slaughtering you as well." His voice rolled through the air like heavenly thunder. Then, he charged back into the fight, his power growing even more terrifying and his nature more savage. The other 3 warriors did the same. It seemed as though their strength was rapidly returning. However, anyone could see that this surge came from burning their very lives. They had long been dead. This was merely a temporary reanimation. Total extinction was inevitable. With so many enemies, if they were delayed for too long, they would surely fall. The arrival of the dragons and phoenixes acted like a ticking time bomb, forcing them to abandon all restraint. They had to strike with lightning speed. Even if they could not kill every enemy, they had to eliminate as many as possible to lighten the burden on the human prodigies. Wang Yangfeng knew that most of the humans who had entered were not of high cultivation. They could not hope to compete with this many alien experts. They cannot hold out for long. The Shura leader, Chanli, shouted. Avoid a direct confrontation. Wear them down. The other quasi-saints nodded and shifted their tactics, focusing on evasion and delay. They intended to let the 4 warriors burn through their energy. Amitabha, Senior Wang, why bother? Jiang Xuan summoned a protective Buddha image to deflect a blow. It makes me sad to see the dead working so hard. He sighed hypocritically. Just let us pass. Everyone will be happy. Why not? Ha! Wang Yangfeng sneered but said nothing. The battle continued, growing ever more intense. Jixia and Qingyuan watched from afar. Because of the arrival of the dragons and phoenixes, they decided to stay on the sidelines a bit longer. Husband, will the dragons and phoenixes act? Qingyuan asked. I do not know, Jixia replied. He watched the 2 legendary races hovering above, wondering if they would strike the humans for the sake of the divine grounds. Suddenly, Jixia noticed the little girl standing on the golden dragon's head. Who is that girl? Zhang Zhao turned her head and looked at Jixia. Her indifferent gaze carried an immense, overbearing authority. Boom. Jixia's mind shuddered. It was like looking into the eyes of a god or a demon. His soul trembled. How is this possible? A wave of shock crashed over him. Zhang Zhao withdrew her gaze and looked at the battling crowds. A cold light flashed in her eyes. These alien races, leave not one alive. Understood. Immediately, the 9 great dragons dove toward the alien experts, wreathed in fierce flames. Chapter 671. The Primordial Gold Ranking. The golden dragon struck first. A single claw tore through 10,000 feet of void, wreathed in terrifying, boundless flames. The sheer lethality of the strike sent a shiver down the spine of every observer. Thunder rumbled as space collapsed and murderous intent flooded the battlefield. A barbarian quasi-saint found himself locked in the dragon's sights. Escape was impossible. In a heartbeat, his toughened physical body was pierced. A gruesome hole gaped in his chest, spilling brilliant blood and scattering his life essence across the soil. The dragon let out a low growl. Thick power of the great Tao surged from its claws like 10,000 blades, instantly shredding the warrior's body into a mist of blood. A single strike, a single kill, a quasi-saint fallen. The power of the dragon race was on full display. Though equal in cultivation level, these natural overlords were born with instincts and raw strength that common races could never hope to match. In the same realm of power, a dragon was simply invincible. 9 great dragons charged into the fray with cold, murderous intent. Their goal was clear: hunt down the Shura and every other alien race. Their methods were so brutal that onlookers like Jixia and Qingyuan were forced to look away, unable to stomach the carnage. Their hearts pounded with a primal fear. The dragon race had been secluded for so long that the world had forgotten the weight of their majesty. Now that they had bared their fangs, the ancient terror returned to the hearts of all living things. Dragon race. Man Shen, the leader of the barbarians, roared in a mix of shock and fury. He glared at Zhang Zhao. Do you truly intend to be so foolish as to side with the humans? Zhang Zhao met his gaze with a cold, indifferent smile. She did not deign to respond. Instead, she glanced toward the Phoenix race, who seemed to be wavering, unsure of which side to join. Her eyes turned icy. Who leads you? She demanded. The 9 Phoenix prodigies looked at each other. After a moment of hesitation, a phoenix with scarlet wings flew forward. Radiant divine flames scattered as he transformed into a handsome young man with a striking red mark between his brows. I am Nightingale, he said. I have no interest in your name, Zhang Zhao replied coldly. Now, take your kin and slaughter these alien rats. This is the opportunity one am giving to your Phoenix race. If you refuse, then upon my return, the dragon race will march upon your borders. Nightingale's face darkened. He stared at her, his voice low and dangerous. Are you threatening us? Do not waste my time with useless words, Zhang Zhao sneered. You are not worthy of my threats. This is a notification. Nightingale felt his blood boil. He was the greatest genius of this generation of phoenixes. Had it not been for the appearance of Nangong Qingnian, he would already be the divine son, holding the reins of power. To be rebuked so shamelessly by a young girl was an insult to his dignity, and yet, he dared not strike. He knew who Zhang Zhao was, the prodigy the dragon race had welcomed back a year ago. She possessed a bloodline of extreme nobility, and held a unique status within her clan. It was likely because of her that the ancestor Ao Suan had descended upon the Phoenix world, nearly sparking a total war. Furthermore, she was closely linked to Nangong Qingnian. Rank and status aside, he measured her strength. Looking at her was like staring into the vastness of a galaxy immovable and infinite. He recognized the reality of his situation. Even in combat, he would likely lose. Kill. Without further hesitation, Nightingale waved his hand. He led the 8 other phoenixes into the assault against the Shura and their allies. Divine flames erupted, turning the sky into a burning sea that incinerated the laws of the world. Qingnian struck first. Flames condensed in his hand into a feathered sword. He appeared instantly before an underworld expert. A brilliant arc of fire cut through the void, and with it, the head of the warrior fell. Phoenixes. Ming Feng, the leader of the underworld forces, shrieked in rage. Do you also seek death by aiding the humans? When the world ring shatters and the myriad races return, the humans will be wiped out. Your race will pay for this. Qingnian ignored him, his strikes growing more lethal. Once a choice was made, there was no turning back. Besides, he cared little for the return of the myriad races. It was only a matter of time before Nangong Qingnian fully reclaimed the supreme glory of the Phoenix destiny. When that day came, these heavens would belong to them. With the dragons and phoenixes joining the fray, the pressure on Wang Yangfeng and the three guardians lessened significantly. They began to take the upper hand. The alien experts fell one by one. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, 7 quasi-saints had been obliterated. Fairy Yuixia and Zhang Rele proved their status as top-tier geniuses. Though suppressed and forced onto the defensive, they showed no signs of collapse or injury. They even held enough strength in reserve to counterattack the dragon and phoenix youths. The battle remained fierce, the outcome still hanging in the balance. However, the 4 ancient guardians were beginning to show signs of exhaustion from burning their life force. If the stalemate continued, they might not be able to hold the line. Wang Yangfeng felt a sense of helplessness, but his resolve remained unshaken. As the commander of the 3rd Legion, he was prepared to die on the battlefield. Surviving at the cost of honor was never an option. Zhang Zhao watched the chaos with a calm, unreadable expression. She made no move to join the fight, as if calculating something deeper. She turned her eyes toward the distant observers, Jixia and Qing Yuan. You too, join the fight, she commanded. If the alien races do not die, you will. A domineering dragon pressure washed over them. The terrifying bloodline of a pure-blooded true dragon made their souls tremble uncontrollably. With a bitter smile, they realized they had no choice. They joined the hunt against the Shura and their allies. The girl was too mysterious and powerful to oppose. Even Jixia, a descendant of the Zhengjin White Tiger, felt that his bloodline was a mere drop in the ocean compared to hers. Submission was their only path to survival. The battle raged on. As stragglers arrived, both human descendants and alien warriors, they were all met with the same ultimatum from Zhang Zhao: fight for the humans or die. The intensity of the conflict continued to climb. Zhang Zhao remained a cold observer, neither entering the fight nor heading for the land of divine revelation. She seemed to have everything under control. She finally looked away from the battle, staring at the white singularity in the distance. A small, subtle curve appeared on her lips. Now, she whispered, the land of divine revelation should be my father's stage alone. Within the land of divine revelation, at the moment of its opening, the entire old land began to shudder violently. Great daos manifested across the sky, and countless divine runes danced like spirits. Tens of thousands of profound patterns pulsed in the void, flashing with a strange radiance. Sacred visions appeared and vanished in rapid succession. Then, a beam of ancient, golden light erupted from the chaotic void above. Like a bolt of creation lightning, it illuminated the entire old land. It lit the 9 sun continents, the strangely shaped yin continents, and finally, the head continent that contained the boundless sea of blood. For the first time, Jiang Xuan saw the true face of that continent. It possessed thick, lush hair that had condensed into massive chains of the great Tao, stretching deep into the void toward a distant, unknown point. Jiang Xuan realized in an instant that these were the very chains that bound the 14 divine palaces. The head had a face that was almost human. Its eyes were tightly shut, with trails of dried, bloody tears running down its cheeks. It looked as if it were in deep agony, or perhaps felt a profound pity for all living things. Most striking of all was the mark between its brows. A profound rune floated there, shimmering with the same ancient golden light that had just illuminated the world. It radiated an unspeakable, nameless divinity that demanded absolute reverence. Before it, all life from the smallest insect to the most immortal being felt utterly insignificant. Jiang Xuan stared at the head continent for a long time, his gaze lingering on the golden rune. He felt a deep sense that this old land was far more complex than he had imagined. It hid secrets that reached into the very foundations of existence. Suddenly, the rune pulsed. Its divine brilliance projected into the void, manifesting as a magnificent golden scroll. The primordial gold ranking. The name appeared in Jiang Xuan's mind automatically, accompanied by detailed information. To challenge the ranking, one had to enter the primordial gold tower. The tower consisted of 99 floors. Each successful challenge allowed the participant to ascend a floor and rise in rank. One could withdraw or re-enter any time. The time limit: 1 year. Chapter 672. You may call me Emperor Yu. The rules of this primordial gold ranking are a bit cliché, Jiang Xuan muttered to himself. What era are we in? Still doing the tower challenge trope? The primordial gold tower? This felt like a relic from an old cultivation novel. Even the veteran writers had moved past this kind of filler. Can the author put a little more heart into this? Jiang Xuan shook his head. His expectations for the gold ranking plummeted. It was difficult to stay excited for something so formulaic. Now, I can only hope that old duist didn't lie to me, he whispered. He stepped out of the cultivation hall, planning to speak with Swiren Gongyang before heading to the head continent to challenge the ranking. The primordial gold tower was located exactly at the center of the continent's brow. Greetings, young master. Tai Kang sensed his presence and flew down, bowing deeply. Jiang Xuan noticed a shift in the dragon's aura and asked, "How is your progress?" "I have not failed your expectations. After refining 2 wisps of divine life qi, my strength has partially recovered. My cultivation has reached the level of a 3rd tribulation saint," Tai Kang replied. Jiang Xuan nodded, satisfied. "Not bad. Stay here in the Swiren tribe for now. I am going to attempt the primordial gold ranking." "Understood." Tai Kang hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Regarding that ranking, I know of a few secrets that might assist you." "Secrets?" Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. "Let's hear them." Tai Kang nodded and searched his memories. The primordial gold tower is not a traditional cultivation dwelling or a simple combat space. Each of the 99 floors represents an actual, physical lost ruin. Real lost ruins? Jiang Xuan's eyes widened. "You mean the 99 floors are 99 ancient secret realms?" "Exactly," Tai Kang confirmed. "And the challenge?" "I am not entirely sure of the specifics." Tai Kang looked embarrassed. "I entered the tower once in the past. I failed to clear even the 1st floor." Jiang Xuan's mouth twitched. This was Tai Kang the Azure Dragon, who once held the power of the 4 symbols, and the emperor who founded a saint kingdom. If someone of his caliber couldn't clear the 1st floor, the tower was far more dangerous than he had imagined. "I will go see for myself," Jiang Xuan decided. "Stay behind and guard the tribe. The land of divine revelation is open now. Many human prodigies and experts will come to light the Suanhuang flame. With you here, we can ensure no chaos breaks out. With the saints of the ancient god and 9-tailed fox races here, shouldn't that be enough?" Tai Kang asked. He preferred to stay by Jiang Xuan's side. He had sworn a soul oath to serve for 1,000 years. After that, he would be free. 1,000 years was nothing to a being like him. A single deep meditation could last that long. His real fear was Jiang Xuan dying prematurely, which would cause his own soul fragment to perish along with him. "Caution is the parent of safety," Jiang Xuan said, his gaze fixed on the distant head continent. To be honest, he didn't care much about the latecomers. At most, they were quasi-saints. Even if they achieved sainthood immediately upon entry, they wouldn't cause much trouble. His only real concern was Ying Sahai. That man had arrived 300 years early and had laid deep, complex plans. He had to be guarded against. After giving Swiren Gongyang a few brief instructions, Jiang Xuan set off. 2 hours later, he arrived at the brow of the head continent. Up close, the ruin was the size of a divine mountain, towering and majestic. Standing beneath it, Jiang Xuan felt a profound sense of insignificance. He didn't hesitate long before stepping directly into the golden light. He needed that specific heavenly blessing, so no matter how dangerous the ruins were, he had to move forward. Pure golden light blinded him. After a brief moment of weightlessness, he felt himself land in a new world. As his vision returned, he looked around in shock. The world was a blur of chaos and white mist. Everything looked ethereal, as if it were a dream rather than reality. At the center of this void sat a handsome youth. He had fair skin, red lips, and a vibrant red mark between his brows. Jiang Xuan froze. No matter how he looked at it, this youth's face was an exact match for the features of the head continent. "Don't do this to me," Jiang Xuan thought, a sense of unease rising. Is the author really going with the panda-style body transformation trope? The youth opened his eyes. They were incredibly beautiful, possessed an infinite charm that seemed capable of subverting time and captivating all living beings. One look into those eyes made a person feel like they were drowning in a sea of affection. Jiang Xuan immediately looked away, feeling a chill. "My preferences are strictly normal. Go find the old master if you want to play those games." "You have finally arrived," the youth said. The charm in his eyes faded, replaced by a calm clarity. He smiled at Jiang Xuan. "I have waited here for you for a long time." "Waiting for me?" Jiang Xuan pointed at himself. "Yes," the youth nodded. "For you. You have the wrong person," Jiang Xuan said, his heart racing though his face remained calm. "I only arrived in this land recently." "Do not doubt it," the youth laughed. Jiang Xuan, descendant of the Prince of Protection, Jiang Santung, born in the Suantian realm, recognized by the will of humanity as a young king, bearer of the human monument, the seal of Zhuangzi, the Suanyun sword, and many other sacred relics. "You are the one chosen by the destiny of the human race." The youth spoke with a sincerity that was hard to ignore. "I am indeed waiting for you." Jiang Xuan frowned. His instincts told him something was strange, yet he sensed no malice. His passive warning skills hadn't triggered. Could this boy really be telling the truth? He lowered his guard, if only slightly. "Who are you?" he asked. "And why wait for me?" The youth chuckled. "Who do you think I am?" Jiang Xuan's patience wore thin. Cut the riddles. Seeing his annoyance, the youth shook his head and smiled. "I will not keep you in suspense. You may call me Emperor Yu." "Emperor Yu?" Jiang Xuan's pupils constricted. His heart hammered against his ribs in sheer shock. "The human sovereign, Emperor Yu?" The youth gave a soft laugh. "The immortal cord has collapsed. The title of human sovereign is a thing of the past. The cycle continues. The future sovereign is you, not me." Jiang Xuan stood in a daze. The legends of Emperor Yu were too vast to recount. He was a figure whose glory could not be buried by the passage of eons. Through his recent experiences, Jiang Xuan had come to understand the man's staggering genius. Deceiving the myriad races into moving continents to create the Suantian realm was proof enough of his reach. Jiang Xuan had theorized that the sovereign's disappearance wasn't simple, perhaps he hadn't even died. But he never expected to meet him like this. Emperor Yu was inside the primordial gold tower? It was too surreal. "There is no need for shock," the youth said, comforting him. "The sovereign is the past. I am simply you. Jiang Xuan remained silent for a long time, processing the revelation. Finally, he asked, why are you here? And why were you waiting for me? The youth smiled. We have plenty of time. I will answer you piece by piece. Why am I here? Do you not think my current form looks remarkably like those continents in the old land? Jiang Xuan's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the youth with horror. It couldn't be. Do not doubt your own intuition, the youth said. You guessed correctly. I am attempting to take over the old land. In the past, I used the myriad races to move these continents to create a world of origin. But I later discovered that the method was flawed. The humans born in the Suantian realm had more complete destinies, but they still could not reach the level of the ancestors. So, I chose a new path, seizing the body of the old land itself. Jiang Xuan was speechless. Taking over a person wasn't enough for him. He had to take over a continent? This was madness. If you thought of seizing the old land, why didn't you just strike against the heavenly Tao and replace it? Jiang Xuan asked. Wouldn't becoming the heavenly Tao of this land be easier? Chapter 673. Lost Ruins, the White Realm. The handsome youth stiffened, a flash of unease crossing his face before he quickly masked it. Jiang Xuan, however, did not miss the flicker. Situations are not as simple as you imagine, the youth said dismissively, brushing the matter aside. Jiang Xuan lowered his eyes, his sense of foreboding deepening. His intuition screamed that this version of Emperor Yu was strange. Something was fundamentally wrong. Yet, he could not quite grasp the crux of the issue or identify where the deception lay. I am waiting for you here because I have an important matter to entrust to you, the youth said, changing the subject. His tone became notably more serious, heavy with gravity. Jiang Xuan did not question him further. What is it? Inherit my mantle. Take up the position of human sovereign as soon as possible, and rebuild the immortal court. The youth spoke in a low, resonant voice. The opening of the land of divine revelation marks the arrival of a great era. The myriad races are bound to return in force. As the one chosen by the destiny of the human race, you must shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting our kind and resisting their invasion. Jiang Xuan frowned, feeling surprised. Weren't the myriad races part of your grand plan? The youth fell silent. After a brief pause, he tried to recover. That was the original intent. But now, I am focused entirely on seizing the old land. I have no strength to divide my attention, and cannot pull myself away. The plans and layouts of the past have naturally become irrelevant. Furthermore, my departure caused far more damage to the human race than I anticipated. Our strength has waned too much. Compared to the myriad races today, the power gap is far too wide. This is my failure. The youth looked self-reproachful, but he moved past it quickly. The current situation is not optimistic. Only by consolidating the entire strength of humanity can we find a glimmer of hope against the coming invasion. And you are the best candidate to unite our people and rebuild the immortal court. As I said, you are the one chosen by destiny in this age. The throne belongs to you and no one else. The youth gazed at Jiang Xuan, his charming eyes filled with clear admiration and hope. If you inherit my mantle now, you can immediately prove your path as a human king. It will greatly accelerate your progress toward becoming the human sovereign, making it highly probable that you can unite the humans of the heavens. Jiang Xuan remained silent. Something about this emperor you felt incredibly off. As a figure who once ruled the immortal court, stood at the peak of the heavens, and plotted against the myriad races, someone currently attempting to seize a continent, shouldn't he be composed? Shouldn't he remain unfazed even if Mount Tai collapsed before him? Why was he so anxious? Why was he so desperate to hand over his inheritance? Jiang Xuan's internal alarms grew louder. When things are this abnormal, there is always a catch. Even if his passive skills had not triggered, he had to be cautious. His life script was notoriously terrible. While things had been smoother lately, he refused to gamble with his life. Who knew what chaos the author was cooking up? At any moment, the other shoe could drop. Are you ready? The youth asked with a smile. He looked so eager that one might have thought he was the one about to receive a massive inheritance. Jiang Xuan's heart sank. He instinctively took 2 steps back, his eyes narrowing with suspicion and wariness. The youth's brow furrowed, his gaze turning cold. Do you not want my legacy? I do. Of course I do. Jiang Xuan laughed, though the sound was awkward and forced. Good. The youth's face broke into a smile again. Open your mind. I will transfer the inheritance to you now. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Xuan moved. Inherit this. Jiang Xuan erupted with sudden violence. The broken Suenyun sword appeared in his hand, and he swung it straight at the youth's head. A streak of Suen Huang sword chi, sharp enough to sever the void, cut through the white mist and struck the youth's skull. The youth's head was instantly sliced in two, followed by his torso. Strange, however, was the lack of blood. The youth seemed entirely unharmed. It was like a mirror had been cracked. The smaller portion of the youth's head and body slid downward, creating a jagged misalignment with the other half. Even the smile remained frozen on his face. Jiang Xuan's pupils constricted. What kind of freakish thing was this? White light surged from the youth's body. The displaced half slowly moved back into position, knitting together until he looked exactly as he had before. Not even the expression on his face had shifted. Then, the smile vanished, replaced by a dark, sullen mask. The youth stared at Jiang Xuan, his eyes now filled with a cold, murderous intent. How did you find out? He asked in a low voice. Jiang Xuan shrugged and did not answer. He lunged forward again, striking with another sword blow. At the same time, he summoned the Yin-Yang Great Tao. The divine ability, the Yin-Yang Grinding Stone, descended to crush the enemy with the weight of duality. The Yin-Yang Tao. The youth's eyes widened, his expression shifting significantly. He never imagined that in this era, someone could actually comprehend and master a supreme Dao. But the danger was immediate. He threw a punch, ancient battle runes surging with terrifying, primitive strength. It was the Zhuangzi battle method. The runes shattered into pure energy, scattering into the white void. Yet the yin-yang grinding stone remained unmoved. It continued its descent with overwhelming pressure. Jiang Xuan's sword strike landed simultaneously. Once again, the youth was split in two. But just as before, white light flared, and his body pieces began to crawl back together to heal. How do I kill this thing? Jiang Xuan's eyelids twitched. He focused his will on the grinding stone, causing it to rotate slowly, grinding the space with the power of yin and yang. The youth's body began to crumble, bit by bit. He started to disintegrate into drifting powder. This time, the pieces did not fly back together. It's working? Jiang Xuan felt a weight lift from his chest. The creature was bizarre, but it wasn't invincible. His divine abilities could still inflict real damage. The youth's face changed. He was panicking now. He had not expected Jiang Xuan to master a supreme Dao, and the techniques associated with such a path were fatal to him. His own innate abilities were not enough to resist or ignore the damage. We can talk. The youth pleaded. If you spare my life, I can grant any request. Jiang Xuan smiled. Pleading already? Just a moment ago, you were pretending to be Emperor Yu to scam me. Who are you really? Jiang Xuan halted the rotation of the grinding stone, but kept the pressure applied. My name is Emperor Yu, the youth replied quickly, looking relieved. Jiang Xuan's eyes flashed with cold light. The grinding stone began to turn again. More of the youth's body disintegrated. His entire right arm vanished into dust. I really am Emperor Yu. The youth screamed in desperation. I am a product of these lost ruins. Emperor Yu once came here to challenge the tower and set a record. Because of that, his image was preserved. I simply transformed into his likeness. I am effectively the Emperor Yu of that time. Jiang Xuan paused the grinding again, eyeing the boy skeptically. So you were saying this space is a ruin? You were born here, and because the sovereign broke the record, you became him? The youth nodded frantically. Exactly. I see, Jiang Xuan said with a knowing nod. No wonder the creature knew the Zhuangzi battle method. Emperor Yu had studied under the sovereign Zhuangzi, so it made sense he would know the technique. Seeing that Jiang Xuan seemed to believe him, the youth let out a breath and tried to prove his worth. If you let me go, I can tell you the secrets of the primordial gold tower. I can help you reach the top 10 of the ranking. He didn't get to finish. The yin-yang grinding stone accelerated violently. In an instant, the youth was pulverized into fine dust that vanished into nothingness. If you are part of the challenge, why would I keep you around? Jiang Xuan rolled his eyes. Did the creature really think he was that easy to fool? Top 10? Who was he looking down on? As the youth was obliterated, the white world began to change. It rippled like boiling water, covered in dense folds, and then, darkness. The white light was swallowed by an absolute void. Like a curtain falling on a stage, the white realm was replaced by extreme darkness. Jiang Xuan turned and looked back. In the far distance of the void, a single point of white light seemed to be fleeing at high speed. He realized that the white light was the ruin he had just conquered. The white realm had not collapsed. Having been defeated, it simply moved on. Within that receding light, a handsome figure with fair skin and red lips began to take shape once more. The red mark between the brows remained, but the face was no longer that of Emperor Yu. It was now the face of Jiang Xuan. Back in the darkness, Jiang Xuan scanned his surroundings warily. After his recent experience, he was significantly more cautious. Notification text appeared before his eyes. You rejected the mantle of the White Emperor Yu. Had you accepted, there would have been a 10% chance of becoming trapped in the White Realm, or failing the challenge. Reward for the White Realm secret technique. White. Note. By mastering the secret techniques of both black and white, you may enter the interior of the primordial gold tower. Chapter 674. Black Emperor Yu and the World Will. White Emperor Yu. The White Realm. Black and white secret techniques. Jiang Xuan read the floating text of his cheat code several times, wondering if he was seeing things. What kind of nonsense was this? Had the author started leaning into the abstract lately? He had serious doubts about the writer's mental state. Despite his internal mockery, Jiang Xuan took the hint seriously. If gathering the black and white secret techniques allowed him to enter the interior of the primordial gold tower, then where exactly was he now? According to Tai Kang, the 99 floors were 99 lost ruins. He should be in the second ruin by now. Was this still considered the outside? Jiang Xuan frowned and scanned his surroundings. It was pitch black without a single spark of light, like being trapped inside a sealed box. A sense of unease bubbled up. Being swallowed by darkness was never a pleasant experience. Furthermore, he realized he could not project his divine sense. He could perceive nothing. His heart sank as he became increasingly alert. After his run-in with the White Realm, he treated this tower with extreme wariness. Everything here was surreal. If that was the White Realm, is this the Black Realm? The thought crossed his mind and he winced. Given the current state of affairs, it was highly likely. Suddenly, an attack descended upon him. There was no warning, no ripple in the air, and no time to prepare. Jiang Xuan was sent flying, coughing up blood. Cracks spider-webbed across his physical body. Before he could even steady himself to counterattack, a second blow landed. He was tossed through the void again, more cracks splitting his skin. He could not react. His divine sense was useless, his danger instincts were silent, and even his passive skills showed no abnormality. In this absolute darkness, his five senses were practically non-existent. Though he had been hit twice, He had no idea how he was being hurt or what was attacking him. What kind of garbage is this? Jiang Xuan cursed inwardly and immediately activated the Wheel of Reincarnation. A massive phantom of the wheel manifested, its pale glow carving out a thin pocket of light in the gloom, barely spanning 100 feet. It was not that the technique was weak, but that the darkness here was too pervasive. Even a supreme Tao like reincarnation could only do so much. Standing within that dim circle of light, his senses returned slightly. He peered into the shadows. Shadows. Human-shaped silhouettes filled the space, packed together in infinite numbers. It felt as if the darkness itself wasn't caused by a rule of the environment, but by the sheer density of these figures. Jiang Xuan's eyes widened. This was enough to trigger anyone's claustrophobia. Boom. Dozens, then hundreds, then thousands of silhouettes lunged from every direction, carrying hidden, lethal intent. Jiang Xuan's eyes darkened as his temper flared. Did they really think he was easy prey? He tapped into his Black Hole Dao foundation and channeled the primordial technique. He extended a single finger. A primal, pure aura erupted, manifesting the birth of 10,000 laws and the destruction of 1,000 paths. The ultimate creative power shifted instantly into ultimate destruction, forming a deep, black vortex. The vortex spun, swallowing everything in its path. The rushing silhouettes were caught in its pull and vanished into dust without a sound. 10, 100, 1,000, the figures kept coming, tireless and relentless, and the vortex kept devouring them. Half an hour later, Jiang Xuan's face was pale. Sweat dripped from his brow. He was reaching his limit. The primordial technique was powerful, but at his current level, he could not maintain it indefinitely. The cost to his body and energy was too high. Yet, the silhouettes filling the darkness did not seem to decrease. They were endless, regenerating as fast as they were destroyed. Master, let me help you. The world tree flew out of its own accord. Its branches swayed as supreme rules surged. Radiant divine light scattered, shattering the black figures and easing the pressure on Jiang Xuan. The yin-yang map followed, transforming into the grinding stone to crush the shadows. Even the human monument, the seal of Zhuangzi, and the broken Suenyun sword joined the fray. However, compared to the black vortex, these sacred relics were far less efficient. The silhouettes were simply too numerous. Jiang Xuan felt the weight on him lighten slightly, but it wasn't enough. If this stalemate continued, he would eventually succumb to exhaustion. This makes no sense. Jiang Xuan was frantic. What was this place? What were these things? Suddenly, his Black Hole Dao foundation vibrated violently. It released a massive amount of primal energy, forcibly triggering his realm divine ability. His consciousness was yanked away, giving him a sensation of weightlessness as if he were falling into a bottomless abyss. A moment later, he regained his senses in a strange space. Everything around him was pure black. In the center of this void sat a single figure. Its outline was identical to the silhouettes from before, but this one was not black. It was white. The white figure seemed to sense his arrival. It opened eyes that were dark as midnight, and looked at him with surprise and amusement. You actually found your way here? That is interesting. Jiang Xuan met its gaze and froze. It was Emperor Yu. Again. Black Emperor Yu? Jiang Xuan guessed softly. The figure stiffened, looking shocked. You actually know who I am? Jiang Xuan remained silent. Was it really that hard to guess? After meeting a white Emperor Yu, anyone with a brain would assume a black one existed. The black Emperor Yu studied him, his dark eyes shimmering with a strange light, as if he were peering into Jiang Xuan's very soul. He seemed genuinely fascinated. Do you have any interest in accepting my inheritance? The figure asked with a smile. An inheritance? Jiang Xuan thought back to the empty promises of the white Emperor Yu. Was he really going to use the same script twice? Not quite, the black Emperor Yu said, shaking his head. You already know my identity, which means you saw through the white Emperor Yu and cleared the white realm. If I used the same lies, I would only be insulting myself. Jiang Xuan nodded in approval. At least you have a brain. You seem like a normal person. I am not a person, the figure corrected him honestly. Jiang Xuan winced. Fair enough. I and the one you met before are the world wills of the black and white realms respectively. Long ago, a calamity struck, and our world suffered devastating blows. The heavenly Tao of the old land took pity on us, and used the primordial gold tower to house our remnants so we could continue to exist. In exchange, our realms became challenges within the tower, the figure explained. Jiang Xuan frowned. You say you are world wills? I didn't sense anything like that from the other one. That was a mere projection, a manifestation of rules. The Black Emperor Yu pointed to the dark space around them. He and I only exist truly within these illusory source spaces constructed by the tower. Without them, we would have faded away long ago. The black and white realms were meant to be destroyed. Even though we were saved, we were discarded by the natural order. We are no longer true worlds. I only exist because this tower, a supreme artifact, creates these illusions to hold me. So, this place is fake? Jiang Xuan asked. It sounded remarkably like the time-space illusions created by his own divine abilities' false environments that held a kernel of reality by intercepting a specific point in time. Fake, the Black Emperor Yu confirmed. If it is all fake, then what use is your inheritance to me? Jiang Xuan shrugged. The Black Emperor Yu fell silent, looking as if he were reconsidering the logic of his own existence. Jiang Xuan paused. He had rejected the offer, yet no cheat code notification had triggered. That meant this figure wasn't a malicious trap like the other one. He was being sincere. He actually wanted to give him the inheritance. Once he realized this, Jiang Xuan's face broke into a grin. Seeing as you are sincere, and so eager to give me this, I suppose I can move myself to accept it. Hand it over. The Black Emperor stared at him, stunned by the sudden 180 in his attitude. Was this boy's family a lineage of opera performers? His face changed faster than the weather. And who accepts an inheritance with such an arrogant tone? The figure sighed inwardly, feeling a touch of grief. The world had truly changed. Even a world will had to lower its voice just to give someone a gift. How humiliating. Chapter 675. Inside the primordial gold tower, an ancient gateway. Black Emperor Yu took a moment to compose himself before continuing. My inheritance is the secret technique of the Black Realm. It allows you to command the natural laws of that domain. Once you master it, you will effectively be the heavenly Tao of the Black Realm. Enough nonsense, Jiang Xuan interrupted. The Black Realm is trapped inside this tower. I cannot exactly pack it up and take it with me. So what good does that do? Black Emperor Yu froze, looking helpless. After a long pause, he whispered, not necessarily. Explain yourself, Jiang Xuan said, raising an eyebrow. The primordial gold tower is a supreme artifact. Theoretically, it can be claimed. If you can subdue and refine the tower itself, you can unleash the full power of my inheritance. Is that actually possible? Jiang Xuan asked. This sounded promising. His cheat code had already mentioned that gathering both the black and white techniques would allow him entry into the tower's interior. Not easily, Black Emperor Yu replied with a shake of his head. The tower belongs to the heavenly Tao of the old land. It requires the power of that Tao's authority to operate. Since the tower already has a master, you cannot refine it unless you overthrow the heavenly Tao of the old land and take its place. Jiang Xuan stared at him. Then why did you waste my time telling me that? Are you just trying to show off? Get on with it, Jiang Xuan barked. I do not have time for your chatter. Black Emperor Yu sighed. Why was everyone so impatient these days? Before I give you the inheritance, I have one request. He lowered his voice, acting with uncharacteristic humility. You are setting conditions? Jiang Xuan laughed in frustration. Are you kidding me? Jiang Xuan began to circulate the Teihao mysterious scripture. He had reached the end of his patience. He realized the White Emperor Yu was a clown, and this black version was simply a compulsive talker. He hated talkers. Wait. Black Emperor Yu shouted as Jiang Xuan prepared to strike. My request is easy. It will cost you nothing. Then say it. Jiang Xuan glared at him. He promised himself that if the man uttered one more useless word, he would slap him across the void. You possess the world tree. I want you to choose a place within its world for me to reside. As a world will, I can accelerate the evolution of the lands within the tree. If I have a place to stay, I can leave this fake source space and exist in reality. Your world tree will grow faster, and I will be free. It is a win-win. He had been trapped in this illusion for so long he had begun to doubt his own existence. He was desperate for something real, and the world tree was his only hope. That is it? Jiang Xuan asked, surprised the request was so simple. That is all. Black Emperor Yu nodded. Fine, I agree. Jiang Xuan saw no downside. Thank you, the entity replied sincerely. With a wave of his hand, a deep black light surged into Jiang Xuan's mind. The secret technique of the Black Realm. Jiang Xuan's consciousness snapped back to reality. He opened his eyes. The endless black silhouettes that had been attacking him were now perfectly still, held in check by the entity's will. Jiang Xuan retracted his divine abilities and relics, leaving only the world tree active. He explained the situation to the tree. The world tree was thrilled. Whatever you decide, Master. I have no objections. Of course you do not, Jiang Xuan thought. It benefits you directly. The world tree extended its roots into the dark space. The illusory world shadows within the tree expanded. The nearly 100 old worlds it had previously consumed had become islands of shadow, solidifying into continents. The presence of the Guhe saints and other creatures could be felt within them. A brilliant light flew from the depths of the darkness and plunged into one of the world shadows. The light washed over the shadowy continents, causing them to harden and stabilize. The entity had successfully merged. A figure appeared within the shadow of that new world and bowed to Jiang Xuan. He Tian offers his thanks to the sovereign. No longer bound by the tower or forced to act as a challenge projection, he had reclaimed his original name. He Tian. Jiang Xuan nodded, having no desire for further conversation. He pulled the world tree back into his dantian. With the world will gone, the dark realm began to collapse. The black silhouettes vanished into nothingness, and the darkness receded like a tide, revealing a warm glow. Moments later, the black realm was gone. Jiang Xuan found himself in a small bronze chamber, barely 100 feet wide. The walls were covered in green rust and ancient, fading golden patterns. The challenge was clearly over, seeing as the realm's will was now living in his gut. Is this the third floor? Another ruin? Jiang Xuan wondered. A notification appeared before his eyes. You have gathered the black and white secret techniques. You may now enter the interior of the primordial gold tower. Note: once inside, you must remain for 1 month before you can return. Jiang Xuan understood. This bronze room was merely a transition point. His cheat code might be silent most of the time, but it provided clarity when it mattered. Suddenly, a mechanical grinding sound filled the room, like giant gears turning. The bronze chamber began to shrink. The 100-foot room compressed to 10 feet in seconds. It showed no signs of stopping. Jiang Xuan panicked. He activated his ancestral blood and used his saint-level physical strength to push against the walls, trying to hold them back. It did nothing. His immense strength felt like it was being absorbed by mud. He summoned the yin-yang grinding stone. It failed. He called forth the reincarnation shadow. It failed. He used the primordial technique. Nothing. He even tried the human monument and the world tree. All useless. The room continued to shrink, forcing Jiang Xuan to crouch, then curl into a ball. What kind of nonsense is this? Jiang Xuan fumed. Every ruin in this tower was more bizarre than the last, rendering his skills irrelevant. It felt as though the author had run out of ideas for high-stakes action and turned to abstract puzzles instead. It seems I have no choice, Jiang Xuan muttered. He could either quit the tower now or enter the interior and explore for a month. He realized the tower was forcing his hand. He had to go inside. He activated the black and white techniques. Strands of black and white light wrapped around him like a cocoon. He felt the familiar sensation of falling through a void, but this time it lasted much longer. It was nearly half an hour before he felt solid ground again. He stood before an ancient, dark gold altar with 99 steps. At the top stood a massive, ancient gateway. Jiang Xuan cautiously climbed the steps. He scanned the altar with his divine sense, but found nothing of note. He turned his attention to the gate. Was this all that was inside the primordial gold tower? A single door? Where did it lead? Since he was stuck here for a month anyway, he decided to investigate. He stepped through the gateway. Again, the feeling of weightlessness took hold. This time, it lasted for quite a while. When his vision finally cleared, he found himself in a mountain range. A massive peak rose 30,000 meters into the sky, acting like a barrier between heaven and earth. The mountainside was swirled with chaotic, violent rules and a destructive aura. Jiang Xuan's danger instincts flared. This place was terrifying. Even a quasi-saint would likely perish if they touched those chaotic rules. Where am I? Give up. You cannot escape. A cold voice echoed from the horizon. Jiang Xuan looked up. In the distance, several streaks of light were racing toward his position. It was clearly a pursuit, a classic, cliché chase. Chapter 676. The Kang Yuan Realm. In an instant, two opposing groups appeared within Jiang Xuan's line of sight. The party being hunted consisted of 3 youths, a young man and 2 young women. They possessed the cultivation of the celestial god realm, marking them as formidable talents. Pursuing them was a stranger from an unfamiliar race. Tall and burly, the pursuer stood over 30 feet high with twin horns atop his head. A vivid blood-red mark sat between his brows, lending his handsome features a sinister, eerie air. The 3 human prodigies soon flew into the airspace above the mountain range where Jiang Xuan was stationed. Their divine sense swept the area, and their expressions shifted instantly upon noticing him. Behind us is a powerhouse of the Devouring Demon Clan. One shouted, "Run for your life." The Devouring Demon Clan? Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow and shifted his gaze to the pursuer, studying him with curiosity. He knew a little about this race. During the primeval era, they were a powerful faction positioned at the peak of the 2nd tier. However, he had never seen one in person, let alone fought one. He was curious to see what made them so special. Seeing Jiang Xuan remain motionless, the 3 humans grew anxious. What was this man doing? Did he have a death wish? "We can barely save ourselves. We have no time to worry about him," the young man said in a heavy voice. "Besides, we must get this news back." He did not slow down, continuing his desperate flight. The 2 women hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to ignore Jiang Xuan and keep moving. "Wait, is he only a venerable?" One of the young women, Luo Mixu, suddenly froze. She looked back at Jiang Xuan and realized his cultivation level. Her face paled, and she immediately turned back. "Our ancestral teachings state that we must protect our kin below the god realm with all our might, even at the cost of our lives," she declared. "You 2 go and deliver the message. I will save him." This it. The other 2 hesitated. The young man gritted his teeth and handed a stone scripture to the second woman, Luo Jing. "The heavy responsibility is yours, Luo Jing. Luo Mixu and I will stay behind to try and save that boy. At the very least, we can buy you some time. You must deliver the message." Luo Jing stared at them. Though the scene was moving, she felt a sudden urge to complain. They were both choosing the path of heroic sacrifice, leaving the entire burden on her shoulders as if she were the strongest among them. With a helpless nod, she clutched the stone scripture and continued her escape. The young man turned and followed Luo Mixu, rushing toward Jiang Xuan to intercept the demon. Luo Mixu summoned a silk-like saint weapon. Divine light radiated from it as it expanded in the wind, transforming into a vast ocean of shimmering fabric. A quiet yet surging killing intent rose up, enveloping the demon powerhouse. She hoped to restrict his movement and buy time. The opponent was a divine sovereign, far stronger than she was. A direct confrontation was impossible, that was why they had been fleeing. She only prayed the weapon could stall him long enough for their compatriot to escape. The young man arrived and summoned his own saint weapon, a long spear. He charged into the Silk Ocean, using Luo Mixu's support to engage the demon in close combat. The demon possessed a body as tough as dark iron, wreathed in malevolent energy. He caught the spear with his bare hand. Despite the vibrations of the impact, he remained completely unharmed. "You ran for half a day. Why stop now?" The demon sneered, gripping the spear tight. "I told you, these struggles are useless." He swung the spear with terrifying force. The shockwave traveled through the weapon, striking the young man and throwing his internal energy into chaos. He coughed, clearly injured. "Die." The demon roared, transforming into a streak of black light as he lunged forward. The ocean of silk surged violently as laws of the great Tao coiled around the demon like threads, slowing his momentum. "Run now. We cannot hold him for long." Luo Mixu sent a frantic mental message to Jiang Xuan. "Run in the opposite direction. His target is us." As long as we are alive, he will not care about you. Jiang Xuan watched the battle with interest. So, these two had returned specifically to save him? Was there a need? They were fleeing when there were 3 of them. Now that there were only 2, it was essentially a suicide mission. What kind of place is this? Jiang Xuan wondered. The humans here seemed remarkably united. Why aren't you leaving? Luo Mixu and her companion were already covered in wounds. Seeing Jiang Xuan still standing there, their worry turned to anger. A flicker of regret crossed their minds. If they had known he would be this stubborn, they might not have returned. They were throwing their lives away for nothing. But the regret was fleeting. Since birth, they were taught to fight for the human race and to be ready for death. Upon reaching the God realm, they had sworn oaths to uphold the ancestral teachings. Protect those below the God realm at any cost. Only those who protect the weak are truly strong. Otherwise, you are merely a coward with power. This was a teaching from the Fuxi mantras. The demon struck out with a fist. Malevolent energy tore through the silk ocean as he closed the distance to the young man. Another punch sent the youth flying, his blood trailing through the air like rubies. The demon's strength had finally broken their coordination. He looked down at Jiang Xuan in the mountains and realized why the two had returned. A cold, contemptuous smile touched his lips. Human stupidity knows no bounds. You throw away your lives for a measly venerable? He shook his head and mocked them. That ridiculous ancestral teaching has destroyed so many of your geniuses. Have you learned nothing? Luo Mixia looked him in the eye, her face calm despite the looming shadow of death. Our paths are different. The great aspirations of humanity are something a beast like you could never understand. The demon laughed, his eyes growing colder as killing intent billowed around him. He threw another punch. Thousands of strands of demonic energy tore through the void, manifesting into howling phantasms that seemed ready to end the world. Luo Mixu and the young man turned pale. They were powerless to stop it. Their only frustration was that the boy they tried to save had stayed put like a fool, apparently oblivious to the danger. Did he not know the blood feud between humans and the devouring demon clan? Staying here meant certain death. It is over, Luo Mixu thought, closing her eyes. She offered a silent prayer that Luo Jing would make it back safely. If not, an even greater disaster awaited her people. The young man stood silent, facing death with the composure expected of a human prodigy. In this fallen realm, death was a common lesson. Suddenly, a streak of yellow gold sword energy flashed like a startled swan, instantly severing the demonic tide. In the same stroke, it claimed the demon's head. The head fell from the sky, the cold sneer still frozen on its face. The demon had died without even knowing how he had been struck. You are both so young, Jiang Xuan said with a light chuckle. Why are you so focused on dying? His voice pulled Luo Mixu and her companion back from the brink of despair. Their eyes widened in shock. What had they just seen? A divine sovereign of the devouring demon clan, an unstoppable force, had been decapitated in a single strike. And the one holding the sword was the venerable youth? That was impossible. After a long silence, they finally recovered and bowed deeply. Luo Mixu and Luo Fengxiao of Luo City greet the senior. Thank you for saving our lives. Anyone who could kill a divine sovereign so easily could not possibly be a mere venerable. This senior had to be a hidden master, or perhaps a resurrected ancestor of the human race. Jiang Xuan raised a hand, using his energy to lift them up. Luo City? The two exchanged a look, now certain he was a long-dormant ancestor. Otherwise, how could he not know of Luo City? Senior, Luo City is one of the 108 sacred cities of humanity, governed by our Luo family. 108 sacred cities? Jiang Xuan's heart stirred with surprise. Where exactly had he ended up? It did not feel like he was in the land of divine revelation anymore. What is this place? He asked. Luo Mixu blinked, answering instinctively. Replying to Senior, this is the Kangyuan realm. Chapter 677. The Graveyard of Emperors. The Kangyuan realm? Jiang Xuan's eyes widened. He was bewildered. Had he actually traveled beyond the boundaries of the known universe? How was this possible? Could the ancient gateway inside the primordial gold tower lead directly to the outer reaches of the heavens? He felt like he had stepped through a magical door from a cartoon. It was all a bit too surreal to process. Senior, Luo Mixu called out softly, noticing the strange look on Jiang Xuan's face. He snapped back to reality and looked at the two of them, biting his lip while trying to steady his racing heart. Luo Fengxiao suddenly stepped forward and bowed deeply. Speaking for the Luo family of Luo City, I have a request. I hope Senior will not hesitate to lend us his aid. Luo Mixu hesitated for a moment, but thinking of the dire situation her family faced, she also bowed low. We implore Senior to take action. Jiang Xuan glanced at Luo Fengxiao and found the situation almost comical. Were they even close? They were asking him for favors already? Still, they were fellow humans, and their earlier selflessness had earned his respect. If the trouble was within his power to handle, he did not mind helping. It was also a perfect opportunity to learn more about this mysterious world. Tell me about it first. I am not making any promises, Jiang Xuan said, giving himself an out. The two brightened instantly. If he was willing to listen, there was hope. Senior, 2 months ago, the Kangyuan realm fell. The armies of the devouring demon clan and the barbarians invaded, seizing human territories. Now only Luo City remains, struggling to hold out. But we are at our limit. It is only a matter of time before we fall. Luo Mixu explained. We hope you can help us repel their armies and save the millions of humans in the city. The devouring demon clan and the barbarians? Jiang Xuan nodded. What is the strength of their leaders? The commander of the demon army is a half-step saint sovereign. The strongest among the barbarians is at the peak of the great saint realm. Jiang Xuan stared at them in silence. Goodbye. Have a nice life. A half-step saint sovereign and a peak great saint? They wanted him, a mere venerable, to fight them off? Who was the crazy one here? His current combat power allowed him to clash with a small saint at best, or perhaps a particularly weak great saint. But could anyone who reached the great saint level truly be considered weak? Jiang Xuan shook his head with a helpless smile. You think too highly of me. Luo Mixiu and Luo Fengxiao froze. Their expressions soured. Did this mean the senior had not fully recovered his strength yet? It made sense his current cultivation was only at the venerable realm. He likely needed time to return to his peak. Luo Mixiu spoke up again. What resources do you need for your recovery? Luo City is one of the sacred cities. We may be small, but we have deep foundations. Whatever you need, we will do our best to provide it. The Kangyuan realm had fallen, and human reinforcements could not reach them. Luo City was isolated. This senior, an apparent human ancestor who had just awakened, was their only hope for survival. Jiang Xuan laughed. They really took him for some old monster. He was only 18. Take me to Luo City first, Jiang Xuan said after a moment of thought. He was not an ancient powerhouse, but he had one with him, Tai Kang. If the opportunity arose, he could bring Tai Kang out and use the resources of Luo City to help him recover his cultivation. That might actually save the city. The two were overjoyed. We thank you, senior. They immediately led the way toward Luo City, following the same direction Luo Jing had taken earlier. As they traveled, Jiang Xuan began to realize the sheer scale of this world. They had been flying for half an hour, covering nearly 10 million miles, yet Luo Mixiu said they had only completed a third of the journey. Furthermore, this distance was only a small fraction of the Kangyuan realm itself. If he compared it to the Dao Saint realm, this single territory was likely 100 times larger. And he learned through subtle questioning that this world contained 3,000 such realms. That did not even count the ancestral realm, or the river located at the center of this universe. The Life River? Jiang Xuan frowned. Was that the name of a place? You might not know it by that name, senior, but you likely know its other title. Luo Mixiu spoke with deep reverence. The Graveyard of Emperors. Jiang Xuan's breath hitched. The Graveyard of Emperors? That sounded incredibly dramatic. They say that any powerhouse who successfully proves their path and becomes an immortal emperor will eventually enter that place. They build a tomb for themselves and never come out again, Luo Fengxiao added, his face full of awe. No one knew the secrets hidden within or why the supreme, immortal emperors chose to entomb themselves there. It was a forbidden mystery reserved only for those at the very peak. But for any cultivator who knew of its existence, it was a place of endless curiosity. Perhaps it was a new world entirely, one where only emperors could exist. Jiang Xuan was stunned. Could this be where the human emperor Du went when he disappeared? He pushed the thought aside. These were questions far beyond his current level. Suddenly, the environment changed. The space for 1,000 miles around them collapsed. Endless demonic energy surged as killing restrictions intertwined to form a massive cage. Thousands of demonic shadows began to howl and lunge toward them. An ambush. The two youths cried out, quickly summoning their saint weapons to defend themselves. The ocean of silk filled the cage to block the incoming attacks, while Luo Fengxiao used his spear to strike down the nearest monsters. Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes. He remained calm, watching to see who was behind this. Above the cage, several figures wreathed in demonic light appeared. Their auras ranged from the celestial god to the divine sovereign realm. At the front stood a demon holding a familiar stone scripture. Luo Jing has been captured, Luo Mixiu realized. They had killed her, taken the scripture, and set a trap for them. You certainly have some luck, the leader, Qi Fen, sneered as he looked down at them. His gaze was locked on Jiang Xuan. To escape Qi Ming for so long was one thing, but to find a newly awakened human powerhouse who could kill him with one strike. That is impressive. But it ends here. You die today, and Luo City dies with you. Qi Fen had received the memories of the previous demon, at the moment of his death a unique talent of their clan. He knew Jiang Xuan was dangerous, so he had carefully laid this saint array. Luo Mixiu and her companion were filled with despair. They had seen this array on the battlefield. It was powerful enough to kill a saint if multiple divine sovereigns worked together. They feared the senior, still in his recovery phase, would be no match for it. Senior, if you cannot win, tell us, Luo Fengxiao said firmly, stepping forward with his spear. We will detonate our souls and weapons to break the array, and give you a chance to escape. We will gladly trade our lives for yours, Luo Mixiu added, her silk weapon swirling. Jiang Xuan looked at them, speechless. What was wrong with the humans in this place? Why were they always so eager to blow themselves up? Chapter 678. The Talent of the Devouring Demon Clan. Jiang Xuan shook his head, feeling a bit speechless at how Luo Mixiu and her companion were so ready to sacrifice themselves at a moment's notice. He didn't know quite what to make of it, other than to assume the education for humans in this realm was exceptionally thorough from a young age. Step back, he said. He moved forward, shielding the two youths. With the Suenyuan broken sword in hand, he delivered a single strike. A vast, majestic golden sword light erupted, carrying an overwhelming aura of righteousness. The strike descended, and the billowing demonic energy vanished instantly. The cage of black mist began to crumble. The 8 approaching demon warriors turned pale, their pupils shrinking in terror as death loomed over them. They had no time to flee before the golden light ground them into dust that scattered in the wind. Qi Fen's expression shifted violently. His eyes widened in shock as a wave of disbelief crashed over him. This was impossible. He believed he had estimated the human's strength generously. To kill Qi Ming in one blow, the man's power should have been at the peak of the divine sovereign level, or perhaps the half-step saint level. That was why he had set a trap with a saint-grade array. Yet, even so, his team was wiped out in a single strike. Does this man possess the combat power of a saint? He wondered. It makes no sense. His cultivation is clearly only at the venerable realm. Luo Mixu and Luo Fengxiao stood with their mouths agape. The senior's power was terrifying. Even while trapped within a killing array, he had annihilated 2 divine sovereigns and 6 celestial gods with one move while only at the venerable stage. If he ever returned to his peak, what level would he reach? A great saint? Or perhaps a saint sovereign? Luo City is saved, they thought, their hearts racing with excitement. Jiang Xuan struck again, easily shattering the demonic cage and breaking the array. He transformed into a streak of light, closing the distance to Qi Fen. Curiously, Qi Fen did not try to run or defend himself. He looked like a man who had accepted his fate. Wait, Qi Fen shouted, holding the stone scripture high. Answer one question. If you do, I will take my own life without you having to lift a finger. If not, I will crush this object immediately. Luo Mixu and Luo Fengxiao grew anxious. The stone scripture contained great secrets. 32 of their kin had died to retrieve it. It was connected to the recently surfaced Dao ruins and the very survival of Luo City. If it were destroyed, all would be lost. Senior, please save the scripture. Luo Mixu sent a frantic mental message. It is vital to our city's existence. Jiang Xuan came to a halt in front of Qi Fen. He didn't need the reminder. He wasn't about to let something that important be destroyed. He found the demon in front of him quite interesting. You aren't afraid to die? Jiang Xuan asked with a curious smile. Whether I die or not is up to fate, not me, Qi Fen replied calmly. He showed no panic, as if he had already made peace with his end. I underestimated your strength. I chose to wait here in ambush, and now I must pay for that mistake. Qi Fen handed the stone scripture to Jiang Xuan. Before I die, I only want to know one thing. Who are you? What is your true identity? Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow as he took the scripture. He studied the demon closely. Does it matter who I am? It matters a great deal, Qi Fen nodded. He didn't reveal his true motive. Everything he saw and heard in his final moments would be converted into an image and transmitted to General Qiyu, the commander of the demon army. If he could provide the identity of this resurrected human powerhouse, the general could prepare a more targeted response. He was going to die regardless, but he wanted his death to have value. Jiang Xuan smiled and nodded. Interesting. Since you're so curious, I'll tell you. Senior, don't. Luo Mixu cried out, remembering a vital detail. But Jiang Xuan had already spoken. My name is Jiang Qingnian. Jiang Qingnian? Qi Fen repeated the name thoughtfully. Then, a massive amount of demonic light erupted from his body, turning into flames that consumed him from the inside out. Jiang Qingnian, no matter how strong you once were, you will never stop the march of the devouring demon army. Those were his final words. The demonic fire burned him into a pile of ash that drifted away in the wind. Luo Mixu and Luo Fengxiao approached, their faces clouded with worry. Senior, you shouldn't have given him your name. Oh, Jiang Xuan looked at them. Why is that? The two looked at each other, confused. Does Senior not know? Know what? Jiang Xuan asked, a bit annoyed that they kept treating him like an ancient being who had just crawled out of the dirt. Luo Mixu hesitated. They were certain he was a resurrected ancestor, yet he didn't seem to know even the most basic facts about the devouring demon clan. The demons are born with 9 special talents, she explained. Depending on their bloodline, different talents awaken. One common talent allows them to record the final moments of their lives and transmit that imagery to their kin. We were ambushed here because the demon you killed earlier sent his final memories to this group. Just now, he asked for your name so he could pass your information to General Qiyu. Luo Fengxiao added, General Qiyu is of the royal bloodline. He has awakened 6 talents, one of which is a technique of deduction. He can use your name to calculate your general circumstances. Deduce my circumstances? Jiang Xuan laughed. That sounds quite fun. He had suspected the demon was up to something when he handed over the scripture so easily. He had seen plenty of traps in his time, so he had played it safe and used the name Jiang Qingnian. He figured it was time to let his legendary alias get some sun. As it turned out, his caution had paid off. If this General Qiyu tried to deduce the history of Jiang Qingnian, what would he find? The thought made Jiang Xuan chuckle. Luo Mixu and her companion were baffled. They couldn't follow his train of thought. If the enemy commander figured out the senior's situation, he would surely coordinate a targeted assassination. In the senior's current state, how could he resist a half-step saint sovereign? Why is he laughing? Luo Mixu wondered, but she didn't dare ask. The three continued their journey toward Luo City. After about 15 minutes, Jiang Xuan's expression changed suddenly. He landed on a nearby divine mountain and quickly carved out a temporary cave. He set up a Taiji formation at the entrance to seal the area. Something has come up, he told the 2 youths. I need to enter seclusion for a short while. Please wait here. He disappeared into the cave, and the yin-yang energy of the formation rose to cut off all sound and presence. Luo Mixu and her friend sat down to wait, thinking it was only natural for a newly awakened master to need time to adjust his energy. They had no idea that at that very moment, Jiang Xuan was being enveloped in a golden light. He was breaking through a rift in time and space, leaving that world entirely. 1 month is almost up. Prepare for departure. Damn it. Jiang Xuan cursed at the notification from his system. It was 1 month in the land of divine revelation. Time moved differently there. 1 year in the land of divine revelation was only 1 day in the outside world. Based on that scale, he had only been allowed to stay in the other realm for about 2 hours. He hadn't even reached Luo City yet. This is a total waste of time, he grumbled. He realized that the 2 hours he spent away meant an entire month had passed in the land of divine revelation. The rankings would only be open for a year in total. To make matters worse, the travel time through the Golden Tower was incredibly long, nearly an hour each way. If that travel time was also calculated by the faster clock, he was in trouble. I just hope the tower's transport isn't that cruel, he prayed as he tumbled through the void. During the month Jiang Xuan was away, other geniuses and prodigies had flooded into the land of divine revelation. Some were hunting for ancestral veins to perfect their destinies, while others had already begun challenging the rankings. One such person was Fairy Yuexia. Within the White Realm, a projection of Jiang Xuan struck her back with a sword. He smiled faintly and said, "You are far too weak." Fairy Yuexia's face was twisted in frustration. She was losing her mind. Could someone please tell her why Jiang Xuan was here, and how he had become so impossibly strong? Chapter 679. Skill Issue. Practice more. A hum resonated through the air. The white-clad projection of Jiang Xuan struck again. The sword carried a colossal weight, pressing down like a divine mountain falling from the heavens. Fairy Yuexia's face twisted in panic. She found herself utterly powerless to resist. With a sharp crack, her entire form shattered like a broken mirror. Reduced to fine dust, she was enveloped in a streak of golden light and forcibly ejected from the grand primordial tower. I failed. Fairy Yuexia's expression was dark as she stared back at the mysterious, towering ruins. Her eyes burned with a mixture of resentment and lingering pride. She turned and flew away, her confidence shaken by her inability to clear even the first floor. She realized she needed to explore the land of divine revelation immediately to seek out opportunities and bolster her strength. That white-clad Jiang Xuan, whether he was the real man or a trial created by the tower, was far too powerful. She felt a sharp intuition. If she wanted to defeat that projection, she would first have to fuse the 5 elements Tao and achieve sainthood. I will return, she vowed silently. Shortly after her departure, 3 figures bathed in Buddhist light appeared before the ruins. The leader wore a resplendent brocade cassock. He had a fair complexion, crimson lips, and surged with a golden aura like a young Buddha. This was Zhang Rele. Behind him followed 2 young female bodhisattvas, who served as both his personal guards and attendants. Zhang Rele watched Fairy Yuexia's retreating figure. He glanced up at the grand primordial gold list hanging in the sky. To his surprise, only one name remained at the top: Jiang Xuan. Since Fairy Yuexia's name was absent, it was clear she had failed her challenge. He felt a surge of suspicion. How could a divine imperial seed like her fail to clear even the first level? Something is wrong here, Zhang Rele muttered. As the Buddha son of the Saha world, he understood Fairy Yuexia's potential. She was one of the top talents in her world. Even though she was currently a half-saint, her combat power was enough to rival actual saints. For such a prodigy to fail on floor 1 was nonsensical. It seems the difficulty of this list is higher than I imagined. He felt a wave of relief that he hadn't rushed in blindly. He had taken the time to prepare, and had recently broken through to the saint realm. Having attained the status of a Tathagata, he had inherited the mantle of the present Buddha. Had it not been for the restrictions of the land of divine revelation, he would have ascended even sooner. Now, seeing Fairy Yuexia as a cautionary tale, he felt his cautious approach was justified. However, his thoughts drifted back to the events at the edge of the divine land a month ago. His expression soured, and his eyes grew cold. That dragon girl was utterly loathsome. During that chaotic battle, the intervention of the dragon and phoenix clans had turned the tide against them. Even though the 4 ancient human experts were burning through their life force and likely to fall eventually, the opening to the divine land was about to close. If they stayed outside, they would be trapped in the periphery forever. The various racial factions had tried to call a truce, but the dragon girl refused to listen. Instead, she used the deadline to blackmail them. I can let you in, she had said, but only if you swear a soul oath to hand over half of everything you find. If you don't like it, we can keep fighting. I'm quite comfortable staying here. They had ground their teeth in fury, but had no choice. She could afford to be reckless, but they could not spend their lives rotting in the outskirts. They swore the oath in bitterness just to gain entry. She is as detestable as Jiang Xuan, Zhang Rele thought, his heart simmering with killing intent. He wanted nothing more than to find her and cut her down, but the karma of a soul oath was a heavy burden he wasn't ready to trigger. Perhaps once he fully integrated the teachings of the present Buddha, he could ignore such karmic ties and execute her on the spot. Maybe this tower will help me reach that stage, he hoped, looking at the runes. He turned to the 2 bodhisattvas. Wait here. I am going to challenge the list. We wish the Buddha son success in claiming the top rank, they replied. Zhang Rele stepped toward the runes and entered the tower. His vision was immediately consumed by a vast, white void. He narrowed his eyes and observed his surroundings cautiously. Despite his confidence as a saint, he knew better than to be careless. Suddenly, the white light flared. A figure dressed in pure white stepped out, stopping 100 paces away. Holding a sharp blade, the figure looked down at Zhang Rele and smiled faintly. Zhang Rele, I have a gift of fortune for you. Will you accept it? Zhang Rele blinked. Fortune. Wasn't this supposed to be a challenge? He looked closer at the figure, and his pupils dilated in shock. Jiang Xuan. On the other side of the tower, the real Jiang Xuan finally finished his transit. He returned to the inner sanctum and landed on the altar. He looked back at the ancient gateway, hesitated for a moment, and then turned to leave. Time was tight. He had to finish his business in the land of divine revelation within a month, continue his climb up the rankings, and then bring Tai King back to try and save Luo City. He liked what he had seen of Luo Mixiu and Luo Fengxiao. If they were any indication, the humans of that world were incredibly united. As the young king of the humans and a future sovereign, he felt the weight of saving those people on his shoulders. With great power came great responsibility. He was beginning to understand the Earth Emperor now. The old man claimed he wanted to retire and let go of the reins, yet he still watched over the race, intervening whenever the tide turned. Once you reach a certain height, it becomes impossible not to care, even in the face of betrayal or hardship. This was the fundamental difference between humans and other races. Humans were willing to sacrifice the strong to give the weak a chance at life. Other races, like the underworld clan he saw at the Demon Den, were happy to sacrifice thousands of their own just to summon a single powerhouse. Only those who protect the weak are truly strong. Otherwise, you are just a coward with a bit of power. The words of Fuxi said it all. Jiang Xuan left the inner tower and returned to the bronze space. With a thought, he ended his current challenge. His body was wrapped in gold light as he was pulled back through the levels. He passed through the dark, silent black realm, and then the vast white realm. As he bypassed the white realm, he caught a glimpse of the trial inside. There, a white-clad version of himself was absolutely thrashed, a fair-skinned monk with crimson lips. Jiang Xuan was stunned. Where was the projection of Emperor Yu? Why was it a projection of himself? Is it because I broke the record? He wondered with a grin. Watching himself tour with other challengers was a bizarre and entertaining experience. Impossible, Jiang Rele roared. He stared at the white projection with a distorted, frantic expression. You are clearly just a venerable. How can you have the power of a saint? The white-clad Jiang Xuan shrugged and gave a light laugh. It's a skill issue. You should practice more. Jiang Rele was speechless. Even the real Jiang Xuan was stunned. That projection has quite the mouth on him, Jiang Xuan thought. To be honest, even I haven't used that line yet. I should try it sometime. Wrapped in golden light, Jiang Xuan finally exited the tower and reappeared in front of the runes. Before he could even check his rank on the grand primordial gold list in the sky, his eyes were drawn to the two bodhisattvas sitting nearby. Wow, that's a lot of skin, Jiang Xuan thought, his eyes widening. He had been in the cultivation world for 18 years, but he had never seen such open-minded female cultivators. Their silk Buddhist robes were as thin as cicada wings, draped over figures that were nothing short of scandalous. Combined with their status as bodhisattvas, the contrast was staggering. The world is truly falling apart. Moral decay at its finest, Jiang Xuan sighed. After taking a very thorough look, he made sure to occupy the moral high ground and express his disapproval. He looked at the monks still struggling in the white realm and felt a flicker of envy. That bald guy certainly knows how to enjoy life. Chapter 680. The Advancement of the Human Prodigies. Jiang Xuan? The two female bodhisattvas recognized him instantly. Their eyes, once filled with a seductive charm, now flickered with a cold, murderous intent. They exchanged a knowing glance, considering whether they should attempt to eliminate Jiang Xuan permanently on behalf of the Buddha Sun. They knew quite a bit about him. Back when the Buddha Sun was still in the profound sky realm, his glory had been completely eclipsed by Jiang Xuan, forcing him to leave in disgrace. The same pattern repeated in the Tao Saint realm. Backed by a Chaos Saint, Jiang Xuan had seized 5 slots for the ascension, interfering with the Buddha Sun's plans once again and forcing him to retreat to the Azure Billows realm. Had it not been for Jiang Xuan, the Buddha Sun would have secured far more entries into the land of divine revelation, and his retinue would consist of much more than just these two personal bodhisattvas. He is still only at the venerable realm. One of them, the cardamom bodhisattva, whispered after sensing his cultivation. It seems he has achieved nothing yet in this land. We have a chance. The second woman, the fragrant red bodhisattva, nodded in agreement. Kill. The fragrant red bodhisattva let out a high-pitched cry. Her delicate hands formed intricate Buddhist seals, manifesting 10,000 laws of the Buddha to suppress Jiang Xuan. Simultaneously, the cardamom bodhisattva transformed into a hazy mist of Buddhist light, spreading across thousands of miles. She created a unique obscuring domain to trap Jiang Xuan, dulling his senses to assist in the execution. Is this really necessary? Jiang Xuan shook his head helplessly. He had enjoyed the view, and in truth, he had no desire to be the one to crush these flowers. Unfortunately, these two generous bodhisattvas failed to recognize the reality of their situation and were blindly seeking their own deaths. He drew the Suenyuan broken sword. With a single strike, the great sun sword chapter manifested a brilliant sun that illuminated the world. Solar divine flames blazed, piercing through the endless void. The obscuring domain shattered instantly. The cardamom bodhisattva suffered a violent backlash, a streak of crimson trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her aura became chaotic and unstable. Beneath her silk robes, her body trembled uncontrollably, her chest heaving with exertion. Jiang Xuan struck again. A strand of primordial sword chi pierced through the void. Sharp and peerless, cold as frost, it instantly reached the fragrant red bodhisattva's pale neck. Her eyes widened as the color slowly drained from them. A thin red line appeared on her throat, and blood began to flow. The fragrant red bodhisattva had fallen. Seeing this, the cardamom bodhisattva turned deathly pale. A deep, paralyzing terror surged in her heart. Was this truly a mere venerable? Jiang Xuan raised his sword for another strike, to send her to the afterlife. However, he changed his mind and lowered his blade. He sheathed the Suenyuan broken sword, and looked at the terrified woman with a faint smile. Tell your master, that so-called Buddha-son, to behave himself. With those words, he turned and left, heading toward the Swiren tribe on the Yinsan continent. He had no long-standing grudge against Buddhism, and saw no need to escalate this into a blood feud. According to Luo Mixu's description, the Saha Buddha kingdom was a superpower in that other world, equal to the celestial race. Furthermore, they had historically maintained a policy of non-interference with the human race. He was willing to show restraint today, for the sake of future relations. This act reflected a change in Jiang Xuan. His style was increasingly resembling that of the Earth Emperor. Of course, the primary factor was that Jiang Xuan did not realize Zhang Rele had long viewed him as a thorn in his side, and was actively plotting his death. Had he known, Jiang Xuan would never have shown mercy. On the contrary, he likely would have returned to the White Realm of the tower specifically to kill Zhang Rele. The cardamom bodhisattva watched Jiang Xuan disappear. She collapsed to the ground, paralyzed by a delayed sense of horror that she could not shake. A short while later, Zhang Rele was teleported out of the tower in disgrace. He too had failed the challenge. It turned out that Fairy Euxia was not weak. Rather, the challenges of the Grand Primordial Gold List were simply absurd. Before he could vent his rage, he noticed the state of his attendants. Seeing the fallen fragrant red bodhisattva, his eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed within them. He turned to the traumatized cardamom bodhisattva, and demanded a report. She recounted the encounter with trembling breaths. Jiang Xuan? Zhang Rele was stunned. Was he just inside the tower as well? He looked up at the list. To this day, the massive scroll still displayed only one name, Jiang Xuan. Having experienced the challenge himself, he understood its impossibility. This only highlighted how monstrous Jiang Xuan's talent truly was. He was now a saint, yet he could not pass the first floor, while Jiang Xuan, a mere venerable, stood at the top. The white Jiang Xuan he had fought was undoubtedly linked to the real one. I underestimated you after all, Zhang Rele muttered. Yet, the more he realized this, the stronger his desire became to convert Jiang Xuan into a spiritual attendant. As the Buddha son of the Saha kingdom, and the present Buddha of this era, only a supreme prodigy like Jiang Xuan was worthy of serving him. Find a secluded cave. Use the joyful meditation to assist my cultivation. I must master the mantle of the present Buddha as quickly as possible. Zhang Rele withdrew his gaze and gave his command. The cardamom bodhisattva stiffened, her expression a mix of shyness and deep anticipation. She bowed her head and whispered, I obey the decree of the Buddha son. Meanwhile, at the Swiren tribe on the Yinsan continent, a month had passed since the opening of the Land of Divine Revelation. A large number of prodigies and experts had entered, including many human talents, such as the hidden dragon prince Diming Huang, the godson of the war king Lin Tuobashan Kai, and the Ji families Ji Pingle and Ji Ungshi. Swiren Gongyang had remembered his mission. Fulfilling the duty of his clan, he had personally guided these humans to help them ignite the primordial flame to complete their destinies. However, they were not Jiang Xuan. It had taken them an entire month just to ignite the flame. On this day, above the central altar of the Swiren tribe, a sea of primordial flame rippled. Diming Huang, Tuobashan Kai, Ji Pingle, and others sat cross-legged, drawing the flames into their bodies to temper their bloodlines. Suddenly, Diming Huang snapped his eyes open. A brilliant light shot toward the heavens, and an aura of extreme dominance swept out in all directions. Within his body, his Tai Emperor bloodline, which had already been at 90%, underwent another transformation, reaching a staggering 95%. Liquid like molten glass and radiating a majestic glow, his blood now seemed to hold the profound laws of 10,000 methods. At the moment of this bloodline evolution, his cultivation level experienced a massive explosion. An aura of longevity surged from within him. Thunder roared in the sky as black tribulation clouds rolled in, carrying a heart-stopping scent of destruction. Many onlookers turned their heads in shock. This was a saint tribulation. Diming Huang was using the ignition of the primordial flame to break through his barriers and achieve sainthood in a single leap. As expected of the hidden dragon prince personally appointed by the human emperor, his talent was truly monstrous. Many watched in awe as Diming Huang transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky to face the lightning. Half an hour later, the clouds dispersed. A terrifying, supreme aura emerged, pressing down like a vast ocean for 10,000 miles. Diming Huang descended, making no effort to hide the overwhelming pressure of a saint as he intimidated the entire Swiren tribe. The expressions of Swiren Gongyang and his clansmen shifted, finding it difficult to withstand the weight of his presence. The 4 old ministers of the celestial court, who followed Diming Huang, congratulated him with excitement. These 4 ministers were originally saints who had fallen to the half-saint realm after a long slumber in a space-time rift. This allowed them to follow the prince into the land of divine revelation. After igniting the primordial flame, they had also regained their peak saint status. Diming Huang laughed loudly. He swept his gaze across the other human prodigies who were still igniting their flames. His domineering eyes seemed to be evaluating their potential. Finally, he nodded with satisfaction. The human talents of this era were not bad. They were worthy of becoming his followers and fighting by his side against the myriad races. Another half hour passed. Many other human geniuses and experts successfully ignited their flames, each making significant progress. Tuoba Shinkai and Ji Pingle saw their royal bloodlines rise significantly to 80%. However, this also triggered the bloodline curses deep within them. Cursed totems appeared on their foreheads, eating away at their lifespans and restricting their potential. This forced them to stop at the half-saint level, unable to achieve longevity through sainthood. "Brother, I finally understand the pain you have endured all these years," Ji Pingle said, looking at Ji Yangshi with sadness and guilt. Ji Yangshi smiled and patted her head. He had long been tormented by the curse, so completing his destiny had actually slightly eased his pain, allowing his celestial god realm cultivation to improve a little. As for the other human experts, they were less remarkable and gradually faded into the background. For instance, the third elder of the Tao Gate, true Lord Hong Yuan of the Taiheng Sacred Ground, and the ancestor of the Nangong family, Nangong Sheng, remained at the half-saint realm. Despite meditating on the world source and igniting the primordial flame, their potential was limited, and they could not touch the opportunity for sainthood. Only the sword maniac successfully broke through to the saint realm after igniting his flame. Chapter 681. Diming Huang shows his might. Another notable advancement came from Zhang Kefeng, the former second elder of the Tao Gate. He had long possessed a deep foundation of spiritual knowledge. After first meditating on the world source, and now igniting the primordial flame, he naturally touched upon the opportunity for breakthrough. He successfully shattered his internal barriers and stepped into the saint realm. However, the 13th elder, Ximen Shinji, who began at the divine sovereign realm, only reached the level of a half-saint. He remained a significant distance away from the saint realm. Ying Huo and Tian Kuyan shared a similar fate. Although they possessed unique physical constitutions, they were still part of the human race, and used the Swiren torch to attempt to ignite their primordial flame. Yet, the eternal saint realm is not easily entered. Despite their efforts, they fell just short of the necessary threshold, and could not force a breakthrough at this time. Of the 14 individuals who traveled from the Tao Saint realm excluding Jiang Xuan, who took an early lead, and Fairy Euxia, who went her own way, the remaining 12 had all come to the Swiren tribe. Now only the sword maniac and Zhang Kefeng had seized the moment to achieve sainthood. The others failed to reach their goal. Lu Fengqi and his group of 5 also deserve mention. After igniting their primordial flames, they all made substantial progress, bringing their combat strength much closer to the celestial god realm. Gu Shentong, who bore the bloodline of the royal ancient clan, saw his bloodline concentration rise from 85 to 90%. However, this triggered an intensification of his bloodline curse. Under the assault of the cursed totems, his 3,000 black hairs turned withered and white, and deep wrinkles etched across his face. Most critically, his lifespan was severely depleted, leaving him with only 200 years of life. For a moment, Gu Shentong was overcome with grief. "My condolences," Lu Fengqi, Kanwio, and Kong Chunni said in sympathy. "It is fine," Suan Yuan Tuo said, patting Gu Shentong's shoulder to comfort him. "Think of Brother Zhang. His bloodline achieved ancestry long ago, and his concentration is far higher than yours. He pulled through, didn't he? We should follow his example. Perhaps we will run into him here, and then he can help you." Gu Shentong sighed. "It is not that simple. This is a bloodline curse set by the Kangming demon emperor through the sacrifice of his own life. Even Brother Zhang might struggle against the ravages of such a curse. How could he help me?" Gu Shentong dared not harbor hope. He felt that Suan Yuan Tuo had been acting strangely lately. It was one thing to admire Jiang Xuan, but the way he talked made it seem as though he was turning Jiang Xuan into a mythological figure. No matter how monstrous Jiang Xuan's talent was, he was still a man, not a god. Furthermore, a curse this extreme would likely baffle even a deity. Their conversation was not private, and it caught the attention of Ji Yangshi, the godson of the Ji family, who was also suffering from the bloodline curse. Ji Yangshi glanced at Gu Shentong and recognized him as a descendant of the Gu family, one of the 8 royal clans. Based on what they said, it seemed this brother Zhang had faced a similar plight, and might have a solution. A descendant of the royal Zhang family? Ji Yangshi thought. He had only made it here because of the entry slot gifted by a mysterious expert from the Zhang family. Thinking of this, a sliver of expectation and hope rose in his heart. Once all the various human prodigies and experts had finished igniting their primordial flames, the atmosphere shifted. A majestic aura rolled through the sky, blanketing the heavens. The hidden dragon prince, Diming Huang, suddenly unleashed his full power. His saint's pressure shook the area as he looked down at the crowd with an expression of absolute dominance. "Now, it is time to handle official business," he said coldly. "I am the hidden dragon prince, the legitimate successor of the human celestial court. You shall submit to me, follow me to war against the myriad races, and help me rebuild the celestial court." Divine light surged, and the laws of the great Tao manifested in the air. The 4 old ministers of the celestial court released their own power, scanning the crowd of human geniuses with solemn expressions. Their stance made it clear that they intended to enforce this order. If anyone refused to submit, they were prepared to be ruthless. The prince was the great-great-grandson of the human emperor, the absolute legitimate heir. In this era, the prince was meant to raise the human banner and restore their former glory. The title of human emperor belonged to him, and no other. The onlookers watched with various emotions. Diming Huang's status was indeed prestigious, and his demand for leadership was expected given his background. As members of the human race, they all shared the goal of survival, so they were not inherently repulsed by his strong stance. Ultimately, strength ruled. If the prince truly possessed the power to restore the human race single-handedly, they wouldn't mind serving under him. But if he lacked that strength, it remained to be seen who would truly lead. The Hidden Dragon Prince. Tuba Xinkai looked up, a trace of killing intent in his eyes. He looked directly at Diming Huang and spoke coldly. Your status is high, but that means nothing here. Every genius present comes from a royal clan. We are not so different from you. If you think you can suppress us with your title, I suggest you drop that ridiculous notion immediately. You want us to submit and follow you to war? Tuba Xinkai gave a cold smile. First, you must prove that you actually have the strength to lead us. As he spoke, Tuba Xinkai charged toward Diming Huang, gripping his divine axe. Although the bloodline curse had prevented him from reaching the Saint Realm, the ignition of the primordial flame had completed his destiny and massively boosted his combat power. Even as a half-saint, he was many times stronger than before and felt confident he could challenge a saint. Diming Huang might be the great-great-grandson of the emperor and a saint, but Tuba Xinkai did not believe he was inferior. Furthermore, if this prince was truly the heir the emperor placed his hopes in, why would he have hidden away until this era to start over? Your era has long since passed, Tuba Xinkai roared. He gripped his axe with both hands, the muscles in his arms bulging like coiling dragons. His explosive strength rippled through the air like a volcanic eruption. He swung the axe, unleashing a force of destruction that shattered the void and revealed the deep darkness beneath. Diming Huang narrowed his eyes, a flicker of anger crossing his face. A mere half-saint dared to strike at him? Did people truly think he was just a spoiled heir with nothing but a prestigious background? Presumptuous, Diming Huang barked. His domineering aura, coupled with his majestic power, soared into the sky, shaking the land for 10,000 miles. He met Tuba Xinkai's strike with a single punch. His fist aura was tempered with killing intent and the power of the Great Tao, a majestic force that instantly annihilated all other laws. In an instant, the sky above the Swiren tribe shattered, falling into absolute darkness. A heavy, rolling boom echoed through the void. A large divine axe fell out of the darkness, crashing into the earth and leaving a massive crater. Thick drops of blood followed. Tuba Xinkai was sent flying back, his rugged body covered in terrifying cracks and drenched in blood. With a single punch, Tuba Xinkai was utterly defeated. The laws of reality flowed back into fill the dark void, and the sky above the tribe returned to clarity. Diming Huang stood high in the air, his python-patterned robes fluttering. His cold eyes looked down at the fallen Tuba Xinkai. Because you are a descendant of the War King, I will spare your life, he snorted. If you cross me again, do not blame me for sending you into the cycle of reincarnation. Tuba Xinkai coughed up blood, his body trembling from his heavy injuries. He looked up at Diming Huang with a hesitant flicker in his eyes before lowering his head, indirectly signaling his submission. The other man's strength was far beyond his own. The other human prodigies watched this with shifting expressions. Tuba Xinkai was undeniably powerful, but as a half-saint, defeating a saint-level hidden dragon prince was simply too difficult. Ji Pingle, the goddess of the Ji family, watched with a sharp, thoughtful gaze. She realized that since Tuba Xinkai could not defeat Diming Huang, she likely could not either. Should I submit? She wondered. Submitting to the heir of the human emperor was not necessarily an unacceptable choice. The myriad realms were awakening, and a great era was coming. The persistent enemy races would surely return, and the human race, which had been in decline for millions of years, was in a precarious position. The future was not optimistic. At this moment, humanity truly needed a leader who could unite them and focus their strength against invaders. As a young king, she had originally intended to take this burden upon herself. She believed it was her duty to stand up. She knew Tuba Xinkai had likely felt the same. However, the human race could not afford internal strife right now. A leader had to be decided quickly. In terms of raw strength, they were inferior to Diming Huang. Furthermore, as the prince of the Celestial Court era, his ability to rally the human race would far exceed their own. He was objectively better suited for the role of leader. Having reached a decision, Ji Pingle bowed to Diming Huang. I, Ji Pingle of the Ji family, greet the hidden dragon prince. Ji Ungshi watched his sister give up the struggle so decisively and shook his head. You are still a bit too soft-hearted, he whispered. Ji Pingle looked at him with confusion. Brother, the human race cannot afford more turmoil given our current situation, she explained patiently. Why can we not afford it? Ji Ungshi laughed softly. As long as it does not lead to death or the crushing of factions, what is wrong with a little competition? He looked up at Diming Huang in the sky, his eyes deep. If I were not plagued by this bloodline curse, I would certainly fight him for that position. Chapter 682. Has he always been this brave? Ji Pingle's expression froze. She felt a growing sense of confusion. She had done all of this for the sake of the human race. Could she truly be in the wrong? With the submission of Tuba Xinkai and Ji Pingle, many other human prodigies and experts followed suit. They declared their willingness to join Diming Huang's ranks and honor him as their superior. This included the talents from the sword-holding hall and powerful figures from the Fuyuan realm. In a short amount of time, nearly 70% of the human elites gathered at the Swiren tribe had submitted to Diming Huang. The total count reached nearly 100 people. A satisfied smile spread across Diming Huang's face. However, his expression soured as his gaze shifted toward those who had yet to voice their allegiance. He noticed a striking pattern. Those refusing to bow came from identical backgrounds. Jiang Kefeng, the sword maniac, Ximen Qinji, and Nangong Sheng all hailed from the Dao Saint realm. Meanwhile, Gu Shentong and Lu Fengqi came from the profound sky realm. The prodigies from these two worlds acted as if he did not even exist. Interesting, Diming Huang said with a cold, light laugh. He reached out his hand, curving his fingers into a claw. With a surge of power, he snatched Gu Shentong into his palm. To a saint, a true god like Gu Shentong was nothing more than an ant that could be crushed at will. Both the godson of the War King line and the goddess of the Ji family have submitted to me. You are also a descendant of a royal clan. Why do you refuse? Diming Huang demanded, staring coldly at his captive. Gu Shentong's face turned pale. Deep terror gripped his heart. He was being crushed by the strength of a saint, leaving him with no power to resist. He knew that one wrong word would mean the end of his life. Why did I ever listen to Tuo's nonsense? Gu Shentong lamented inwardly. He regretted following Suan Yuan Tuo's lead. Supporting brother Jiang was fine, but doing it right now was suicide. He was playing with his life. Go find him. I listened to him, Gu Shentong stammered, shamelessly pointing toward Suan Yuan Tuo below. Diming Huang frowned and shifted his gaze. He instantly recognized the young man's heritage. A descendant of the Suan Yuan human emperor? He reached out his other hand and snatched Suan Yuan Tuo as well. Staring him down, Diming Huang rebuked him. As a descendant of the Suan Yuan emperor, you should be concerned for the future of our race. Why are you inciting others to rebel? Suan Yuan Tuo rolled his eyes and met the saint's gaze without a hint of fear. He let out a mocking sneer. It is exactly because I care about the future of our race that I will never submit to you. I do not recognize your so-called status as a leader. You are the great-great-grandson of the human emperor and a prince of the ancient celestial court. But where were you during the great war against the myriad races? Why didn't you think about uniting the people and fighting for humanity then? Why have you crawled into this era? Suan Yuan Tuo continued to sneer. A true leader of the human race stands at the front lines. They do not hide away only to emerge millions of years later to show off in a safer time. Being afraid to die is human nature. No one would have mocked you for it. But since you chose to hide and survive, do not come here with these hypocritical words about leading us or rebuilding the celestial court. If you could not do it then, what makes you think you can do it after hiding for millions of years? Suan Yuan Tuo glared at him, punctuating every word. You are the emperor's descendant. Do not stay here and bring shame to his name. Gu Shentong, Lu Fengqi, Ji Pingle, and every other expert present stood in stunned silence. The Swiren tribe became deathly quiet. Every eye was fixed on Suan Yuan Tuo. They were all screaming the same question in their heads. Is this kid always this brave? He was only a true god, yet he dared to mock a saint like Diming Huang to his face. Was he tired of living, or did he truly possess no fear of death? Old Tuo has become increasingly heroic lately, Lu Fengqi muttered, his mouth hanging open. He could find no other words to describe the scene. Kong Chunni and Kunliu nodded in silent agreement. Even if you want to support brother Jiang, there is no need to go this far. He was practically pointing at the prince's nose and cursing him. Regardless of his lineage, Diming Huang's saint cultivation was a terrifying reality. Old Tuo, wake up. You are just a true god. Is there any hope for him? Kong Chunni asked after a long pause. Lu Fengqi and Kunliu looked at her as if she were insane. Hope. Even the gods could not save him now. This prince was a saint, an eternal being. What could they possibly do to rescue him? The land of divine revelation is a good place, Lu Fengqi said softly after a moment. At least being buried here is a form of blessing for him. Up in the air, Diming Huang's rage had manifested into a physical force that scorched the sky. His eyes burned with murderous intent. He wanted nothing more than to grind Suan Yuan Tuo into ash. But he could not. He was currently trying to win over the crowd and consolidate his power. If he murdered a fellow human, especially a descendant of the Suan Yuan emperor, his image would be ruined. It would destroy his chances of claiming the throne of the human king. He had to endure. Diming Huang exhaled a long breath of turbid air, forcibly suppressing his fury. He glared at Suan Yuan Tuo, exerting a massive pressure. You are a descendant of the emperor, so I will tolerate this once. But I do not want to hear those words from your mouth a second time. Suan Yuan Tuo rolled his eyes again. Did I hit a sore spot? I might as well tell you plainly. You are not fit to lead the human race. Forget the title of human emperor. You are not even worthy of being a human king. Be content with being a prince and a spoiled heir of the emperor's bloodline. Stop your delusions and daydreams. The leadership of the human race is not something you can touch. I will put it simply. Regarding the status of leader, king, or emperor, I recognize no one but my brother Jiang. And frankly, no one else is worthy. The crowd was speechless. They could only marvel at his audacity. Good. Very good. Diming Huang laughed from extreme rage, his killing intent now cold and sharp. Since you insist on seeking death, I will grant your wish. He tightened his grip on Suan Yuan Tuo's body. Majestic energy surged, accompanied by the power of the great Tao, forming a lethal force. Bloody cracks began to spread across Suan Yuan Tuo's skin. Right then, a streak of primordial sword chi flashed through the air. It slashed toward Diming Huang with an incredibly sharp, soul-shaking intent. Diming Huang's expression changed, and he hurriedly summoned a divine ability to block the strike. A massive explosion of light filled the sky. When it cleared, a sword wound had appeared on Diming Huang's arm. Drops of golden blood fell to the earth. Suddenly, another figure moved with the speed of a spatial rift, charging toward Diming Huang with the terrifying power of the Tao of Slaughter. Diming Huang lowered his eyes and braced himself. His saint body rotated at full speed, and Tao runes erupted around him in a golden glow. This new opponent was formidable, their combat strength was likely equal to his own. He dared not be careless. The figure struck again, unleashing a storm of slaughter energy that blotted out the sun like a great catastrophe. The Tao of Slaughter? Diminghuang was shocked. This was one of the highest-ranking Daos among the Venerable Paths. Its power was immense. At the very least, the Tao he had used to build his saint foundation was inferior to this. Who was this person? Diminghuang defended himself, his mind racing with questions. However, he failed to realize that the attack was a feint. The figure's true goal was to rescue Suan Yuan Tuo and Gu Shentong. In a brief clash, the figure bypassed Diminghuang's counterattack and snatched the two men away. The storm of slaughter dissipated. The figure landed on the ground with the two rescued men. Taya Kang, come out and do some work. Kick this restless thing out of here, a calm voice rang out. Yes. A streak of azure light flew out from a stone house within the tribe. Taya Kang appeared. Without a word of nonsense, he attacked. With his cultivation as a third-order saint and the combat power of a minor saint, he was enough to suppress everyone present. Within moments, Taya Kang had constructed a cage of Dao laws, trapping Diminghuang and his 4 ministers inside. Then, he simply packed them up and threw them out. The turn of events was so sudden that even Diminghuang was in a daze as he was tossed away. He was a saint. How could he just be thrown out like trash? What was that person's cultivation level? Diminghuang asked his ministers, his face twisted in anger. The 4 old ministers looked at each other awkwardly. To be honest, Your Highness, we couldn't even see him clearly. Back inside the Swiren tribe, Suan Yuan Tuo and Gu Shentong looked at their savior with pure excitement. Brother Jiang. I knew Brother Jiang would save us. Suan Yuan Tuo flashed a brilliant smile. The figure was, of course, Jiang Xuan. He looked at Suan Yuan Tuo and shook his head helplessly. He hadn't intended to reveal himself so soon, but Suan Yuan Tuo's flattery had reached such heights that it would have been wrong not to intervene. Furthermore, he truly disliked that so-called prince. A spoiled heir showing off? Jiang Xuan's parents were both kings, and even he wasn't that arrogant. What did this guy have to be so cocky about? Chapter 683. Ascending as the Human King. A heavy silence fell over the area. The human prodigies and experts gathered there fixed their gazes on Jiang Xuan. Their eyes were filled with uncertainty and a profound curiosity. Who exactly was this man? He possessed the combat strength to rival the hidden dragon prince and commanded the loyalty of a saint. Someone with such terrifying resources could not be an unknown figure. Why did he seem so unfamiliar to them? Ji Pingle watched Jiang Xuan, her eyes shimmering with a brilliant light. Having already received the recognition of the human will and achieved the status of a young king, she felt a unique resonance with him. She was certain that the man before her was also a young king recognized by the human will. Yet, if they were both young kings, why did he stand so far above the rest? In truth, she was a young king, as were Tuoba Shenkai and the hidden dragon prince Diminghuang. However, the vast gap between them had been laid bare during that brief confrontation. She was significantly weaker than Diminghuang, let alone this mysterious newcomer. I wonder which royal bloodline he descends from, Ji Pingle murmured to herself. It is the Jiang family. Who else could it be? Ji Engshi laughed softly, shaking his head. That descendant of the Suan Yuan emperor called him Brother Jiang. Is that not enough of a clue to his background? A descendant of the king of reliance? Ji Pingle fell into deep thought, though something still felt off to her. According to her father, Ji Changxing, the Jiang family had suffered the most devastating losses of the 8 royal clans during the ancient war against the myriad races. If the Ji family had declined this much, the Jiang family should have fared even worse. It defied logic that they would have the hidden resources to cultivate such a powerful monster. The strangeness did not lie in him being stronger than her, but in the fact that he surpassed the hidden dragon prince. Regardless of whether Diminghuang was merely an arrogant heir relying on his status, the fact that the human emperor favored him and granted him the title of hidden dragon prince proved that he was among the absolute elite of that era. If the Jiang family had truly declined, their foundation should be far inferior to that of the human celestial court. To produce an heir stronger than Diminghuang was simply staggering. You always were one for overthinking, Ji Engshi said. He knew his sister well and had already read her mind. He laughed and shook his head. Common logic is used to evaluate common people. How can it ever apply to a monster like him? Ji Pingle stiffened, momentarily speechless. Ji Engshi turned his gaze back to Jiang Xuan, harboring a flicker of unrealistic hope. Could this man truly possess a method to resolve the bloodline curse? Meanwhile, Tuoba Shinkai and the experts from the sword-holding hall watched with their own private thoughts. The elders from the Dao Saint realm, including the third elder of the Dao Gate, and Nangong Sheng, exchanged looks of pure astonishment. Jiang Xuan was growing stronger by the second. They knew they had to seize this chance to join the profound sect immediately. The heavenly Kuei Yin and the Ying Huo child were particularly anxious. They were filled with regret, wishing they had pledged their loyalty to Jiang Xuan before the holy path to heaven. Was it too late now? Brother Jiang, after our parting at the Apocalypse Sword Tomb, I never expected you to reach such heights, Lu Fengqi said, clasping his hands in a respectful greeting and smiling with admiration. Jiang Xuan looked at Lu Fengqi and then scanned Kunliu and the others. After observing them for a moment, he smiled. You have not done poorly yourselves. In just over a year, you have all stepped into the true God realm. Unlike me, I am still lingering in the venerable realm. The 5 friends froze, their eyes darting with disbelief. Brother Jiang is still a venerable who suppressed Diming Huang, a venerable who commands a saint as a subordinate. You have to be joking. Brother Jiang certainly enjoys a good jest, Lu Fengqi said, shaking his head with a mock resentful smile. Even if you say it, we dare not believe it. Gu Shentong and the others nodded in agreement. Only Suan Yuan Tuo looked at Jiang Xuan with even more worship. If Brother Jiang was still a venerable, that made him even more incredible. Jiang Xuan laughed and said no more. He turned his attention to Ji Engshi and the other human experts. He lingered on Ji Engshi, Ji Pingle, and Tuba Shinkai, noticing that all three were plagued by the bloodline curse. After a moment's thought, he spoke calmly. I will not waste words. You shall all come under my command and join my profound sect. If you are unwilling, I will not force you, but you must leave the Swiren tribe immediately. For now in this tribe, my word is law. As soon as he spoke, the crowd instinctively looked toward the tribal leader, Swiren Gongyang, with doubt and inquiry. The Swiren tribe were the descendants of the human ancestor. How could his word be law? That seemed impossible. However, Swiren Gongyang remained standing to the side. He did not speak to confirm or deny, but his silence said everything. The crowd was stunned. They had all entered the land of divine revelation together. How had this man secretly secured the recognition of the Swiren tribe? When did this happen? At that moment, Ji Engshi was the first to act. He stepped forward, bowed deeply, and spoke with gravity. I am willing to join the profound sect. His words immediately drew the attention of every prodigy and expert present. Was the godson of the Ji family really being this decisive? Seeing this, Ji Pingle thought for a moment and then followed suit, offering her salutations. Although her brother's cultivation had stagnated due to the bloodline curse, making him much weaker than her, his vision and wisdom were far superior. If Diming Huang did not meet his standards, but he chose to submit to this Jiang family youth, it spoke volumes. In this situation, she would follow her brother's lead. Tuba Shinkai watched the two heirs of the Ji family, his eyes narrowing as he thought. After a brief hesitation, he also clasped his hands in a respectful bow. I am willing to join the profound sect. He did not believe the Ji family prodigies were short-sighted or lacked spirit. Their quick submission suggested they knew something he did not. After all, the goddess of the Ji family was also a young king. Furthermore, the reality of the situation left him with little choice. He did not want to be kicked out of the Swiren tribe. With the heirs of the two royal clans bowing, the other prodigies and experts had no reason to hesitate further. One after another, they bowed and expressed their willingness to join the profound sect under Jiang Xuan. As for the third elder of the Dao Gate, the heavenly Kuei Yin, and the Ying Huo child, the experts from the Dao Saint realm, they had already regretted not joining sooner. Now that Jiang Xuan had given them the chance, they were beyond excited and immediately pledged their loyalty. In an instant, Jiang Xuan had subdued every human prodigy and expert. There was no longer any need to ask who the leader of the human race was in this era. At that moment, a flash of determination appeared in Swiren Gongyang's eyes. He suddenly bowed deeply and said, I, Swiren Gongyang, along with the people of the Swiren tribe, am willing to join the profound sect. We pay our respects to the Lord of the Profound. The clansmen were startled for a moment, then quickly followed their leader, bowing to Jiang Xuan and shouting in unison, we pay our respects to the Lord of the Profound. This act served as a powerful catalyst. A massive surge of human providence erupted from within Jiang Xuan. It spread across the sky like thick, rolling clouds, covering 10,000 miles. A phantom image of the human continent appeared. On this vast, ancient land, a burly figure seated upon a human altar slowly stood up. An unrivaled, domineering aura surged like a tidal wave, pressing down on heaven and earth. The rules of 10,000 methods manifested in attendance. Golden flowers of the great Tao bloomed from thin air and drifted down. By now, the features of the burly figure had become as clear as reality. It was none other than Jiang Xuan. A silent boom echoed through the minds of every human present. Their spirits shook as if a divine voice were whispering in their ears. Looking at Jiang Xuan at this moment, a sense of profound reverence arose naturally within them. It was as if Jiang Xuan were truly their king. The human king. Everyone stared at Jiang Xuan, their eyes wide with shock. Jiang Xuan had directly ascended to the status of human king. Is it really that simple? Ji Pingle and Tuba Shinkai were stunned. It felt surreal. As young kings, they understood the difficulty of this better than anyone. It was far harder than achieving eternal sainthood. To ascend as a human king required the recognition of at least 10 million humans. It was said that even the ancestor of the Jiang family, the king of reliance, could not achieve it on his own and only succeeded with the help of the human emperor's Wangsu. Is he truly the one chosen by the human providence? Ji Pingle wondered. The vast human providence boiled and churned, transforming into threads of profound energy. This energy pulled at the laws of the world, carrying the golden flowers of the Tao into the bodies of every human within 10,000 miles. It washed away deep-seated impurities, shattered internal barriers, and granted everyone a miraculous baptism. The human king ascends, and his grace reaches all people. Many recognized the wonder of this moment and cried out in amazement. Instantly, many humans gained profound insights into the Tao. Ji Pingle and Tuba Shinkai, who had been stuck at the half-saint level because their bloodline evolution had triggered their curses, now felt the divine baptism of human providence. It allowed them to touch the opportunity for breakthrough once again. Divine light surged around Tuba Shinkai and Ji Pingle. The great Tao resonated with them, and their auras boiled as they began their attempt to break through to the saint realm. All around them, other human geniuses sat cross-legged, using the baptism of providence to try and advance their own cultivation. The flames of the Swiren torch flared up, and the spirit of Swirenshi stepped out. With his hands behind his back, he watched Jiang Xuan with a satisfied smile. With this youth leading the way, the human race would surely flourish once again. Chapter 684. The rise and fall of the human race is the responsibility of every individual. Outside the Swiren tribe, Diminghuang and his 4 old ministers of the celestial court landed upon a mountain peak. Bathed in the providence that stretched across 10,000 miles, the 5 of them received the baptism and blessings of the human race. Watching the providence descend, Diminghuang's expression turned grim. He ascended as the human king? How could it happen so quickly? Your Highness. The 4 ministers looked at him with hesitation. To them, this baptism was a tremendous opportunity, capable of washing away all hidden ailments and internal barriers to return them to their former peak. However, this blessing originated from that man. In the presence of the prince, they did not dare to accept it openly. Understanding their intent, Diminghuang let out a cold snort and waved his sleeve to disperse the encroaching providence. He disdained to accept any blessing from that thief. I am going to challenge the Grand Primordial Gold List right now, he barked. Once I reach the top of the rankings, everything will be set right. Diminghuang transformed into a streak of brilliant divine light and shot toward the head continent. The 4 ministers exchanged helpless looks and were forced to reject the providence before following him. In truth, they were deeply shaken. The status of human king was notoriously difficult to achieve. Historically, every ruler who attained that title did so only after establishing a grand reputation and leading the human armies to victory. Even the human emperor was no exception to this rule. As the great-great-grandson of the emperor, the prince had shortcuts available, but the core requirement remained the same. This was why he had been so eager to subdue the various prodigies and experts. Gaining the loyalty of these elites was an indirect way of gaining the recognition of the human factions they represented. It was a strategic move to pave his way to becoming the human king. Yet, he had been preempted. Who exactly was that youth? How could he ascend to the throne of the human king so effortlessly? His Highness has encountered a formidable rival, the 4 ministers thought simultaneously. Inside the Swiren tribe, under the grace of the human providence, many prodigies and experts received significant boosts to their power. Most notably, Tuoba Shinkai and Ji Pingle shattered their barriers and entered the saint realm. They were currently undergoing their saint tribulations. Having ascended as the human king, Jiang Xuan felt a newfound resonance with the humans around him, as if he could draw strength from them. This power was currently faint and offered little practical help, but he realized that with enough people, the strength borrowed would be substantial. Furthermore, his new status granted him a degree of control over human providence itself. He could use it, for instance, to nourish and repair human holy artifacts. This was incredibly useful. He carried several human artifacts: the human tablet, the Suanyuan broken sword, the Zhuangzi war seal, and the Shening Ding, but all of them were damaged. Their rank, power, and divine effects were far below their peak. If he could fully restore them, his combat strength would increase exponentially. The Zhuangzi seal, in particular, had remained unused since he retrieved it from the demon den. Jiang Xuan channeled the human providence, using the power of the human king's laws as a medium to convert it into energy for the artifacts. The human tablet, the Suanyuan broken sword, and the Zhuangzi seal all trembled with excitement. I finally have a chance to be useful. The spirit of the Zhuangzi seal wept tears of joy, nearly howling at the heavens. Oh, and the Swiren torch. A thought struck Jiang Xuan as he turned his gaze toward the torch. When he first arrived at the tribe and learned of its mission and utility, he had been shaken, feeling he lacked the merit and status to wield such a foundational object of human civilization. Now, his perspective had shifted. If the house of humanity was collapsing, it was his duty to prop it up. This was his responsibility and his mission. Why should he not wield the Swiren torch? To put it bluntly, among the human youths of this era, who was more qualified? The so-called hidden dragon prince? The thought made Jiang Xuan smile. He no longer concerned himself with the prodigies of his own generation. The only enemies he truly acknowledged now were the kings and emperors of the myriad races. Noticing that the human ancestor, Swirenshi, had manifested and was watching him, Jiang Xuan offered a respectful smile. Swirenshi nodded. Congratulations on ascending as the human king. You have taken a massive step toward the throne of the human emperor. Jiang Xuan shook his head, remaining grounded despite the praise. The road is long and the burden is heavy, he said calmly. Being a human king is only the beginning. Swirenshi arched an eyebrow, surprised by Jiang Xuan's humble mindset. Did something happen during your challenge at the Grand Primordial Tower? Jiang Xuan remained silent for a moment, before recounting the truth through a private divine transmission. Beyond the heavens? Swirenshi's aged eyes widened in disbelief. He had never left this ancient land, and everything he knew of the myriad realms came from the younger generations. He never imagined that another world existed beyond their own. Furthermore, based on Jiang Xuan's report, the situation for humans there was equally grim. Swirenshi processed the shock before asking, "What is your plan?" Jiang Xuan smiled faintly. "I will take it one step at a time. No amount of planning is better than simply starting the work." Swirenshi nodded thoughtfully. "Take the Swiren torch with you. In times of crisis, it will be a great aid." "Thank you, ancestor." Jiang Xuan did not decline. He accepted with a nod. "Do not put too much pressure on yourself," Swirenshi said with a gratified smile. "Just do what needs to be done." With that, he transformed into a streak of primordial light and returned to the torch. The flames surged, forming a sea of fire that blazed between heaven and earth. The Swiren torch flew into Jiang Xuan's hand. He extended a strand of divine sense to leave his mark upon it before drawing it into his dantian. The torch burned with primordial fire, its warm glow illuminating the depths of his dantian. It settled in the south, forming a four-palace formation with the reincarnation phantom in the east, the yin-yang diagram in the west, and the world tree in the north. Another little brother? The world tree swayed its branches, feeling quite excited. Its status as the second-in-command was becoming increasingly prestigious. Meanwhile, the Zhuangzi seal, which was working hard to repair itself with providence, wept silently. It realized it could no longer even protect its position as the sixth-in-command. The sight of Jiang Xuan refining the Swiren torch left the onlookers in even greater awe. I told you, Brother Jiang is the only one fit to lead the human race in this era. Suan Yuan Tuo grinned foolishly. Lu Fengqi, Gu Shentong, and the others looked at him in silence. They wondered if old Tuo had secretly mastered some incredible art of divination, because everything he said seemed to come true. At that moment, Tuoba Xinkai and Ji Pingle successfully completed their saint tribulations. Radiating the supreme aura of saints, they walked toward Jiang Xuan and bowed deeply. Tuoba Xinkai of the War King line and Ji Pingle of the Ji family pay our respects to the human king. Their voices boomed through the tribe, snapping the other prodigies out of their thoughts. They all followed suit, bowing and shouting, "We pay our respects to the human king." Jiang Xuan smiled faintly and gestured for them to rise. There were no grand speeches or empty promises. He simply looked at his fellow humans and spoke a single sentence. The rise and fall of the human race is the responsibility of every individual. Let us encourage one another. The crowd was stunned by the simplicity of his words. After a brief pause, everyone nodded heavily and shouted in unison, "Let us encourage one another." Jiang Xuan's gaze then fell upon the four descendants of the royal clans. He summoned the world tree to strip away their bloodline curses. The curse is gone. Ji Angshi felt his body returning to its youth. An expression of pure disbelief and indescribable excitement washed over him. He had suffered under the curse for so long, enduring endless torment every single moment. He thought his life was nearing its end, especially since even the primordial flame had failed to suppress it. He never expected salvation to come so quickly. The human king had removed the curse as if it were nothing. Ji Angshi felt lightheaded, his eyes moist. It felt like a dream. Tuoba Xinkai, Ji Pingle, and Gu Shentong were equally shocked, but they quickly composed themselves and bowed low. "We thank the human king." Their voices snapped Jiangxi out of his daze, and he hurriedly bowed to offer his thanks as well, though his movements were clumsy as he adjusted to his new lease on life. He felt immensely lucky that he had chosen to submit earlier. Jiang Xuan smiled and helped them up. "As a fellow descendant of the royal clans, I know the pain of the bloodline curse. Since I have the power to solve it, I will not keep it from you." Removing the curse was a massive political asset. He could have used it as leverage to ensure their loyalty. If he were his former self, he likely would have done so to ensure everything was foolproof. But now, after his internal dialogue with himself, his mindset had changed. A king must have the confidence of a king. He believed his own strength and character were enough to win them over. Chapter 685. The Generous Boy. The internal conflict within the human race quietly came to an end. Prince de Minghuang, who had hoped to become the leader of humanity, was thrown out of the Swiren tribe. In his place, Jiang Xuan, a man who had not even been on most people's radar, earned the recognition and submission of everyone present by successfully ascending as the human king. After the ancient wars, the human race of the myriad realms had declined to a shadow of its former self, possessing less than a fraction of its historical strength. In this dark landscape, Jiang Xuan had reversed the tide. To ascend as the human king despite his relatively modest cultivation realm was nothing short of a miracle. There was every reason to believe that under his leadership, the human race had a real chance to turn the tide and restore the glory of the ancient celestial court. "The Jiang family truly produces a genius in every generation," Ji Angshi whispered in awe. The 8 royal clans were quite familiar with one another, so he knew the history of the Jiang family well. He had extensively studied the biographies of the Jiang family ancestor, the king of reliance. During the primordial era, aside from the human emperors Zhuangzi and De, the most brilliant powerhouse of the human race was that very king of reliance. And now, another monster from the Jiang family was leading the way. "Brother, if this is the godson of the Jiang family, then who was that other prodigy standing beside the mysterious Jiang family powerhouse that day?" Ji Pingle asked in a low, curious voice. "How should I know?" Ji Angshi laughed, shaking his head. "In a clan as vast as the Jiang family, why be surprised if more than one monster emerges?" Ji Pingle pursed her lips. It made sense. Even her Ji family had produced both her and her brother. If the Jiang family had retained a deep foundation, it was only natural they would have produced several top-tier talents. Humanity's situation might not be as dire as we thought, she realized. Nearby, the 5 members of the ancient human lineage Lu Fengqi, Gu Shentong, and their companions gathered around Jiang Xuan. Their conversation was filled with emotion. They had believed that by inheriting the powerful legacies of their ancestors, their progress was lightning fast. To reach the true God realm before the age of 100 was a feat rarely seen in the profound sky realm, or even the myriad worlds. Yet, compared to the great demon king of the profound sky realm, they were still far behind. Even though Brother Jiang's cultivation appeared unchanged at the venerable realm, could a man who suppressed saints really be called a mere venerable? What is the current situation in the profound sky realm? Jiang Xuan asked with a smile. Since you left for the Dao Saint realm, the profound sky realm has been in a state of relative peace and rapid development over the past year. Most forces, large and small, look to the Jiang family as their superior, Lu Fengqi replied. Especially in the Eastern God State, the Jiang family reigns supreme. Almost every major power follows your family's lead. The Western and Northern God States lack a central leader and remain somewhat fragmented, though they are peaceful enough for now. The Southern God State is now under the control of the desolate Sky Divine cult. Their arch-rival, the Dalao Sacred Ground, has nearly been wiped out. Only the Dalao Sacred Lord remains at large, still evading capture. As for the Central God State, Lu Fengqi hesitated before continuing. Generally, the Great Qian Immortal Dynasty dominates the region. However, the true demons in the Demon Den have been active lately, expanding their territory significantly. It seems they have completed their revival and are preparing for war. Meanwhile, Ming Fan, who leads the Great Ming Immortal Dynasty, issued an edict of self-reproach. He disbanded the dynasty on the spot and pledged the Ming family to guard the spatial rift constructed by the underworld race. He swore that as long as the rift remains, the Ming family will never retreat, choosing to block the invasion with their lives. An edict of self-reproach. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow and then laughed softly. Knowing Ming Fan's stubborn nature, that was exactly the kind of dramatic move he would make. What are the plans of the factions behind you? Jiang Xuan shifted the topic. These 5 were known as the prodigies of the ancient human race, because they were backed by ancient powers hidden within forbidden zones like Gu Shentung's royal Gu family, the Confucian Hall behind Kong Chunni, and the Suan Yuan clan behind Suan Yuan Tuo. These groups had once been the backbone of the human celestial court, but they had been so heavily damaged in the ancient war that they were forced into hiding to recover. After 10 million years, Jiang Xuan wondered how much of their strength had returned. To be honest, Brother Jiang, the recovery of our respective factions has not been optimistic. Currently, we only have 5 saints between us, Lu Fengqi said with a bitter smile. However, with the myriad realms awakening and the enemy races returning, our factions are ready to step out and fight whenever necessary. Only 5 saints? Jiang Xuan was stunned. Leaving the Confucian Hall aside, the Gu family was a royal clan, and the Suan Yuan clan were descendants of a human emperor. After 10 million years of recovery, they only had a few saints. Just how catastrophic had their initial defeat been? Jiang Xuan fell silent. He had wanted to be optimistic, thinking that between the War King line, the Ji family, the Gu family, the Jiang family, and the Suan Yuan clan, they might have enough weight to withstand the coming storm. Lu Fengqi's words brought him back to a grim reality. Humanity was still in a very precarious position. All right, you can go now, Jiang Xuan said with a helpless wave. Go explore on your own. The land of divine revelation is vast and filled with ancient ruins. If you look around, you might find some unexpected treasures. The 5 friends exchanged awkward glances. Were they just being dismissed by Brother Jiang? Jiang Xuan looked at them and realized he shouldn't be too hard on them. He pulled out 5 inheritance manuals he had obtained from the Divine Palace and tossed them over. He spoke solemnly. Watch these closely and learn well. You know as well as I do that the clock is ticking. The day the myriad races return is drawing near. With your current cultivation, you're a bit lacking. The 5 of them caught the manuals and instinctively checked them with their divine sense. Their eyes nearly bulged out of their heads in shock. A quasi-emperor level inheritance. Holy crap, did Brother Jiang strike it rich? He just threw out quasi-emperor manuals like they were nothing. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Human King. Lu Fengqi and the others bowed immediately, their tone becoming more formal. They had started to say Brother Jiang, but quickly corrected themselves to Human King. Jiang Xuan laughed and helped them up. He patted Suan Yuan Tuo on the shoulder and said, don't be so formal. During our trip to the Earth Emperor secret realm, you all did me a great favor by holding back Xiao Fuiao and Luo Xinglan. Even though things got a bit messy in the end, I haven't forgotten that friendship. His words took them back to the day they first met him, and they all began to smile, their tension easing. They felt a wave of relief. Luckily, their families had raised them well enough not to be arrogant. They had treated Jiang Xuan with respect and befriended him early on. Otherwise, they would never have had such an opportunity today. Go on, then, Jiang Xuan said. He then walked toward Ji Engshi, Ji Pingle, and Tuobashinkai. As Jiang Xuan walked away, Suan Yuan Tuo looked incredibly smug. He turned to the other 4 and exaggeratedly shrugged his shoulders. He didn't say a word, but his meaning was clear. Do you realize the weight of Brother Jiang patting me on the shoulder? The other 4 watched his posturing with twitching lips. They couldn't even argue, because they were genuinely jealous. They realized that Suan Yuan Tuo might look like a fool, but he was actually the wisest among them for sticking so close to Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan reached the 3 royal heirs and asked about the strength of their respective factions. Their answers gave him a bit of comfort. The Ji family still had over 20 saints and 1 great saint who was currently in a deep slumber. The War King line was in a similar state, possessing 1 great saint and 18 saints. That's not too bad, Jiang Xuan thought, feeling slightly relieved. While the Ji family and the War King line had declined significantly, they were still vastly stronger than the Gu family. They could serve as a primary force when the time came to face the myriad races. I wonder if the Blade Ancestor and the others have stepped into their second lives yet. Jiang Xuan mused. If the ancient powerhouses from the human tablet had successfully reconstructed their souls using the divine life qi, the Jiang family's strength would also be quite formidable. The road is long, and the burden is heavy, Jiang Xuan sighed. He then asked, what are your plans now? Replying to the human king, I plan to challenge the grand primordial gold list, Tuoba Shinkai said firmly. I have the same intention, Ji Pingle added with a nod. As for me, human king, I plan to stay here for a while and meditate to refamiliarize myself with my bloodline power, Ji Ungshi said calmly. I was trapped by the bloodline curse for a long time, and my royal blood has not been fully developed. Furthermore, I am only at the true god realm. I might not be able to protect myself out there yet. It is better to improve my strength first. Jiang Xuan nodded, respecting their choices. For now, he didn't need anything specific from them, and the tasks he had to complete were beyond their current capabilities anyway. He pulled out 3 more inheritance manuals and gave them to the trio. After a few brief instructions, he moved on to Zhang Kefeng and the others to check on their status. Where are ancestor Zhang Changxiao and the others? Jiang Xuan asked. He found it odd. Even the Yinghuo child and Heavenly Kuei-yin were here, but Zhang Changxiao, Zhang Qingtian, Bei Qing, and Guri Shenxiao were nowhere to be found. Zhang Kefeng gave a helpless smile. They ignited their flames early and left the tribe. They said they wanted to explore the land of divine revelation and hunt for opportunities. They even called this place their lucky land. Jiang Xuan's lip twitched. That was exactly the kind of thing the eccentric ancestor Zhang Changxiao would do. What about Gui Shenxiao? Jiang Xuan had been planning to trick Gui Shenxiao into taking charge of the disaster cave. Gui Shenxiao was talked into going with them by Zhang Changxiao, Zhang Kefeng sighed. Chapter 686. Ying Sihai appears, establishing the Saint Court. Jiang Xuan shook his head helplessly. A sense of worry rose in his heart. Why did those old guys feel the need to run off on their own? The land of divine revelation was crawling with saints now. With their current strength, they could barely protect themselves, let alone seize fortuitous opportunities. What was the point? Out of the 14 divine palaces, he had already swept 12 clean. What kind of opportunity or creation did he not have? Even the 3 newcomers like Tuoba Shinkai had been gifted quasi-emperor level cultivation techniques without having achieved anything yet. Would he ever mistreat his own kin-like ancestor Zhang Changxiao? So you do not believe me? Jiang Xuan smiled and shook his head. He temporarily set the matter aside and pulled out several heritage techniques, handing them over to Zhang Kefeng, Ximen Chenji, and the others, including Tian Kuyan. Boost your strength as quickly as possible, he commanded. Aim to step into the Saint Realm before we leave this place. The group was overjoyed and bowed in gratitude. Afterward, Jiang Xuan organized the remaining human geniuses and experts, distributing resources and heritages one by one. His actions highlighted the sheer depth of his wealth, which he spent with total abandon. Only after the arrangements were finished did Jiang Xuan feel a belated sting of regret. This is bad, he thought. I have turned into a literal walking treasury. Jiang Xuan felt a wave of resignation. He never imagined he would end up playing the role of a nanny. This position as a human leader was truly a thankless job. It was all output and no input. Anyone else would have gone bankrupt long ago. Once everything was settled, Jiang Xuan signaled Tai Kang with his eyes and walked back to his stone cultivation hall. Tai Kang followed close behind. Jiang Xuan recounted his experiences within the primordial gold tower and shared details about the world beyond the heavens. Luo Kang is in critical danger, Jiang Xuan said. We need a combat force at the Saint Sovereign level to have a chance at saving it. In your current state, how many resources and how much time do you need to recover to that realm? Tai Kang lowered his gaze and hesitated before responding. If calculated in terms of divine life qi, I would need roughly 200 strands. It would also take 6 months. 6 months. Jiang Xuan's face darkened. We cannot wait that long. We only have 1 month. If we provide you with a full supply of divine life qi, is there a chance to do it in a month? Tai Kang looked uncertain. I will give it my best effort, but I cannot guarantee success. Jiang Xuan nodded. Time was limited, there was no other way. He turned his attention to the life spirit. How many strands of divine life qi do you have left? Only 50, Master, the life spirit replied. So few? Jiang Xuan frowned. Back at the outskirts of the old land, the life spirit and the world tree had devoured a massive number of powerful corpses. How could there only be 50? Are you hiding something from me? Jiang Xuan snapped. The life spirit gave a sheepish laugh. Master, I could not help myself. I used some of the refined energy to heal my own injuries. As he spoke, the life spirit revealed his aura, which now carried the unmistakable pressure of a saint. Some? Jiang Xuan asked skeptically. Are you sure it was just some? The life spirit shrank his neck and whispered cautiously. 99%. Fantastic. Jiang Xuan's eyes turned cold. You call 99% some? With a flash of green light, the life spirit quickly retracted his head into his shell. Master, please calm your anger. Old Green knows his mistake. Jiang Xuan let out a cold snort, but did not press the matter further. It was too late to change anything now, and the life spirit's recovery at least added a saint-level combatant to their ranks. What is your current cultivation level and combat strength? Master, I am now in the small saint realm. Generally speaking, I have no rivals below the great saint realm. The life spirit poked his head out again, sensing that his master was not going to punish him. Don't worry, Master. From now on, I am your top fighter. Whoever you tell me to hit, I will hit. I will beat them until their own mother doesn't recognize them. Top fighter? Jiang Xuan's lip twitched. You are sure about that? The life spirit's voice faltered. Possibly? Probably? Maybe? Jiang Xuan responded with a cold smile. A small saint thinking he was the top fighter? Taikang alone could beat this spirit into the ground. Still, the massive boost to the life spirit's power eased Jiang Xuan's annoyance. If the energy was gone, so be it. If I asked you to produce 500 strands of divine life qi, how many corpses of experts would you need? Jiang Xuan asked. 500? Wasn't it 200? The life spirit was stunned. He had heard Taikang clearly say 200, yet in his master's mouth, it had suddenly jumped to 500. This was blatant inflation. I want 500 strands. Is there a problem? Jiang Xuan's expression was flat. The life spirit shuddered, feeling a sense of dread. No problem. No problem. Since you are the master, your word is law. Master, for 500 strands, we would need the corpses of at least 50 saints, the life spirit said quickly. 50 saints. Jiang Xuan's expression turned solemn. That was a tall order. Where would one find 50 saints in the land of divine revelation? He would have to take it one step at a time. If all else failed, he would bring Taikang to Luokang first, and let him use the city's resources to recover. He informed Taikang of his plan, telling him to prepare for their departure in 1 month. Suddenly, the earth groaned. The entire land of divine revelation began to tremble violently. The tremors were so intense that cracks appeared in the walls of Jiang Xuan's stone hall. He and Taikang exchanged a surprised look and rushed outside to investigate. Toward the direction of the Yin-2 continent, pillars of gold light rose abruptly. Fierce black dragons were coiled around them. These black dragon pillars shot up from the ground, piercing deep into the boundless sky. The pillars erupted with a profound radiance, manifesting chains of the great Tao that pierced through space and extended into the depths of the void. These chains interwoven like a massive net, sealing the sky above the land of divine revelation. A black banner rose slowly into the air, expanding as it caught the wind. The front was inscribed with the word Qin. On the back, a black dragon roared ferociously. Then, a projection of a hulking figure appeared. He wore black dragon robes and a crown that reached for the heavens. He was majestic and domineering, a supreme emperor who could swallow the mountains and rivers. It was the lord of the great Qin Empire, Ying Sihai. The projection of Ying Sihai waved his wide sleeves, his voice resonating like thunder across the entire land. In 7 days, I shall establish the great Qin Saint Court. I invite all parties to witness the ceremony. The projection vanished. However, the Qin banner continued to flutter, speaking to the supreme might of the great Qin. Across the various continents, racial forces and solitary experts looked up in shock. Who was this person? Establishing a saint court? On the head continent, Zhang Rila had just finished a battle. He was using the joyful Zen to absorb the vast Buddhist teachings left by the present Buddha to elevate himself. He snapped his eyes open, and the swastika seals within his pupils spun outward, releasing a massive Buddhist pressure. His gaze pierced through the void, landing on the Yin-2 continent. Ying Sihai? Zhang Rila stood up abruptly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Another monster from the Suantian realm? That tiny place produced a Jiang Xuan, which was already a miracle. Now, what was the deal with this Ying Sihai? Establishing a saint court. Zhang Rile's eyes grew dark with confusion. In his experience, a lord of a saint court had to be at least a saint sovereign, and the emperors of top-tier saint courts were kings who ruled over entire realms. Those courts were only one step away from becoming supreme immortal courts. That step was incredibly difficult. Since ancient times, only the human race had achieved it. What capital did Ying Sihai have to dare establish a saint court? I want to see exactly what this Ying Sihai is capable of, Zhang Rile snorted. In another part of the head continent, deep within an endless sea of blood, there lay a hidden ruin. Luo Xinglan had arrived there at some unknown point. Behind her stood the 12 desolate generals. Hearing Ying Sihai's declaration, Luo Xinglan looked back, her beautiful eyes shimmering. Ying Sihai? He disappeared for over a year. I did not expect him to be here. She turned back to the task at hand, using her secret arts to open the ruins. This was the backup plan left by the desolate heaven. It was also the core space of the old land. Here, she could use her secret arts to reclaim everything that once belonged to the desolate heaven. She ordered the 12 generals to recover their strength as quickly as possible, and began to inherit the various heavenly energies left behind. If all went well, she would soon become the new desolate heaven. Elsewhere, Diming Huang, who was heading toward the head continent to challenge the primordial gold ranking, came to a halt. He narrowed his eyes at the Yin-2 continent. Who was this person, to speak such arrogant words about establishing a saint court? Your Highness, should we go see? An old official asked. Ignore it, Diming Huang sneered. That person is at most in the saint realm. It is impossible for him to establish a saint court. Challenging the ranking is our priority. He continued his journey. In the sunken Yin-4 continent, Zhao Fuiao looked toward the Yin-2 continent and smiled. Interesting. Chapter 687. Movements from all sides. The Yin-4 continent was the birthplace of her original form. As the moon luminary demon god, she had devoured 120,000 stars from this very land to take shape, achieving the status of a Dao-attained demon god. During the ancient turmoil of the old land, she had seized the opportunity to escape this place and venture into the countless realms of the universe. Back then, she knew that the sun luminary demon god from the Yin-5 continent, a being also born of the star Great Tao, shared her source. Only one of them could reach completion. It was inevitable that he would seek to devour her to perfect himself and strike for the supreme realm of immortality. In truth, she harbored the same hunger for the sun luminary demon god. However, the sun luminary demon god had taken form earlier than she had, and his strength surpassed hers by 30%. Unable to defeat him, she was forced to conceal her presence and flee from his relentless pursuit. For millions of years, she fled from one end of the universe to the other. Perhaps guided by fate, she eventually arrived at the borders of the Suantian realm. She sensed something unique about the Suantian realm, an aura that seemed to share a common source with the old land. Thus, she chose to remain there. The Suantian realm of the past was not as decayed as it is today. In those days, it was not a place where saints were few and far between, limited only to long-slumbering monsters. Back then, the Suantian realm felt newly established, with various races and factions entering its borders, the human race being the most prominent. Initially, she intended to occupy the stars of the Suantian realm, using its laws of heaven and earth to nourish herself, and build the strength needed to kill the sun luminary demon god. But she did not expect the human experts entering the realm to be so formidable. The second-generation ancestor of the Jiang family was particularly impressive. With a Tao scripture in hand, his words became law, carrying the majestic air of a king. Furthermore, the deities infected by the human emperor possessed supreme authority and formidable combat strength. Among them was a deity whose power was not inferior to hers, Tai Hao. She remembered this deity vividly. He held the authority of the moon god and mastered the power of Taiyan, possessing strength no less than that of a quasi-emperor. It was Tai Hao who led a group of deities and human powerhouses to strike her down, nearly obliterating her existence. In the end, she was forced to submit. She agreed to join the human race, using her own stellar essence as a source to establish a human clan just to preserve her life. She settled in the Suantian realm. This was the origin of the immortal Zhao family. It was also one of the reasons she abandoned her past original form to start over as a human in this life under the identity of Zhao Fuiao. The limit of her previous form as the moon luminary demon god was clear. If she could not devour the sun luminary demon god to reach completion, she would never glimpse the threshold of the immortal realm. That path was narrow and suffocating. If she insisted on following it, there would be no future. Moreover, she saw the infinite potential of the human race. They were blessed with great providence, and lived in harmony with the principles of the great Tao. Their path was vast and limitless. Therefore, she split her soul and sought an opportunity to be reborn as a human. That rebirth is the Zhao Fuiao of today. However, at the start of her cultivation, her past memories had not fully returned. She followed the path laid out by her previous self, using the star Great Tao as her foundation. Although she desired change, she lacked the resolve to cast everything aside until she encountered Jiang Xuan at the banquet of the Great Ming Immortal Dynasty. Jiang Xuan had manifested a vision of a human sage through his writing, granting her a moment of sudden enlightenment. It was as if a bucket of cold water had cleared her mind. Since she had chosen to start over, she had to discard her past self and forge a completely new path for this life. To truly stand, one must first break. This resolve led to the Zhao Fuiao who stands here today. Zhao Fuiao stood in the middle of the sunken Yin 4 continent, observing the ghostly silhouette of the land. It was clear that this place, which had once nurtured her, had been hollowed out. If not for the lingering laws of the old land, this continent would have vanished long ago. The same was true for the Yin 5 continent located on the opposite side. Starlight flickered in Zhao Fuiao's eyes as a sudden realization dawned on her. She shook her head in amazement. No wonder the Suantian realm shares a source with the old land. The Suantian realm was evolved from the Yin 4 and Yin 5 continents. Had someone stolen these two continents from the old land to recreate a world of origin? Zhao Fuiao speculated silently. Who could have the power to pull off such a feat? Since she could not find an answer, she stopped dwelling on it. She stepped out of the illusory Yin 4 continent and looked toward the Yin 2 continent. After a moment of thought, she began to travel through the air. The establishment of a saint court was a monumental event. She naturally wanted to witness it. Furthermore, she could see clearly that Ying Sihai was also from the Suantian realm. It was almost unimaginable that the tiny Suantian realm could produce so many brilliant geniuses in a single era. Jiang Xuan will probably be there too, right? As she traveled, she thought of him and smiled faintly. More than a year has passed. I wonder what heights he has reached. Even if he has not entered the true god realm, he shouldn't be far off. The news of Ying Sihai's intent to establish a saint court and his invitation to all parties shook the entire land of divine revelation. Not only human geniuses, but also other races like the dragons, phoenixes, and Ashiras chose to attend. Notably, Zhang Zhao was currently with the dragon race. She had used their ancestral artifacts to complete and perfect her destiny. Because she was a pure-blooded true dragon, who had inherited the legacy of the ancestral dragon, the dragons within the land of divine revelation had submitted to her without hesitation. Commanding the dragon race, Zhang Zhao decided to lead their experts to Great Qin to witness Ying Sihai's ceremony. Daddy should be there too, right? Zhang Zhao chuckled to herself. She had learned from the dragon clan leader, Ao Jing, that her father had been with the Swiren tribe. She was in no hurry to go to him yet. She wanted to give him a surprise. She ordered the dragon race to begin their preparations. Meanwhile, on the Yin 1 continent, at the temporary camp of the Eclipse Demons, clan leader Qi Huang looked toward the Yin 2 continent, his deep eyes narrowing with a hint of cold hostility. A saint court? These humans truly have endless tricks. A mere saint dares to speak of establishing a saint court? How absurd, Qi Huang snorted. At that moment, a demon artifact shaped like a beast's tooth flew out from his body. Demonic light surged, forming a spatial screen that showed the imposing figure of the Eclipse Demon Emperor. He spoke to Qi Huang in a detached tone. General Qiyu has sent word. In 3 days at most, he will lead the demon army to crush Luokeng and open the passage to the ancestral realm. They will use the collapse of the world ring to descend upon the myriad realms. You must coordinate our forces and prepare. Most importantly, you must guard the origin artifacts with your lives. There must be no mistakes. In less than a month, our main army will strike the barrier of the old land to bring you out. Qi Huang nodded respectfully. Understood. The screen faded, but Qi Huang's expression turned to one of resentment. 1 month? In the old land, that was 30 years. They wanted him to begin full preparations now for something 30 years away. It was madness. He summoned the other 4 saint-level experts of the Eclipse demons. Follow me to the Yin 2 continent, he commanded. Clan leader, is it wise to reveal ourselves now? One expert asked hesitantly. Many human geniuses have entered the old land, and several have already become saints. If we are targeted, it could lead to complications. Especially that mysterious expert working for the Swiren tribe. He will likely interfere to try and subdue us. Qi Huang sneered. Humans are naturally divided. This great Qin wants to build a saint court, so many will surely try to stop them. If we participate, we can use the chaos to eliminate human experts and remove future threats. Otherwise, how can we compete for the primordial gold ranking, or protect ourselves against their superior numbers? The 4 experts looked at each other, confused. Why was the clan leader still obsessed with the ranking? Why not just wait for the external branch of the Eclipse demons to arrive and take them away? However, they did not dare to argue and simply obeyed. As the experts left, Qi Huang stood alone. He looked up at the primordial gold ranking hanging in the sky. It had been open for a month, yet only one name remained on the list. Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan? Qi Huang's eyes grew cold. Once I awaken one more talent, the top spot on that list will be mine. As the leader of the ancestral lineage, he was not willing to submit to the emperor of the other branch. But the gap in their cultivation was real. His only hope lay in the rewards from the primordial gold ranking. His bloodline was pure, and he should have been able to awaken all 9 talents of the Eclipse demons. However, the sparse spiritual energy and chaotic laws of the old land had made it infinitely harder. He had to awaken them one by one. To this day, he had awakened 7. The 8th was on the verge of manifesting. Once successful, his combat strength would skyrocket. At a conservative estimate, he would reach the level of a small saint. It was even possible he could rival a great saint. His journey to the saint court ceremony was specifically to awaken that 8th talent. The blood of human geniuses would significantly speed up that process. There will be plenty of slaughter at this gathering, Qi Huang laughed coldly. Back at the Swiren tribe, Jiang Xuan watched the Yin 2 continent with curiosity. Ying Sihai was actually going to establish a saint court. Was this his grand plan? Interesting, Jiang Xuan mused. He told Tai Kang to prepare to accompany him to the ceremony in 7 days. He still remembered his deal with the dog duist. He needed to lend the divine statues to Ying Sihai. It seemed those 14 statues were intended for the creation of the saint court after all. Chapter 688. Great Qin asserts its might. Ying Sihai intended to establish a saint court, and invited all parties to witness the ceremony. Such a monumental event made the cold, desolate land of divine revelation feel lively once again. The eyes of every racial faction and countless geniuses were fixed on the Yin 2 continent. Figures emerged from every direction, making their way toward the site. Meanwhile, Great Qin was making the final preparations for the ceremony 7 days away. Massive ranks of Great Qin soldiers stood ready, their presence casting a dark shadow over the land. They had been buried here, waiting through several eras for this single day. Within the magnificent Great Qin palace, Ying Sihai sat high upon the dragon throne, wearing his black dragon robes and heaven-reaching crown. Below him, the civil and military officials of Great Qin stood in 2 solemn rows. Their expressions were stern, and unnatural, murderous aura radiated from them, creating a chilling pressure that could make one's heart skip a beat. Gigu, are the preparations complete? Ying Sihai asked, his eyes partially closed. Gigu stepped forward and bowed deeply. Reporting to my emperor, everything is ready, save for the 14 divine statues. No matter. The dog duist has already said he would handle the statues. I believe he will not fail us, Ying Sihai said calmly. Understood, Gigu replied with a nod before retreating to his place. Suddenly, Ying Sihai stood up and looked down at his officials. His voice boomed with authority. My dear subjects, success or failure depends entirely on this moment. Once the saint court is established, the heavenly Tao shall be slaughtered. Great Qin shall prosper forever, and its life shall be eternal. The officials were filled with excitement as they shouted in unison. May Great Qin prosper forever. May its life be eternal. Their voices rolled like thunder, shaking the palace and echoing through the heavens. Their collective momentum soared into the highest reaches of the sky. At another location on the Yin 2 continent, roughly 100,000 miles from Great Qin, there sat an ancient, pitch-black pool. 4 figures suddenly appeared at the edge of the water, looking on with curiosity and doubt. Are you sure this is the place? An older-looking man asked this before unceremoniously slapping the head of a young, youthful-looking boy. He spoke with annoyance. This looks like a perfectly ordinary pool. What kind of treasure could be in here? You aren't playing tricks on me, are you, kid? The youth rubbed his head, looking aggrieved. This is the place. This pool reacted to my black tortoise bloodline. There is definitely a fortuitous opportunity hidden inside. The boy looked at the old man with a resentful gaze. And also, can you stop hitting me in the head? That depends on your performance, the old man said with a shrug. The other two people present seemed used to this exchange and ignored it. However, they felt a bit helpless. This man was quite old, yet he bullied a child every day. The funny part was that he never acted like this in front of Jiang Xuan. Indeed, the old man was Zhang Changxiao. The other two were Jiang Qingnian and Bei Qing. As for the youth, he was the water-dewist and pure-blooded black tortoise, Shen Xiao, whom Jiang Changxiao had coaxed into coming along. Ying Sihai is about to establish a saint court. Should we go watch? Jiang Xuan will likely be there, Jiang Qingtian suggested. Go there for what? Jiang Changxiao rolled his eyes. With our current cultivation levels, do we really want to go there just to lose face? Besides, that kid Jiang Xuan snuck in here long before us. Who knows how much loot he has grabbed, or how high his cultivation has reached. If we see him now, he will probably laugh at us. If you want to go by yourself. I am absolutely not going. Jiang Qingtian and Bei Qing were speechless. They couldn't understand why Jiang Changxiao was so stubborn about competing with Jiang Xuan. He was simply looking for trouble. Was it not normal for a genius like that to surpass the older generation? Whack! Jiang Changxiao slapped Shen Xiao's head again and glared at him. Move it. Open up this pool. If there is no treasure in here, I will strip you of your turtle shell. Shen Xiao felt incredibly miserable. Why did I believe this old man's lies and follow him out here? He was full of regret, but he didn't actually get angry. He did as he was told, channeling his black tortoise bloodline to summon the 3,000 weak waters and pour them into the pool. The ancient pool began to churn, spitting out a dark, mysterious aura. Suddenly, the deep water parted to the sides, forcing open a physical passage. Well done, Jiang Changxiao said with a smile. He was the first to step onto the path and enter the depths of the pool. Shen Xiao pouted and followed close behind. Jiang Qingtian and Bei Qing looked at each other and shook their heads. A child as innocent as Shen Xiao had been completely led astray by Jiang Changxiao. Let us go and see what kind of destiny lies within this pool, Jiang Qingtian said to Bei Qing. Bei Qing nodded, and the two of them entered the passage together. They traveled for about half an hour, covering tens of thousands of miles. It felt as if they had reached the very deepest part of the earth. Finally, the four of them reached the bottom. An ancient portal, as black as ink, came into view. On the left and right frames of the portal, fierce black dragons were coiled, emitting a terrifying aura. Above the doorway, a line of decaying, dark gold script was visible. Great Qin. Jiang Changxiao stared at the script for a long time. Because the writing had decayed, he couldn't make out all the words. Based on the shapes, he could only guess that the first two words were Great Qin. Great Qin what? Jiang Changxiao was annoyed. How could such an imposing ancient portal have text that actually rotted away? It was so unprofessional. Kid, are you sure there is something good in here? Jiang Changxiao asked Shen Xiao once more. Even the writing is gone. The whole thing looks unreliable to him. There should be something, Shen Xiao said hesitantly. The black tortoise bloodline in his body was surging with excitement. A feeling of intense longing told him that there was a legendary divine object inside that could help him further unseal his bloodline and unlock the heritage of his ancestors. I will trust you this once, Jiang Changxiao snorted. He maintained his skepticism, but stepped directly through the ancient portal. Shen Xiao and the others followed. At this moment, the four of them had no idea that this reckless adventure would change the futures of many people. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. At the Great Qin site, 10 million soldiers stood in formation, clad in full armor. They were a sea of steel, their murderous intent weaving together into a force that felt like a great beast ready to devour anyone in its path. A streak of mysterious light suddenly shot into the sky, piercing the clouds. A platform made of dark iron slowly rose into the air and hovered high above the ground. The platform spanned 10 miles and naturally radiated a cold, fierce aura. A dark gold dragon throne sat at the center. To the left and right of the throne were 14 seats, arranged according to the principles of the 9 yang and 5 yin. Gigu, dressed in black robes, stood at the front of the platform. He looked down at the surrounding world as many powerful experts appeared, each with their own motives for attending the ceremony. Gigu smiled faintly and gestured with his hand. To those of you who have traveled from afar, Great Qin welcomes you. Please, take your seats. The experts looked at one another. After a moment of thought, they turned into streaks of light and flew toward the platform. Suddenly, a brilliant white sword light flashed across the sky. Every single one of those experts was swatted away. The faces of the experts changed instantly. They were filled with rage. What was the meaning of this? Great Qin had invited them to watch, and now they were being driven away. Were they being played for fools? The Lord of Wun stepped out, holding a bronze longsword. He scanned the crowd with a cold gaze. There are only 14 seats on this platform. Only the powerful may enter. You people are not worthy. Every eye fixed on the Lord of Wun. Their anger boiled over. What did he mean by not worthy? Small Great Qin, big talk. A quasi-saint expert flew in from the distance and stared coldly at the Lord of Wun. I would like to ask you something. I am Wu Kukun, the leader of the Radiant Crow clan. As a quasi-saint, am I qualified to enter? The Lord of Wun glanced at Wu Kukun and gave a contemptuous smile. He didn't even bother to respond, acting as if the man didn't exist. Wu Kukun was instantly consumed by rage. You are looking for death, he roared. Heat and divine flames erupted from his body as he transformed into his radiant crow form. He summoned a sea of fire and lunged at the Lord of Wun. Ha! The Lord of Wun smirked. He raised his bronze sword and swung it lightly. A sharp, white sword chi cut through the air. The surrounding space was sliced in two as if the void itself had been severed. Wu Kekun was also sliced in two, along with his divine abilities. The seemingly powerful flames vanished instantly. The two halves of Wu Kekun fell to the earth, dead on the spot. Silence. Inside and outside Great Qin, there was only silence. The angry experts from moments ago were now frozen like wooden chickens. A deep chill rose in their hearts. A quasi-saint expert had been killed by a single casual swing. And that was only a subordinate of Great Qin. How powerful must the Lord of Great Qin be? No wonder he dared to speak of establishing a saint court, they realized. Just then, more than 10 streaks of dark light cut through the sky at extreme speed. The supreme pressure of saints spread out, weighing down on the surroundings. A cold laugh reached everyone's ears. 14 seats. It seems they were prepared specifically for my Ashira race. Everyone looked up to see 14 Ashira experts. After entering the land of divine revelation, every single one of them had stepped into the saint realm. These were 14 saints. Chapter 689. A Gathering of Powers. The Lord of Wuan watched the group of 14 Ashira experts with an expression as calm as still water. What were 14 saints to him? He did not hold them in high regard. If they dared to act insolently within Great Qin, he would cut them down with a single stroke just the same. He shifted his gaze toward Gigu. Since Master Gigu was presiding over this assembly, the selection of the 14 seats had already been considered. Naturally, the final decision rested with him. Gigu stood upon the high platform and looked at Changli, the leading saint of the Ashira race. He gave a faint smile. The Ashira race may occupy one seat. Changli's eyes darkened, flickering with a murderous aura. Only one seat. What did they take the Ashira race for? Great Qin certainly puts on quite an air, Changli spat out coldly, staring directly at Gigu. Behind him, the other 13 Ashira saints surged with killing intent, looking ready to flatten Great Qin right then and there. You are too kind. Our Great Qin has always carried itself with dignity, Gigu replied with a light, indifferent smile. Changli was silenced, his violent emotions momentarily stalled. He had never encountered someone so brazenly unbothered. Fine, very fine. Changli waved his hand to stay the other Ashira experts. He looked at Gigu and then glanced at the Lord of Wuan, sneering. I shall see for myself how a Great Qin with such meager capital intends to establish a saint court. With that, he stepped onto the platform and took a seat. The other 13 Ashira experts stood behind him, watching the proceedings with cold eyes as they waited for the event to begin. Gigu and the Lord of Wuan exchanged a look and nodded. They continued to receive the various racial factions and experts, conducting a simple yet brutal screening. Any expert deemed unworthy of entry was swatted away by a casual swing of the Lord of Wuan's sword. For those qualified to enter, Gigu would step forward to provide a brief greeting. Soon, the once empty platform began to fill with powerful figures from various factions, such as the Nether race, the Barbarians, the Bone race, and the Blood Nightmares. Notably, the Nether race arrived with 5 saints, while the Barbarians, Bone race, and Blood Nightmares each brought 9. Changli nodded to Ming Feng and the other leading saints of the 4 races, his eyes glinting with a cold, knowing smile. Ming Feng and the others understood the gesture and returned the chilling grin. A grand gathering like this would surely draw the geniuses and powerhouses of the human race. It was the perfect opportunity to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Qi Huang of the Eclipse Demons also arrived with 4 saints. After taking his seat, he cast a subtle, calculating glance at Changli and the others, his gaze lowering as he planned his own moves. Then, a defiant cry echoed through the heavens. A brilliant sun, shrouded in divine flames, pierced through the void and descended. As the sun drew closer, its true form became visible. A golden crow 10,000 feet in size. Golden flames flickered as the sun faded, and the golden crow transformed into a human figure. He wore golden robes and possessed a slender build and a handsome face marked by an insufferable pride. It was Nangong Qingnian, the clan leader of the Golden Crow race. Nangong Qingnian stepped onto the platform and scanned the crowd with a look of utter disdain. He let out a cold snort, flicked his golden sleeves, and sat down in a seat of his choosing. Neither Giga nor the Lord of Wuan moved to stop him. They could sense that this Golden Crow's strength was not inferior to any of the saints present. He was certainly qualified for a seat. Changli, Ming Feng, and the other racial experts looked on with wary eyes. The Golden Crow race was a hegemon that had once challenged the dragons and phoenixes during the primordial era. In their prime, these other races would have had to bow their heads and hold their breath in their presence. They were worried the Golden Crow might interfere with their plans to slaughter the human geniuses. If he did, things would become difficult. However, the Golden Crow race was historically aloof and looked down on everyone. They likely wouldn't lift a finger to help the humans. Qi Huang looked at Nangong Qingnian with flickering eyes, somewhat surprised. Like the Eclipse Demons, the Golden Crow race had been forced to flee the Yin 3 continent because of that mysterious expert from the Swaran tribe. Their whereabouts had been a mystery, yet here he was. Perhaps the Golden Crow had his own designs for this day. Within the old land, the Golden Crow race was unique. Due to their high life tier and noble bloodline, their reproduction was extremely difficult, often resulting in a single direct descendant per generation. As far as Qi Huang knew, Nangong Qingnian was the only true Golden Crow left. The rest of the clan had seen their bloodlines diluted over time, losing the name of the Golden Crow and splitting into various branch races. The Radiant Crow clan encountered earlier was one such branch, though they carried a fragment of the bloodline. They could almost never master the innate divine abilities of a true Golden Crow. Furthermore, the Golden Crows were so proud that they never acknowledged these branch races as descendants. They viewed them as a disgrace to the bloodline, and would drive them away, or abandon them without hesitation. Thus, while Nangong Qingnian was the clan leader in name, the entire Golden Crow race consisted of him alone. I hope this Nangong Qingnian minds his own business, Qi Huang thought to himself. This gathering would surely bring all the human geniuses together, making it the perfect chance for him to devour them. He intended to use their refined blood to rapidly awaken his 8th talent and seize the top spot on the primordial gold ranking. As these various schemes brewed, several eerie streaks of green light cut across the sky. Accompanied by rolling demonic energy, they arrived at high speed. Emperor Jixia of the Great Slaughter Empire and Empress Qingyuan arrived, accompanied by 2 saints from the nine-tailed fox race. Jixia scanned the assembly. His overbearing aura rolled out like a tidal wave, shaking the world. He gave a detached smile and took a seat, while Qingyuan and the 2 saints stood behind him. The others watched him, trying to gauge his strength. Many frowned. The White Tiger clan? Why were they aligned with the nine-tailed foxes? At that moment, a resonant Buddhist chant sounded. Amitabha. Jiang Xuan arrived, bathed in Buddhist light, with the cardamom bodhisattva following closely. Jiang Xuan landed on the platform, his gaze immediately locking onto Jixia. His eyes narrowed slightly as he gave a surprised smile. The Great Slaughter Emperor has indeed come across no small fortune. Jixia met his gaze with indifference. You are not doing poorly yourself. In just over a month, you have also entered the Saint Realm. His Empress, Qingyuan, was a 3-tailed green fox who had gained the recognition of the 9-tailed fox ancestral artifact. After perfecting her destiny, she had successfully inherited the 9-tailed legacy and further awakened her bloodline, growing 2 more tails and becoming the holy maiden of her race. Through her, Jixia had received a massive supply of resources and an ancient demon saint heritage. This allowed his bloodline to transform further, enabling him to break through to the Saint Realm. This time, at Qingyuan's insistence, and after the 9-tailed saints consulted the mysterious expert of the Swiren tribe, they had come to the assembly. First, it was to observe Ying Sihai's ceremony to prepare for the future promotion of the Great Slaughter Empire. Second, it was to finish the battle that had been interrupted in the Kanglan realm, and snap Jiang Xuan's neck. Jiang Xuan gave a cold laugh, but did not respond. He scanned the various factions and took his seat. Changli, Ming Feng, and the others were secretly pleased by his arrival. This Buddha son of the Saha world at least had no conflict of interest with the humans and likely wouldn't interfere with their plans. He might even be recruited as an ally. A few moments later, a streak of starlight pierced the sky. A woman with a graceful silhouette walked forward. Zhao Fuiao. The various powers cast their gazes her way, attempting to probe her strength. When they saw her clearly, their brows furrowed. A true god? To come alone to a gathering of this scale, that affected the entire land of divine revelation, was she a mere true god? The Lord of Wun stepped out to block her path. However, for some unknown reason, he did not swat her away with his sword this time. Instead, he stopped her with a degree of courtesy. I apologize, but you may not enter. Xiao Fuiao glanced at the Lord of Wun, as if she had seen through something. Her starlit eyes deepened. She turned to look at Gigu, and saw the same condition. She made a guess and smiled faintly, her voice full of wonder. Those born of Suantian truly have their own brilliance. You are not of the old land, yet you could be buried here, using this land as a source to revive and be reborn. Such methods are truly inconceivable. Zhao Fuiao couldn't help but feel curious. She looked at Gigu and asked, Ying Sihai, who exactly was he in his past life? The pupils of both Gigu and the Lord of Wun contracted. A wave of shock surged through them, followed immediately by a flicker of killing intent. This person had seen through their secrets? She could not be allowed to live. But just as the Lord of Wun was about to strike, Ying Sihai's voice echoed in his mind. The Lord of Wun stiffened, then nodded slightly. He turned to Zhao Fuiao and gestured toward the platform. Please. Zhao Fuiao nodded with a smile. She stepped onto the platform and chose one of the remaining 5 seats. The eyes of the various racial experts immediately focused on her. Amidst the disdain and contempt, there was also confusion. A human true god? Why would she come alone? More importantly, Great Qin actually let her sit. In just the past 15 minutes, the Lord of Wun had swatted away more than a dozen quasi-saints. In their eyes, these 14 seats were reserved for saints by default. How could a mere true god and ant they could crush with one hand be worthy of sitting among them? Did this woman have some staggering background? Many experts began to speculate. Was she a descendant of a royal clan? Or the bloodline of some human emperor? Just then, a playful voice drifted in from the horizon, causing the expressions of many present to turn quite sour. Everyone is here, I see. Then, isn't it about time you all paid some interest? Chapter 690. Establishing the Saint Court. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lofty, gilded divine brilliance lit up the dim firmament. An unruly, fierce, and overbearing aura rolled like angry waves, intimidating heaven and earth. 14 divine dragons, riding upon the radiance of the great Tao, tore through the void and soared forward. Standing atop the head of the leading 1,000-foot golden dragon was the figure of a young girl. Her hands were folded behind her back. Her aura was restrained and deep, enveloped by an ancient, dark gold energy that was profoundly mysterious. Though the girl was beautiful and cute in appearance, she exuded a temperament of indifference and majestic authority that was completely at odds with her looks. She seemed like a newly awakened empress from an era where gods and demons bowed their heads and holy spirits shed blood. She was the pure-blooded true dragon, Jiang Zhao. In an instant, the 14 dragons leaped above the high platform and transformed into human forms, standing respectfully behind Jiang Zhao. She stepped down through the air, her movements slow and her poise extraordinary. It felt as if she were not simply taking a seat, but performing a coronation ceremony. Upon landing on the platform, Jiang Zhao cast a cold glance over the gathered experts. Her eyes lingered particularly on Changli, Ming Feng, and Zhang Rele. Ignoring their sour expressions, she gave a thin smile. Everyone, it has been over a month. I trust your harvests have been plentiful? I assume you haven't forgotten the Dao oaths you swore at the outskirts of the old land. Why don't you pay up now? The leaders of the various races, including Changli and Zhang Rele, looked grim. They felt a physical discomfort, as if they were stifled. Had they known this little ancestor would show up here, they wouldn't have come even if offered 10,000 treasures. But the Dao oath had been sworn by their own mouths. They could only try to avoid her. They secretly prayed she would meet some misfortune and die within the land of divine revelation, so they could be free of the burden. What is this? Are you trying to back out? Jiang Zhao smiled with interest. The Dao oath watches from above, and karma binds the soul. Backing out does not seem like a very wise choice. The experts remained silent, averting their eyes and pretending to be deaf and dumb. This scene greatly surprised Qi Huang and Nangong Qingnian. What had these outsiders encountered before? Why were they so flustered by a young girl from the dragon race? Hey, Jiang Zhao gave a cold laugh. She did not continue to press for the debt. There would be plenty of opportunities to collect. There was no rush. It would be far more interesting to settle the accounts once her father arrived. Besides, she had a magnificent gift prepared for him. She walked over and took a seat. The 14 dragons, including Ao Jing, stood behind her with unwavering respect. Changli and the others breathed a sigh of relief, though their expressions remained heavy. The Dao oath was inescapable. Furthermore, the power of the dragon race was too immense. Even without counting Jiang Zhao, there were 14 saints. Avoiding payment would be difficult. We must find an opportunity to eliminate them, Changli whispered via secret transmission to Ming Feng and Zhang Rele, trying to pull them into a coalition to resist the dragon race. Ming Feng and Zhang Rele lowered their eyes and gave subtle nods. It was a desperate measure, but they had no choice. Either they handed over everything they had gained in the land of divine revelation, or they had to defy the oath, endure the karmic backlash, and eradicate the girl. To give up the fortuitous treasures they had already swallowed was impossible. Only by uniting did they have a sliver of hope. Jixia was also included in Changli's recruitment efforts, as he and Qingyuan had also been forced to swear the oath. However, Jixia did not give a clear response. The nine-tailed fox race had already submitted to the mysterious powerhouse of the Swiren tribe. He was not fully independent, and could not easily command the two fox saints through Empress Qingyuan to help him. Without sufficient power to resist, he could only bow his head for now. While the various factions were secretly forming alliances, 9 members of the Phoenix race, led by Nightingale, arrived late. They ignored everyone and took their seats. By now, 12 of the 14 seats were occupied, leaving only 2. Yet, Ying Sihai had not appeared, nor had the ceremony begun. It was clear he was waiting for all 14 seats to be filled. About 15 minutes later, another dazzling divine light cut through the sky, parting the clouds of murderous aura. Everyone looked up instinctively. Jiang Xuan, dressed in black robes, walked forward through the air. Tai Keng followed behind him, along with Lu Fengqi and the other 4 companions. Initially, Jiang Xuan had not wanted to bring Lu Fengqi and the others. They were only in the true god realm, and could not help. In fact, he would have to look after them. He preferred they stay with the Swiren tribe to comprehend the heritages he had given them. However, Lu Fengqi and the others insisted on coming, claiming that as fellow natives of Suantian, they had to witness this event. Jiang Xuan could not dissuade them, so he brought them along. As the group of 7 landed on the platform, Gigu hurried forward with a smile. "Young Master Jiang, we have been waiting for you." Jiang Xuan glanced at him, somewhat surprised. This old man, who likely was the legendary Gigutsi, had always been indifferent or even slightly dismissive of him. Why the sudden change of heart? Why so enthusiastic? Gigu's next whispered words provided the answer. "May I ask, young Master Jiang, about the 11 divine statues?" Jiang Xuan shook his head and laughed. "Rest assured, I have them all." Gigu nodded, a massive weight lifting from his chest. The statues were the most critical component, determining whether His Majesty could successfully establish the Saint Court. With this part in place, the rest would be much simpler. He gestured toward the seating area. "Young Master Jiang, please." Jiang Xuan smiled and walked in. He scanned the various factions, his gaze finally resting on Jiang Zhao. A doting smile appeared on his face. This little girl had actually come. Seeing her position among the dragons, she was clearly doing well, and had not been mistreated. The dragon race at least had some common sense. At that moment, Jiang Zhao sent a secret transmission. Jiang Xuan's eyebrows shot up. He nodded slightly to acknowledge her, and then took a seat. Tai Keng stood behind him. Under Jiang Xuan's direction, Lu Fengqi sat in the final seat, while Gu Shentong and the others stood behind. The eyes of the assembly focused on Jiang Xuan and Tai Keng. Those who did not know Jiang Xuan were confused. Was their vision failing them? This was a venerable? What was this? A true god taking a seat was already laughable, but this was even more ridiculous. Now a venerable? Most absurdly, this venerable had been grandly welcomed by Great Qin's master of ceremonies. Did Great Qin value this boy more than them? Were they trying to insult everyone on purpose? However, the expressions of Chief Wang, Nangong Qingnian, and the two fox saints shifted. Though they did not know Jiang Xuan, they recognized the man standing behind him. Tai Kang. Wasn't that the mysterious powerhouse from the Swiren tribe? Had they lost their minds, or had the world gone mad? This powerhouse was merely a subordinate to a boy in the venerable realm? Chief Wang and Nangong Qingnian grew serious, their hearts filling with wariness. They knew of Tai Kang's power. He had single-handedly subdued over 100 races on the Yin 3 continent. Even the ancient god race had been unable to resist. Had they not acted quickly, they would likely be kneeling right now as well. For such a powerhouse to be a servant to a human boy, this is troublesome, Chief Wang thought, his face darkening. The two fox saints were filled with dread. When Tai Kang glanced at them casually, they felt a shiver run through their souls. They deeply regretted obeying the holy maiden to help Jixia. This was like lighting a lamp in a latrine looking for death. They immediately informed Jixia and Qingyuan of the situation, warning them sternly. Do not conflict with them. We will serve that man at a moment's notice. If you have a grudge against him, do not blame us for turning our backs on you. Jixia and Qingyuan's expressions changed. They looked at Jiang Xuan and Tai Kang in bewilderment. This human boy in the venerable realm had such immense power. They burned the image into their minds and promised to be careful. My only enemy here is one person, Jixia said, his eyes fixed on Zhang Rile with murderous intent. Zhang Rile, however, was not paying attention to Jixia. His eyes were locked onto Jiang Xuan, his killing intent surging. He remembered the challenge in the primordial gold tower vividly. Though he didn't know the exact connection between the white-robed Jiang Xuan and this one, he knew that despite the boy's apparent level, his true combat strength could not be underestimated. But Zhang Rile had further inherited the Buddhist teachings of the present Buddha. His strength had increased massively. He was now confident he could suppress and convert the boy. The position of chief spiritual disciple under me belongs to you, Zhang Rile sneered inwardly. Furthermore, Zhang Rile glanced at Lu Fengqi and gave a cold smile. A grandson of a saint is barely qualified to be my disciple. On the other side, Lu Fengqi had been frowning since he sat down. He felt a sense of impending disaster. Strange, he thought. He had only come to watch a ceremony. What danger could there be, especially with brother Zhang here? He had no idea that the golden band incantation placed on him by the demon-subduing Arhat during the coronation of the Great Qin Empire was finally coming to fruition. At that moment, Giga turned toward the Great Qin Palace and bowed deeply. Reporting to your majesty, all is ready. Boom. The palace doors swung open as a heavy, mysterious light shot into the sky. Ying Sihai, dressed in his black dragon robes, stepped out. Established the Saint Court. Chapter 691. Heavenly Authority Unsealed, the Shell of Desolate Heaven. The heavens groaned as Ying Sihai spoke, his voice echoing like a dragon roaring across the sky, turning the world upside down. By your command, Gigu shouted. He stepped onto the firmament as his square formation plate expanded. Sitting cross-legged, he sliced his palm with a finger, offering his blood as a sacrifice to the void. He began to chant ancient, profound truths. The blood dispersed like fine threads, weaving into a crimson net that covered the entire sky. The firmament, previously obscured by murderous energy, was cut into countless segments. Infinite world rules were forced to manifest. Tens of thousands of great Tao laws emerged, roaring like imprisoned beasts. Under the pressure of the blood net, strands of heavenly Tao energy began to surface. Soon, the forced energy gathered, forming a hollow, illusory silhouette. It looked like an eye, yet also like an indescribable ancient being. It possessed the terrifying flames of an ancient demon god, the supreme authority of an innate deity, and the trembling absolute will of an immortal existence. As the energy surged, a supreme aura spread, weighing down on the entire land of divine revelation. The world shook violently. Endless space cracked with startling fissures. Sacred mountains snapped and collapsed. Great rivers split and overturned. Radiating from Great Qin, this destruction raced across the Yin 2 continent, through the 9 heavens of Yang, and toward the Yin 1, Yin 3, and Head continents. In an instant, the entire land was swept by chaos. The land of divine revelation was in upheaval. Fissures appeared everywhere, threatening to shatter and swallow all existence. This portrait of total ruin was no different from the end of the world. Across the land, countless creatures looked up in terror. Had the old land finally reached its end? In the Swiren tribe, Swiren Gongyang watched the sky with a furrowed brow and a bitter expression. Was the old land truly facing its termination? Was his tribe destined to never leave this place? On the Head continent, at the entrance of the primordial gold tower, Di Minghuang was swatted out once again by a single strike from the projection of Jiang Xuan. In 7 days, this was his 90th failed challenge. The projection was becoming more vicious. At first, it simply defeated him and let him leave. Now, it didn't even speak. It just struck him down immediately. He finally knew the identity of the boy who had become the human king in the Swiren tribe. It was Jiang Xuan, the only one on the primordial gold ranking. His pride as a hidden dragon prince and great-grandson of the human emperor would not allow him to lose to an unknown youth. He challenged the tower repeatedly, determined to see the name Diminghuang surpass Jiang Xuan on the ranking. But he had failed again. Before he could voice his rage, the collapse sweeping the land reached the head continent. Mountains fell, and the void cracked in irregular, terrifying patterns. Diminghuang looked on in shock and confusion. What was happening? At the highest peak of the head continent, the dog duist sat watching the great Qin in the Yin 2 continent. He stroked his mustache, his eyes filled with anticipation. Whether Ying Sihai could change his fate depended on this moment. This was Ying Sihai's last chance, and the dog deist's final experiment. If it failed, he would have to abandon his research into changing fate. The world ring was dissipating rapidly. This universe would soon fully interface with the great world, entering a new era. He would likely have to leave and visit the River of Fate. The great emperor's graveyard, the dog duist smiled. He wanted to know why those great emperors built their own tombs and never returned. What secrets lay in the River of Fate? Did it have something to do with his own origins? He pulled his thoughts back and focused on Great Qin. Ying Sihai, this is your chance and mine. Whether I can head to the River of Fate with confidence depends on you, he murmured. He formed a profound seal with his hands and flicked it into the void, restoring freedom to the heavenly Tao of the old land. He had once used a secret technique to lock the sky, enlisting 14 powerhouses, including Taikang, to suppress the heavenly Tao. They had stolen and divided its energy, leaving it weak and near death. The original consciousness had been forced to flee to save a sliver of itself. He had sealed its authority, keeping the framework intact to halt the evolution of reincarnation. New heavenly Tao could not be born, effectively stopping the progress of the old land indefinitely. But now, Ying Sihai wanted to change his destiny. The 3-era pause had to end. He released the heavenly Tao to give Ying Sihai something to defy. The heavenly Tao was at its weakest during a transition, making the chance of success much higher. Next, the stage is yours, the dog duist whispered, as if speaking directly to Ying Sihai. However, the dog duist did not notice that in the deepest part of the head continent, within the origin space, someone else was already gathering energy and seizing authority. By unsealing the heavenly Tao to help Ying Sihai, the dog duist had inadvertently paved the way for another. Luo Xinglan was surrounded by profound heavenly Tao energy. Strands of rules emerged as her aura transformed in a mysterious direction. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. A brilliant, deep blue divine light flickered within them. A look of surprise crossed her face. The authority is unsealed? She was overjoyed. This meant her recovery of the desolate heaven's power would be much smoother, cutting the required time by 10,000-fold. Through a recent inheritance, she understood that the desolate heaven was the heavenly Tao of the old land. Once she reclaimed all that power, she would become the new desolate heaven. This is far more than an opportunity to become a saint, she thought, her heart shaking with shock. Before entering this place, she was worried about the disaster facing her sect. Now, she was on the verge of becoming the heavenly Tao of an origin world. Back at Great Qin in the Yin 2 continent, the racial experts like Chang Li stood up abruptly, staring at the sky in horror. What is Great Qin doing? Is this truly the establishment of a saint court? Did they think these experts were unworldly? No saint court establishment should cause this much commotion. Even Zhang Zhao and Zhang Rule, with their deep backgrounds, felt their hearts pounding. They could see the nature of the event, which made them even more shocked. That illusory silhouette was likely the heavenly Tao of the old land. Why was Ying Sihai provoking it? Jixia, who had come to learn, was stunned. How could he possibly replicate this? Tai Kang's eyes bulged in terror. Is that the heavenly Tao? He had been one of the 14 saints who suppressed it, so he recognized the silhouette immediately. It was the shell of the desolate heaven, though it no longer possessed an independent consciousness. Seeing this, he understood Great Qin's goal. Slaughtering the heavens. They would kill the heavenly Tao and use its energy to forge an unparalleled saint court. What immense ambition, Tai Kang marveled. He had once built a saint court using the authority of the Azure Dragon, which was a legendary feat. But compared to Great Qin, it was like comparing a small stream to a vast ocean. Jiang Xuan noticed Tai Kang's reaction and asked for an explanation. Tai Kang told him the truth. If they succeed, Great Qin will have the potential to become an immortal court. And the Lord of Great Qin will likely strike for the realm of a great emperor. Jiang Xuan's eyes widened. Killing the heavens to build a court? This Ying Sihai was truly something else. He wondered if this man was truly the reincarnation of the first emperor. At that moment, a deep seal broke through the void and entered the shell of the desolate heaven. The entire land shook. A power capable of overturning the world emerged, covering everything. In an instant, the vast old land fell into total stasis, as if time had stopped. Then, an ocean of great Tao rules poured out, weaving into a heavenly net. As the authority unsealed, the net overlapped with Gigo's crimson blood net in a strange way. It looked like they were both merging and pulling at each other. The hollow shell of the desolate heaven began to fill at a visible speed. Seeing this, Gigo's eyes flashed with intensity. He shouted loudly, "The heavens have appeared. Your Majesty, quickly slay the heavens and forge the Great Qin Saint Court." Chapter 692. Locking the Heavens. Ying Sihai opened his eyes wide, his pupils dilated with a terrifying, overbearing aura that radiated soul-chilling flames. He stepped back and took his place upon the dragon throne. His right palm extended slowly, and the jade seal of the state manifested within his grasp. The destiny of Great Qin surged forth, a holy golden hue blanketing the firmament, with the majesty of an eternal conqueror. "Where are the warriors of Great Qin?" Ying Sihai spoke calmly, yet his voice carried the weight of a thunderclap, vibrating through the heavens and the earth. Your subject is here. The Lord of Wun reversed his grip on his bronze longsword and knelt on one knee. His pale sword energy tore through the void. Your subject is here. Li Si held his ritual sword aloft, his legalistic principles stretching for 10,000 miles as rules manifested like a vast sea. Your subject is here. Meng Tian gripped his long spear and knelt. A black, murderous aura swirled around him like ink, resembling the opening of a great, malevolent eye. Your subject is here. The million soldiers of Great Qin standing across the landscape, clad in armor and helmets, raised their weapons and roared toward the sky. Their pitch-black malice gathered into 10,000 heavy waves, surging violently and piercing the highest reaches of the heavens. Build my Great Qin Great Wall for 10,000 miles. I invite the heavens to battle. Ying Sihai commanded. As you command. The million soldiers roared in unison. Like a million enraged beasts, they shot into the sky. The Lord of Wun led the charge, slashing at the sky. His pale sword energy split the horizon, carving a deep galaxy out of the net of heavenly laws. He stood alone with his blade, severing all worldly methods and suppressing the void so it could not heal. To the left, Li Si stepped through the firmament carrying 10,000 laws. He tore through the net of rules and sat cross-legged, resting his ritual sword across his lap. The mysterious principles of Great Qin's statutes unfolded, bracing the gaps in the net to keep them from closing. To the right, Meng Tian swung his spear down with crushing force, shattering the net to create a deep crater. Standing like a world-ending demon god, he braced the opening to prevent the laws from knitting back together. Behind them, 14 top powerhouses, including the Lord of Wun, followed the principles of the 9 Yang and 5 Yin. They tore into the heavenly net from 14 different directions, creating 14 startling holes. The million soldiers of Great Qin moved in perfect formation, dividing into 14 legions. They entered these holes, uniting their military arrays, artifacts, and Dao power into a singular force. They evolved into a steel fortress, connecting with one another to form a great wall that suppressed the firmament. The 14 gaps were striking. Even with the reinforcement of heavenly energy, they could not heal. Instead, they began to dissipate at a visible speed, radiating outward. Inside these gaps, the blood net took complete control, and the atmosphere grew increasingly terrifying. As the holes expanded, the supreme aura of the shell of desolate heaven began to fluctuate and leak. It felt as if Great Qin, this great beast, was bleeding the heavens dry. Jiang Xuan and the other observers felt their eyelids twitch, unable to hide their shock. What kind of operation was this? Slaying the heavens? Treating the heavenly Dao like a trapped beast, bleeding it out and devouring it piece by piece. It was incredibly savage. However, desolate heaven was the heavenly Dao of the old land. Even if it was only a mindless shell, it was not a beast to be slaughtered easily. The situation was far from simple. Within the net of rules, the rapidly solidifying shell of desolate heaven seemed to roar with extreme rage. Heavenly power erupted like a geyser. The world surged violently. An indescribable aura of destruction blanketed the land, destroying everything in the land of divine revelation. It seemed intent on mutual destruction, annihilating the land of divine revelation, just to bury the Great Qin that dared provoke it. The shell of desolate heaven had no conscious mind. Its actions ignored all consequences. A world-ending disaster was unfolding. Inside the 14 gaps, terrifying destructive forces raged wildly. The suppression led by the 14 powerhouses and the steel wall built by the soldiers began to waver. Many soldiers were submerged and swallowed by the destruction, turning into dust. The riot of the desolate heaven shell turned the heavenly power into chaotic, inexplicable horror. Great Qin's deployment was clearly struggling to hold for much longer. The aura of destruction swept across the entire land of divine revelation, affecting every inch of the mountains and every living soul. It caused hearts to race with terror. Even powerhouses as strong as Zhang Rillet turned pale, shivering with fear. Jiang Xuan was moved, his eyes twitching. Was this how Ying Sihai intended to slay the heavens? If he wasn't careful, the land of divine revelation would fall before the heavens were slain, and everyone would perish together. Yet Ying Sihai, sitting high upon his dragon throne, remained composed and unmoved, as if everything was within his grasp. He turned his gaze toward Jiang Xuan and smiled. Jiang Xuan, lend me the statues. Jiang Xuan froze for a moment, then nodded. With a wave of his hand, he sent out the 10 statues he had gathered from the divine palace. He turned to Tai Kang and said, "You go as well." Tai Kang bowed his head and stepped forward. A deep azure divine light wrapped around the 10 statues, suspending them between heaven and earth. "My thanks," Ying Sihai said with a nod. He looked up at Gigo, who was manipulating the blood net high in the air, and shouted, "Array the formation. Lock the heavens. As you command." Mysterious light flickered in Gigo's deep eyes. He flicked his hand, throwing the 3 statues held by Great Qin into 3 of the holes. He signaled to Tai Kang, who understood and flew out, placing the remaining 10 statues into the other gaps. 14 holes, 14 statues, all were in place. Gigo swiped his fingers across his palm, and a pool of blood surged out. He offered it as a sacrifice into the square formation plate beneath him. The plate connected to the entirety of Great Qin, drawing upon its magnificent destiny as energy. It evolved into many ancient and mysterious runes that flew into the statues, including the one held by Tai Kang. Tai Kang immediately felt a familiar aura, and narrowed his eyes. This was the 9 Yang and 5 Yin heaven-locking secret technique. How did this Great Qin official know such a secret art? Recalling the dog duist's previous request to borrow the statues from Jiang Xuan, Tai Kang realized that this attempt to slay the heavens was the dog duist's handiwork, likely one of his grand schemes. Tai Kang suppressed his suspicions. Following a mysterious guidance, he activated his own statue's physical body, and used the fragment of heavenly power he possessed to resonate with the other 13 statues. Boom, boom, boom. The 14 statues, including Tai Kang's, erupted with brilliant gilded light. Myriad Tao laws surged within them. A faint, special connection formed between them, turning them into a single entity. The 14 statues seemed to embed themselves into the net of rules. With immense power to suppress and divide, they smoothed out the chaotic heavenly energy and eliminated the destruction ravaging the land. The world-ending disaster suddenly calmed. Though the shell of desolate heaven became more violent and terrifying, it seemed to be bound in layers, unable to break free. The 9 yang and 5 yin heaven-locking array. Using the 14 statues as a foundation and Great Qin as the core, the array was formed to lock away the heavens. This scene mirrored the event 4 epochs ago, when the dog duist united with Tai Kang and the other powerhouses to ambush desolate heaven. However, compared to that time when the dog duist led 14 supreme experts, this version led by Gigu and 14 statues was significantly less powerful. This showed just how weak the mindless shell of desolate heaven had become. Is it a success? The eyes of the various experts bulged in disbelief. This was the heavenly Tao. Was it truly bound so easily? They couldn't believe it. This scene far exceeded their knowledge and understanding. This was the heavenly Tao of the land of divine revelation, not some minor world's plaything. How could it be this simple? Brother Jiang, how did this Ying Sahai suddenly become so powerful? Lu Fengqi whispered into Jiang Xuan's ear, his voice full of shock. As the grandson of a saint, his potential shouldn't be weak. Even if he couldn't match Jiang Xuan, he realized he was far inferior to monsters like Ying Sahai and Zhang Rele. The blow to his confidence was significant. Gu Shentong, Suan Yuanchuo, Kong Chunni, and Kun Wu stood behind him with similar expressions of psychological defeat. Jiang Xuan glanced at the 5 of them and laughed softly to comfort them. Do not feel this way. Zhang Rele is the Buddha son of the Saha world with powerful backing. It is natural for him to progress quickly. As for Ying Sahai, he was born with a divine bone. Though it was stolen by his own kin, he reforged it with great willpower. He is someone favored by great destiny. It is only logical for his progress to be rapid. Furthermore, he possesses great secrets that cannot be judged by common logic. Secrets? What secrets? Lu Fengqi asked curiously. Jiang Xuan looked at Ying Sahai, his eyes deepening. He was becoming more certain that his guess was true. He shook his head and smiled. You will know shortly. The 5 of them felt a bit discouraged. Following Jiang Xuan was making them feel more and more like dead weight. Seeing their low spirits, Jiang Xuan teased them to lighten the mood. I am only a venerable, and I haven't lost hope. You 5 are already true gods. What is there to be discouraged about? Lu Fengqi was speechless. Those words only made them feel more stifled. A venerable? Could a venerable who could suppress saints and become a human king really be called a mere venerable? At that moment, a massive explosion shook the air. The shell of desolate heaven seemed to remember its past humiliation. Erupting with sky-high fury, it actually set its own shell ablaze to push the power of the heavenly authority to its limit. Cracks began to spread across the 14 statues, including Tai Kang's. Chapter 693. Open Schemes. Tai Kang's expression darkened. His face was heavy with worry. It seemed things were not going to be that simple. Even if this was merely the shell of desolate heaven, possessing not even a fraction of the power it held at its peak, it was still the heavenly Tao. It held the supreme authority of the heavens. Now that it was pushed to the brink and sacrificing its own form, the power it could release was still utterly terrifying. At the very least, with the current quality of the 9 yang and 5 yin heaven-locking secret technique, it likely wouldn't be able to suppress desolate heaven for long. Gi Gu, who presided over the ceiling array, showed no sign of panic. It was as if everything was proceeding exactly as calculated. He rose quickly and bowed deeply toward Ying Sahai on the high platform. The 14 statues of the heavenly Tao saints have been dry for too long. They lack a conscious drive and sufficient energy to fully unleash the might of the locking array. I request that your majesty replenish their energy and awaken their spirits as soon as possible. The various experts watching from the platform grew curious. Replenish their energy? Awaken their spirits? How would he do that? Those statues were clearly ancient relics that still held fragments of heavenly power. Their original forms must have been supreme powerhouses who dominated their respective eras. It wasn't that they looked down on Great Qin, but what kind of foundation could Great Qin possibly have to replenish the energy of such beings? What methods could they possess to grant these statues a temporary consciousness? Experts like Qi Huang and Nangong Qingnian knew of Tai Kang's strength. They had realized the origin of this mysterious powerhouse who, despite not being fully restored, already possessed absolute power far above their own. What kind of energy could possibly replenish such a being? What cards did Great Qin have left to play? As the various factions wondered, Jiang Xuan felt his heart skip a beat. His passive intuition triggered, sending a wave of unease through him. He had a premonition that this ceremony was a massive trap. Sure enough, Ying Sahai's next move was like a thunderclap that shook every expert present, setting off a storm of shock. Ying Sahai scanned the crowd and gave a faint, cold smile. You have all come from afar, and my Great Qin has no grand gifts to offer. Therefore, I shall take your saint blood and saint souls to replenish these statues, awaken their spirits, and join Great Qin in slaying the heavens. Throughout the history of the heavens, those who have slain the heavens are few and far between. Each was a peerless powerhouse whose name shook the ages. To have your names recorded alongside such a feat is a rare opportunity. I offer this as my gift to you, and I trust you will not refuse. As soon as he spoke, the faces of everyone on the platform changed. They stared at Jiang Xuan with cold, murderous intent. Jiang Xuan, what is the meaning of this? Chang Li, the Shira powerhouse, was the first to stand and demand an answer. Ming Feng and the leaders of the other 4 races, along with Qi Huang and Zhang Rele, all rose. Their bodies surged with the power of the great Tao. Killing techniques were already being prepared, and it looked as though they might strike at any moment to execute Jiang Xuan. You want to use us as sacrifices for the statues? You are playing with fire. Jiang Xuan smiled but did not answer. He turned his gaze toward Jiang Xuan. You have already become a human king, and taken up the heavy responsibility of your race. I imagine you have been itching to wipe out these alien races for a long time now. Jiang Xuan stood up and looked at Jiang Xuan. He began to understand the emperor's intention. He lowered his eyes, feeling a bit annoyed. You want to use me for free labor? Aren't you being a bit too confident? Jiang Xuan shook his head and laughed softly. While the concept of free labor was somewhat unfamiliar, he understood the general meaning. This is a mutually beneficial matter. I have gathered these alien races here for you. You can wipe them all out in one go without wasting any more time. Jiang Xuan was surprised. He gave Jiang Xuan a long, deep look, his wariness of the man growing. You planned this from the very beginning? We both come from the Suantian realm. Calling it a calculation sounds a bit harsh, Jiang Xuan said with a calm smile. I know what you need, and I have what I need. We are simply each taking what we require. Besides, you have the strength to do it. Ignoring whether Jiang Xuan agreed or not, Jiang Xuan turned directly to Chang Li, Ming Feng, and the other alien leaders. Jiang Xuan has become the human king. He is the pillar of the human race. I imagine you entered the land of divine revelation specifically to kill any hope of a human resurgence. This youth is your primary target. It was a simple and direct open scheme. It was naked and obvious, with no attempt to hide the intent. The deep-seated blood feud between the races meant he didn't even need to provoke them. By simply revealing Jiang Xuan's status as the human king, he ensured the 2 sides would fight to the death. Today, he was merely providing the arena. As a third party, it was only logical for Great Qin to clean up the platform afterward and collect the blood and souls of the fallen saints. Jiang Xuan sat back on his dragon throne with a faint smile, waiting for the battle to erupt. At this moment, he was like a grandmaster at a chessboard, using the blood feud between the 2 sides to add fuel to his goal of slaying the heavens and forging his saint court. As expected, the moment Jiang Xuan finished speaking, Chang Li and the other alien experts snapped their heads toward Jiang Xuan. Their eyes narrowed as they sized him up, their gazes filled with cold light and chilling killing intent. Regardless of whether Jiang Xuan was using them, he was right about one thing. They had to eliminate a human monster who had already achieved the status of human king, no matter the cost. The painful lessons of the primordial era were still fresh in their minds. Back then, the human immortal court stood at the peak of the heavens. The human emperor dominated the stars, and the 8 human kings guarded the myriad worlds, leaving the 10,000 races unable to even breathe. If the human emperor hadn't disappeared and internal conflict hadn't broken out, the allied races might never have been able to overturn the immortal court and create the current era. They could not allow another human emperor to be born. Even a human king was unacceptable. Jiang Xuan, Chang Li muttered, confirming the identity. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he instantly unleashed a killing technique. Wrapped in a towering, murderous aura, he lunged at Jiang Xuan. The other 13 Shura saints followed immediately, joining forces to activate the Shura saint array. They would not underestimate any enemy, especially one who was a human king. Ming Feng and 5 other nether race experts moved as well. Eerie death energy instantly filled the area, forming a silent realm of the dead that attempted to drag Jiang Xuan inside. The barbarians, bone race, and blood nightmares followed, with 23 saints in total launching an all-out assault. Their goal was clear: to strangle this newly risen human king in the cradle. Qi Huang watched this scene, his eyes locked on Jiang Xuan. He was surprised that a youth in the venerable realm had already become a human king. How interesting. The essence blood of a human king. Greedy thoughts filled his mind. If he could consume this boy's essence blood, he might be able to awaken another talent immediately. He ordered the 4 Eclipse demon saints to join the fray and claim a share of the spoils. The tall tree catches the wind, Zhang Rele thought, mocking the situation. Jiang Xuan was still in the venerable realm yet had become a human king. He had truly broken a precedent for the human race, proving his terrifying talent. Once he grew up, he would undoubtedly be a supreme figure. The problem was that Jiang Xuan was now exposed to the powerhouses of the 10,000 races. Would he even have a chance to see his own future? It seemed unlikely. Zhang Rele smiled and did not rush to join the chaos. Though he wanted to convert Jiang Xuan, he couldn't force it. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't overcome 47 alien saints at once. The best strategy was to wait and strike when they were exhausted. Additionally, he cast a subtle glance toward Lu Fengqi. As the grandson of a saint, Lu Fengqi was someone he could move to capture first. Jiang Xuan's face darkened as he cursed inwardly. That bastard Jiang Xuan was playing dirty. No, this was flat out ingratitude. He had lent the man his statues, and this was the thanks he got. Clearly, this ceremony was a setup to use saint blood to feed the statues. As for whether that blood came from him or the aliens, or both, that would depend on their skill. You just wait, you little brat, Jiang Xuan glared at Jiang Xuan. If he didn't suspect the man was the reincarnation of the first emperor, he wouldn't even bother with the aliens. He would have cut Jiang Xuan's head off first. Nobody schemes against him, and gets away with it. Jiang Xuan gripped the broken Xuanyuan sword, and met Chang Li's charge. At the same time, he summoned the world tree, and the life spirits to support him. 6 races and 47 saints. This was not going to be an easy slaughter. He did indeed need 50 saints to produce life divine chi for Tai Kang's restoration, but he had never wanted it to happen like this. Damn it! Jiang Xuan cursed under his breath. He swung his sword at Chang Li, a burst of primordial sword energy piercing through heaven and earth. A magnificent sun followed, with solar flames evolving into a vast sea of fire that burned through the laws of the Great Tao. Chang Li's killing technique was instantly annihilated. Backlash struck his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as cracks appeared across his physical form. His expression changed drastically, his eyes filling with terror as he stared at Jiang Xuan. This is a venerable? You have to be joking. Before Chang Li could decide whether to flee or keep fighting, Jiang Xuan appeared behind him like a ghost. The broken Xuanyuan sword lunged forward with a sharp hiss, piercing through Chang Li's heart and body. Primordial sword energy rampaged within him. With a loud bang, Chang Li's heart was pulverized. A strike to the heart. An instant kill. No. Chang Li's pupils dilated. In the fading light of his eyes, there was only disbelief and deep horror. He had become a saint, only to die so abruptly at the hands of a venerable. You want saint blood and souls? Jiang Xuan held Chang Li's corpse on his blade, and looked at Jiang Xuan. Fine, but it's going to cost extra. Chapter 694. The Destiny of Jiang Xuan. The entire area fell into a heavy silence, broken only by the whistling wind from the shattered firmament and the low, defiant growls of the great Qin soldiers standing guard at the fortress wall. The experts of the various races who had been charging toward Jiang Xuan were now frozen in place. Their expressions were stiff, their faces filled with horror. A storm of disbelief raged in their hearts as they doubted their own eyes. How could Jiang Xuan, a mere youth in the venerable realm, instantly slaughter Chang Li, a powerhouse of the saint realm? The reality was far too absurd to grasp. Even Jiang Xuan showed a hint of shock. He had anticipated that Jiang Xuan possessed terrifying strength, likely superior to these alien saints, but he never imagined Jiang Xuan had reached such an incredible level of power. While it was true that this Shura saint had only broken through after entering the land of divine revelation, making him the weakest among his peers, a saint was still a saint. Yet, he had fallen to Jiang Xuan's blade in a single breath, and Jiang Xuan was still just a venerable. Meeting Jiang Xuan's cold gaze, Jiang Xuan felt his heart sink. A flicker of regret surfaced within him. Had he known Jiang Xuan was this powerful, he would never have attempted this clever open scheme. He simply could have asked for help directly. Now he had caused unnecessary friction and offended a potential ally. He had made these arrangements with a mindset of total commitment, leaving himself no path for retreat. In truth, there was no retreat. If he could not change his destiny today, his only path was death. More accurately, the being known as Jiang Xuan would cease to exist. Jiang Xuan felt a sense of helplessness. The deed was done, and searching for excuses for his mistake was pointless. As an emperor ruling over a great dynasty, he could not bring himself to bow his head or apologize. He simply would not, and could not do it. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Xuan looked directly at Jiang Xuan. His voice was steady and full of conviction as he spoke. You will help me. Hearing this, Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes. The annoyance in his heart was rapidly sharpening into killing intent. He had tolerated much because he suspected Jiang Xuan was the reincarnation of the first emperor. If an ancient human powerhouse could be revived and rise to power, it would be immensely beneficial for the human race at this stage. However, that tolerance had a limit. His own interests could not be compromised. Furthermore, he was starting to suspect he had overthought things. This man might not be the first emperor at all. In his mind, the overbearing first emperor would never utter a phrase as weak as "you will help me." You seem very confident, Jiang Xuan said with a faint, cold smile. Jiang Xuan smiled back and offered a brief explanation. My purpose in slaying the heavens and establishing this saint court is to change my fate. Much like Nangong Qingnian, my destiny carries the memories of a supreme powerhouse. Those memories intend to overwrite my consciousness and use my body for rebirth. By helping me, you are helping Nangong Qingnian. At the very least, you will witness a successful attempt at changing fate firsthand, which may help you when the time comes to save her. Jiang Xuan's eyes widened in surprise. Changing fate? Jiang Xuan harbored such a secret as well? Jiang Xuan nodded. The memories within my destiny belong to an emperor named Ying, who once created the Great Qin Heavenly Court. He gestured toward Gigu and the soldiers of Great Qin high above. These revived ancient powerhouses were once soldiers of that heavenly court. They were buried here in the land of divine revelation by Ying himself, waiting for this specific era. Ying. Jiang Xuan frowned. Was this Ying the first emperor? Was he half right after all? Waiting for this era. Jiang Xuan noted the phrase with curiosity. You mean this Ying calculated everything and knew his destiny would manifest in you after his fall? He planned to overwrite your soul and be reborn, so he buried his subordinates to prepare the way. That didn't seem right. If that were the case, why would Gigu and the soldiers obey Jiang Xuan? And why would they be slaying the heavens today? Not quite, Ying Sihai said, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Ying did calculate everything, but he didn't leave these subordinates behind to prepare for his rebirth. He left them to give me a fighting chance. He wanted me to have the power to establish a saint court, using its collective destiny, to resist the encroachment of his memories and change my own fate. What? Jiang Xuan was stunned. Ying left behind a contingency to help Ying Sihai prevent his own rebirth? That seemed contradictory. Fate cannot be defied, Ying Sihai said, his expression complex. From ancient times to the present, no one has ever successfully changed their destiny. At the end of his life, Ying used himself as an experiment to find a way. In the memories I have already merged with, there is a message he left for me. He said, only by successfully changing one's fate can the human race realize the dream of every man becoming a dragon and every soul becoming an ancestor. Only then can humanity truly prosper forever. For that cause, he was willing to test the laws of fate with his own life. Hearing this, Jiang Xuan felt a sudden surge of respect. This was more like it. Such selfless, fearless courage and vision matched the image of the first emperor he held in his mind. Are you certain that slaying the heavenly Tao and forging a saint court will change your destiny? Jiang Xuan asked after a moment of silence. I am certain, Ying Sihai replied with a firm nod. Fine. I will help you this once, Jiang Xuan said. He decided to set aside the earlier deception. If the human race could gain another powerhouse, he was willing to be patient. Furthermore, as Ying Sihai said, helping him was helping himself. This was a chance to gain experience for saving Nangong Qingnian later. Fate was indeed a terrifying thing. He had experienced its weight through his many dreams and his bond with Nangong Qingnian. To be honest, he had yet to find a truly effective way to break it. Ying Sihai's attempt to defy the heavens, win or lose, would provide an invaluable lesson. Thank you, Ying Sihai said solemnly. Jiang Xuan rolled his eyes, refusing to be sentimental. You were born with a divine bone. Had it stolen by your own brother, then reforged it with sheer will. You turned against your family, built a powerful empire in northern Shenzhou, and now you have the memories of a supreme being in your soul while you try to fight the heavens. My friend, you certainly have all the traits of a main character. Ying Sihai didn't quite understand the term, but he caught the general meaning and gave a helpless smile. Jiang Xuan didn't expect a response. He simply lifted the corpse of Chang Li and struck it with a palm. He extracted the saint blood and the lingering saint soul, thrusting them into one of the statues within the celestial gaps. The statue instantly erupted with a blood-red glow. Not only did its aura grow stronger, but it also gained a touch of spiritual life, as if it were about to wake up. The pressure of the sealing array on the shell of the desolate heaven increased slightly, but only slightly. After all, this was the blood and soul of only one saint. To fully awaken the statues, much more was needed. Since the body was now drained of blood and soul, most of its energy was gone. Jiang Xuan, following the virtue of not wasting resources, tossed the corpse to the life spirit. How much life divine chi can a saint corpse like this produce? He asked. The life spirit had already revealed its true form, a lush, green mountain floating between heaven and earth, using its massive weight to suppress the 9 saints of the barbarian race. It turned its head, swallowed the corpse of Chang Li in one gulp, and replied, if I work hard, 7 strands of life divine chi shouldn't be a problem. 7? Jiang Xuan was surprised. It could produce that many? The life spirit had previously said a saint corpse could produce about 10 strands. Without the blood and soul, it could still produce 7. He suspected the little creature had been holding out on him. You better be telling the truth, Jiang Xuan said, glancing at the life spirit. If I find out you're being dishonest, I'll skin you and turn you into herbal jelly. Jiang Xuan gripped the broken Suenyun sword and locked onto a saint of the Shura race. His figure vanished into the void as he lunged forward. The life spirit felt a chill on its neck, sensing that its master's gaze was not quite right. This is bad. Did he figure it out? The creature wondered. I need to show off a bit more. The life spirit immediately unleashed its power. Its mountain-sized body erupted with green divine light, which poured into the bodies of the 9 barbarian saints. Endless green light then surged back out of them, carrying away their vitality along with their blood and souls. In an instant, the 9 barbarian saints withered into husks. Their souls were annihilated, and their life force was gone. They all perished with bulging eyes, the color slowly fading from their vision. None of them understood how they had died, nor could they imagine why a mere venerable like Jiang Xuan carried such a terrifying beast with him. Master, catch. The life spirit tossed the blood and souls of the 9 saints to Jiang Xuan before swallowing the 9 corpses. Jiang Xuan reappeared, his broken sword already piercing the heart of another Shura saint. Using the same technique, he extracted the blood and soul. Combined with what the life spirit had provided, he sent them into the statues. In just a few short moments, 11 saints had fallen. The entire assembly was paralyzed with shock. Chapter 695. Into the Tiger's Den. Who exactly is this Jiang Xuan? It was one thing to achieve the status of human king while still in the venerable realm, but now he possessed the power to crush saints. Even the spirit beast under his command could effortlessly slaughter 9 saints at once. How could they possibly fight back? The faces of Ming Feng, Qi Huang, and the others turned deathly pale. Deep terror flickered in their eyes. The urge to retreat took root in their hearts. They simply could not win this. In a single exchange, the entire barbarian race had been wiped out. It was beyond absurd, but trying to flee now was far too late. Zhang Zhao had already led 14 dragon race saints, including Ao Jing, to intercept the 18 saints of the bone, and blood nightmare races. Without a single word of waste, they unleashed lethal divine abilities. Today, no one would leave this place alive. The true power of the dragon race was on full display, manifesting as a state of absolute, direct suppression. Jiang Xuan in particular fought 4 saints simultaneously with ease. Every casual strike he dealt caused substantial, physical damage to his opponents. The Phoenix race followed closely behind, intercepting the saints of the Nether and Shira races. Nightingale knew exactly where he stood. Jiang Xuan was Nangong Qingnian's fiancé and possessed a terrifying background. Until it was clear whether Nangong Qingnian would merge with the Phoenix memories or become the Phoenix herself, the Phoenix race could not afford to make an enemy of Jiang Xuan. In fact, they had to go out of their way to befriend him to prevent that mysterious swordsman from appearing again and slaughtering their race in a fit of rage. The memory of that swordsman cleaving through an entire great realm of the Phoenix race was still vivid. They could not afford to provoke such a being. Therefore, their role in today's ceremony was crystal clear. Damn it! Ming Feng, Qi Huang, and the other alien experts cursed inwardly as they were pinned down by the dragons and phoenixes. They were furious, but even more confused. When did the relationship between the dragons, phoenixes, and humans become so close? Why were they so intent on helping humanity? Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan flickered through the battlefield again, continuing his hunt. This time, his target was the leader of the Eclipse demons, Qi Huang. He saw clearly that among the alien saints, Qi Huang was the strongest, possessing the power of a 4th tribulation saint. The newly ascended saints of the dragon and phoenix races might not be his match. Jiang Xuan would take charge of the decapitation strike. He swung his sword, and the primordial sword Qi whistled through the air. A great sun rose with the strike, hiding a freezing sword intent within the surging divine flames. Qi Huang's expression shifted as a chill ran down his spine. He instinctively activated his racial talent. Dark demonic energy surged, and irregular patterns appeared across his body. He became encased in a strange demonic bell. The patterns flowed, and the bell trembled, releasing demonic mist that caused space itself to vibrate, forming a chaotic isolation layer around him. This strange transformation made it seem as if Qi Huang had hidden himself in another dimension. This was one of the 9 great talents of the Eclipse demons, involving the laws of time and space to create an absolute defense that could ignore even the power of the great Tao. The primordial sword Qi slashed down, its sharp intent carrying the weight of ultimate destruction. The great sun crashed into him, divine flames scorching everything around Qi Huang. Yet, shockingly, Jiang Xuan's strike failed to harm him in the slightest. That was close. Qi Huang breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the rush of a narrow escape. If he hadn't activated this talent in time, he would have surely fallen to that blade. This boy was far too terrifying. Jiang Xuan's figure reappeared. He stared at Qi Huang, frowning slightly. Was this another talent of the Eclipse demons? It was impressive, but only just. How many times can you keep that up? Jiang Xuan gave a cold laugh and vanished again, moving faster than a rift in space to hide behind the void. In an instant, Qi Huang's heart skipped a beat as a chill gripped him. He instinctively pushed his bloodline to the limit, activating his talent for defense once more. A sword tip appeared directly behind Qi Huang. The primordial sword Qi pulsed, this time clearly bolstered by the immense destiny of the human race. The momentum of destruction was doubled. The sword Qi entered the isolation layer, but seemed to pierce into a different space, failing to strike Qi Huang. You cannot hurt me. Qi Huang was brimming with confidence. This is the ultimate defense talent of my Eclipse demon race, Void Disorder. Unless you have mastered the great Tao of space, it is impossible for someone of your cultivation level to break it. Is that so? Jiang Xuan's figure appeared. Without hesitation, he pointed his left finger at Qi Huang. A primitive, pure aura surged, a vast momentum that washed away all laws in the void. The art of the beginning. The isolation layer on Qi Huang's body instantly collapsed and fractured, turning into strands of chaotic qi that dissipated in all directions. The Void Disorder talent was dismantled. The broken Suenyun sword in Jiang Xuan's hand thrust forward, its extreme sharpness easily piercing Qi Huang's physical defense and plunging into his heart. This is impossible. Qi Huang's pupils dilated in shock. He couldn't believe his eyes. This person could dismantle the Void Disorder talent? This had never happened in the entire history of the Eclipse demons. Even the strongest kings and emperors could only hope to destroy it through sheer overwhelming power. No one had ever simply unraveled it. How did Jiang Xuan do it? Nothing is impossible. Jiang Xuan gave a cold smile. The broken sword inside Qi Huang's heart erupted with a massive wave of primordial sword qi. A dull explosion echoed from inside Qi Huang's chest as his heart was pulverized. Blood flowed from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Jiang Xuan gave him no chance to breathe, striking Qi Huang's forehead with his palm to end his life. He then extracted the saint blood and the shattered saint soul, tossing them toward the statues in the sky. Qi Huang's body was thrown to the life spirit. Even a 4th tribulation saint was crushed like dry weeds. This sight left Ming Feng and the other alien experts in utter despair. Their hearts died within them. Why even bother struggling? Even a 4th tribulation saint wasn't worth a single exchange with Jiang Xuan. What hope did they have saints who had only just broken through? To make matters worse, there were numerous other saints from the dragons and phoenixes. They were trapped like birds in a cage. On the other side, Zhang Rele, who had intended to capture Lu Fengqi, was now twitching with fear. He had severely underestimated Jiang Xuan's lethality. Even though he had obtained most of the inheritance of the present Buddha, he had no confidence in fighting this man. But now, he couldn't retreat either. Because of Jixia. The human race is growing too powerful. It is one thing for you to refuse to restrain them, but why must you block my path? Jiang Xuan stared at Jixia, his face darkened and his eyes filled with cold light. Back in the Kanglan realm, he should have summoned the experts of the Sukhavati Buddhist kingdom to wipe this man out. Then he wouldn't be facing this headache today. I don't care about the human race, Jixia said calmly, his consciousness locked onto Jiang Xuan. I only want to kill you. The two saint elders of the nine-tailed fox race had warned him not to become an enemy of the human king. He wasn't about to go looking for trouble. Blocking and killing Jiang Xuan was his best option. It allowed him to use the help of the two fox saints, and it served as a subtle way to show goodwill to Jiang Xuan. You're asking for death. Jiang Xuan was enraged. He dropped all pretenses and engaged Jixia in a fierce battle. Elsewhere, Zhao Fuiyao, who had been watching calmly from the sidelines, finally showed a subtle change in expression. From the techniques Jiang Xuan had just used, she sensed a familiar aura. The solar demon god? Zhao Fuiyao watched Jiang Xuan, a ripple of emotion rising in her heart. To be honest, she wasn't overly shocked that he had grown to a height where he could slaughter saints. She already knew his talent was monstrous, and that he was blessed with great destiny. His current achievements were unexpected but logical. However, she never expected him to have obtained the inheritance of the solar demon god. Is this truly destiny? Zhao Fuiyao shook her head and gave a helpless laugh. Since she could sense him, she was certain he would eventually notice her unique aura and realize she was the reincarnation of the lunar demon god. In other words, once Jiang Xuan finished dealing with these matters, he would likely come to deal with her. Does this count as walking straight into the tiger's den? She joked to herself. She instinctively summoned her natal star, letting it float in her palm. Zhao Fuiyao looked down at the star, her eyes lowered and her expression shifting. She seemed to be weighing a very difficult choice. Chapter 696. Slaughter. The battle raged on. Perhaps it was no longer right to call it a battle. It had become a slaughter. The alien saints, once seemingly vast in number, were now a broken force. Under the relentless encirclement of Jiang Xuan, the World Tree, the Life Spirit, and the elite saints of the Dragon and Phoenix races, they found no escape and no hope of victory. They could only struggle in vain, desperately trying to delay their inevitable end. The despair among the alien survivors deepened into a hollow weight after Jiang Xuan executed Qi Huang, the powerful fourth tribulation saint. Their resistance grew feeble. They knew there was no turning back. Vats of saint blood and clusters of saint souls were harvested and offered to the 13 statues flanking Taikang. This infusion of energy served to awaken the stone guardians and fuel the 9 yang and 5 yin heaven-locking secret technique, further tightening the shackles around the violent shell of desolate heaven. Ming Feng took a direct hit from Zhang Zhao's pointing finger. His physical form shattered, bones splintered, and brilliant blood erupted like a fountain. His aura withered instantly, and his face turned ashen as his life force drained away before everyone's eyes. Death was imminent. Covered by the desperate maneuvers of his kin, Ming Feng narrowly avoided a final killing blow. He looked across the battlefield, his expression one of profound bitterness. It was over. They had been defeated so thoroughly and unexpectedly. They had drastically underestimated the power of this generation's human genius. No, it wasn't a generation of geniuses they faced. It was one man, Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan alone supported the human race, dominating the entire land of divine revelation. It was a feat that defied common logic. How could a mere practitioner in the venerable realm achieve the status of human king, possess the combat power to slay a fourth tribulation saint, wield the supreme world tree, and command a great Tao spirit with the power of a minor saint? Was he truly just a venerable? Even if he were a great emperor reborn? Ming Feng's thoughts trailed off, not daring to imagine further. He didn't know what a reborn emperor looked like, but he was certain a reborn king could never reach this level. He had seen it with his own eyes. The king of 7 silences, an ancestral king of the nether race, had lived a second life and attempted to seize the inheritance of the 10 Yama kings in the ghost city of Fengdu. He had never returned. Since there is no way out, I might as well accept it, Ming Feng thought. He let out a tragic, self-mocking laugh and prepared to make one final contribution to his race. He activated a secret nether technique. Eerie light swirled as he forced open a miniature black hole. Enduring soul-tearing agony, he ripped his saint soul in half. He burned one half as fuel to transform a message into a streak of light, sending it into the black hole toward the nether race. This was the land of divine revelation, protected by massive barriers. Being only a saint, burning half his soul was the only way to send even a sliver of information out. The message read, "The humans have a new human king named Jiang Xuan. In the venerable realm, he can slay a fourth tribulation saint. He carries the world tree and a great Tao spirit, suspected reincarnation of a human emperor." As the message vanished, Zhang Zhao arrived. Her finger descended with the arrogant will of a true dragon, instantly ending Ming Feng's life. She snorted, her eyes cold with annoyance. She had been momentarily distracted, allowing him to send a message, and it grated on her. Surging with golden divine light, she extracted Ming Feng's blood and soul. Following Jiang Xuan's example, she cast them into a statue and tossed the corpse to the life spirit. Then, she turned her fury toward the remaining nether saints. Dragon roar. Her voice rang out like rolling thunder, yet it was a silent, psychic blast that exploded within the consciousness of the Nether Saints. It was a terrifying soul attack that bypassed all physical defenses. The eyes of the two remaining saints went dull as the light of life faded. Their souls were shattered, killing them instantly. The sheer scale of Zhang Zhao's current power was undeniable. Half an hour later, the slaughter reached its conclusion. All 47 alien saints were dead. The 13 statues rooted in the sky glowed with intense divine light. They pulsed with dense heavenly Tao energy, and their once hollow eyes now shimmered with sparks of awareness. The awakening was a success. On the high platform, brilliant blood stained the ground, marking the scars of battle. The 6 alien races, including the Eclipse demons and the Shuras, were wiped out. Their bodies had been consumed by the life spirit, and their essence had become fuel for the statues. Only Zhao Fuiyao and the Golden Crow leader, Nangong Qingnian, remained. Nearby, Zhang Rile and Jixia were still locked in combat. Zhang Rile had inherited the legacy of the present Buddha, boosting his strength significantly to the level of a third tribulation saint. Even against Jixia and 2 fox saints, he held his ground. Meanwhile, his attendant, the Dakao Bodhisattva, was in a deadlock with the demon queen Qingyuan. Jiang Xuan ignored them. His priority was not Zhang Rile, but helping Ying Sahai slay the heavens and change his fate. This process was vital for his future attempt to save Nangong Qingnian. He turned to Ying Sahai. "The rest is up to you," Jiang Xuan said calmly. Ying Sahai looked at Jiang Xuan with a mix of awe and wonder. The great demon king of Suantian had grown to such heights. Even with the destiny of the emperor named Ying and a divine bone, Ying Sahai felt he fell short. He glanced at Zhao Fuiyao. If she could see his true nature, she likely had a deep background of her own, perhaps another ancient reincarnation. Then there was Zhang Rile, and Nangong Qingnian with her phoenix destiny. How could a small place like Suantian produce so many monsters? Suantian truly is a place of endless miracles, Ying Sahai thought. He gave Jiang Xuan a grateful smile. "Thank you." His gaze shifted to the shell of desolate heaven in the sky, turning sharp and determined. Life or death would be decided now. He stepped into the air, his black dragon robes billowing as divine light erupted from him. An aura of ultimate imperial dominance surged forth, pressing down on everything like a tidal wave. "Where are the soldiers of Great Qin?" Ying Sahai roared. "Your servant is here." Gigu rose first, his body surging with dark light and murderous intent. "Your servants are here." The 14 Great Qin generals and the million soldiers who formed the fortress wall let out a collective roar. Their killing intent rolled like thick ink, turning into terrifying black clouds that blotted out the sky. Ying Sahai held his palm out, and the national jade seal floated above it. A golden dragon of destiny spiraled around him, letting out a thunderous cry. "Follow me. Slay the heavens. Establish the saint court. As you command." Gigu burned his essence blood to sacrifice to a square array disc. He pushed the 9 yang and 5 yin heaven-locking secret technique to its limit, guiding the 14 statues to tighten the seal on the shell of desolate heaven. The million soldiers resonated with the statues, acting as a single, massive entity. The sky cracked. Laws and regulations fell into chaos. Tai Kang's eyes flashed as a familiar sensation returned. He reached into the void and grabbed a chain of the great Tao that was lashed to the shell of desolate heaven. The other 13 statues did the same. The shackled shell of desolate heaven let out a furious, primal roar. The sound echoed through the entire land of divine revelation, shattering the firmament. A terrifying mental assault pierced the consciousness of every living being like jagged needles. Many clutched their heads, screaming in agony. Even the geniuses of the ancient human race, like Lu Fengqi and Gu Shengtong, were affected. Lu Fengqi suffered the most. Zhang Rile had activated a golden hoop curse on him earlier to subdue him. His soul was already struggling against the Buddhist light of that hoop. Now, under the indiscriminate mental assault of desolate heaven, his defenses crumbled. He paled, dripping with cold sweat, as a swastika symbol began to glow brightly and solidify on his forehead. "Brother Zhang, please help Lu Fengqi," Suan Yuan Tuo shouted in a panic. Zhang Xuan looked over and frowned. "What happened?" "I don't know," Suan Yuan Tuo explained. "During the fight, that monk walked over and placed a Buddhist seal on him. Now he's like this." "That monk." Jiang Xuan summoned the world tree to protect Lu Fengqi, while he turned his cold gaze toward Zhang Rile. This Buddha of the Sukhavati kingdom was being far too bold. Jiang Xuan had been generous before, only killing one of his attendants as a warning. Yet the monk had the nerve to target one of Jiang Xuan's people? If he wanted to die, Jiang Xuan would oblige. Jiang Xuan gripped the broken Suanyuan sword and flickered through the air. He appeared behind the Dakao Bodhisattva while she was occupied with Qingyuan. A burst of sword chi pierced through her back and out of her chest. Before she could react, Jiang Xuan brought his palm down on the back of her head, killing her instantly. He tossed her body to the life spirit and vanished again, reappearing behind Zhang Rile. He held the human tablet in his hand. He slammed it down like a brick while simultaneously driving the broken Suanyuan sword through Zhang Rile's body. It happened too fast. Zhang Rile felt a sharp pain in his head, and then his world went black. His final thought was one of utter confusion. Am I really dying just like that? Chapter 697. The Generosity of Zhao Fuiyao. As Zhang Rile fell, the swastika seal within his Buddhist eyes flared with light. It transformed into a ball of holy fire, self-combusting until every trace of his presence vanished into nothingness. Jixia froze, his expression shifting rapidly. What just happened? The man he considered his greatest rival, Zhang Rile, was dead. Just like that? It felt far too abrupt. Jiang Xuan was also suspicious. He was certain he had struck the killing blow against the monk, but surely a figure of his standing wouldn't dissipate so easily. This was, after all, the Buddha seed of the Sukhavati kingdom. Still, there was no time to dwell on it. If the monk had managed to escape, Jiang Xuan would simply kill him again the next time they met. He turned his gaze toward Jixia, his eyes narrowing. Recognizing the man's origins, he gave a playful smile. You are a descendant of the White Tiger clan. A surge of wariness and alarm rose in Jixia's heart. Everything he had witnessed today proved that this human king, despite appearing to be only in the venerable realm, was an invincible powerhouse capable of dominating the entire land of divine revelation. Compared to Jiang Xuan, he was a younger brother with no hope of resistance. He knew it was time to adapt to the circumstances. When standing under another man's eaves, one must learn to bow. Jixia nodded composedly. I come from the Kanglan realm, he replied honestly. I am the sovereign of the Great Slaughter Demon Kingdom, a member of the Zhengjin White Tiger clan. I carry a portion of the White Tiger bloodline. Not bad. Jiang Xuan sized him up, offering the critique with an air of satisfaction. Jixia felt his heart sink as a bad premonition took hold. I have an opportunity quite suited for you, Jiang Xuan said with a smile. Would you like to consider it? Jixia was a clever man. He understood exactly what Jiang Xuan was implying. His smile turned helpless. Do I even have the right to refuse? Technically, yes, Jiang Xuan chuckled. But you might find the cost unbearable. Jixia fell silent, his lip twitching. You might as well just put the sword to my throat, he thought. After a brief moment of mental preparation, he let out a long breath and immediately stepped into his new role. He straightened his posture and bowed respectfully toward Jiang Xuan. I, Jixia, am willing to submit to your command. To show his sincerity, he went as far as to swear a Tao oath using his very soul. You have made the right choice, Jiang Xuan said, waving a hand to signal him to rise. Jixia nodded. Whether it was the right choice remained to be seen, but he knew one thing for certain. At least he wouldn't end up like the alien saints, dead on the ground and used as fuel for statues. Jiang Xuan then asked Jixia for a single drop of his White Tiger essence blood. Though confused, Jixia complied. Jiang Xuan produced the 4 symbols celestial palace and flicked the drop of blood into it. A wave of ultimate, primal slaughter erupted from the artifact. The cave heaven of slaughter was open once more. It really worked. Jiang Xuan smiled. This was a significant gain. Once the 4 symbols celestial palace was fully active, with 4 great beasts acting as the 4 symbols guardians, its power would be immense. From now on, you shall take charge of the cave heaven of slaughter as the White Tiger guardian, Jiang Xuan told him. Feeling the surge of laws within the cave heaven, Jixia's eyes widened in shock. This was the authority of the White Tiger guardian? The sacred authority his clan had lost ages ago and could never recover was now in Jiang Xuan's hands? He felt dazed and breathless. Any lingering resentment over his forced submission vanished instantly. To him, this was an astronomical stroke of luck. He looked at Jiang Xuan again, his excitement plain on his face, though he found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Xuan waved him off. Meditate on it well. Jixia nodded heavily and immediately sat cross-legged to begin his comprehension of the guardian's authority. Qingyuan and the 2 fox saints stood by his side, bowing their heads in awe. They wanted to thank Jiang Xuan on his behalf, but didn't dare speak for fear of overstepping. Jiang Xuan turned his eyes to the sky. Ying Sihai was still locked in combat with the shell of desolate heaven. Aided by the 14 statues and the 9 yang and 5 yin secret technique, the emperor had the upper hand, as the heavenly shell was severely restricted. However, desolate heaven was still the heavenly Tao of the old land. It was peerlessly powerful. Slaying it would not be easy, and it certainly wouldn't happen quickly. Defying fate was a grueling process. Jiang Xuan had a feeling that this was only the appetizer, and the real challenge was yet to come. I should handle my own business first, he thought. He glanced at Zhang Zhao. The girl was now a leader among the dragons, but her personality hadn't changed a bit. She was currently busy trying to subdue the Golden Crow leader. You have only one choice. Submission, Zhang Zhao told Nangong Qingnian, her voice cold and arrogant. Submit to me, and I can lead you out of this place. Surely you don't want to be trapped in the old land forever. You know as well as I do that leaving this place on your own is impossible. Nangong Qingnian's expression flickered with indecision. He was fuming. He had only come to watch the show. Why was he being dragged into this? But facing such overwhelming power, did he really have a choice? After weighing his options, he realized he didn't. Moreover, he truly did crave a way out of this prison. The Golden Crow lineage had dwindled to just him. Though he had fathered many children, none had awakened the bloodline. If he died here of old age, his race would vanish. That was a fate he couldn't accept. If you can truly lead me out of the old land, I will serve you for 10,000 years, Nangong Qingnian said, choosing to compromise. But after that time, you must restore my freedom. Fine, Zhang Zhao agreed with a slight nod. Nangong Qingnian let out a long breath and immediately swore his soul oath. Having successfully recruited him, Zhang Zhao let out a faint smile and shot a quick, subtle wink at Jiang Xuan. It was a look that said, look at me, father, am I not amazing? But to maintain her dignity before the other dragons, she quickly hid the smile and returned to her icy demeanor. That girl. Jiang Xuan shook his head and laughed. Seeing her like this gave him a sudden, bittersweet feeling that his child was growing up too fast. It was a classic fatherly sentiment. He walked toward Zhao Fuiao. This was the final task to settle, and it was the key to refining his black hole foundation and achieving sainthood. Ying Sihai's struggle against fate would take time, and Jiang Xuan would likely need to intervene eventually. If he could break through to the Saint Realm before then, it would make things much easier. Why was Zhao Fuiyao the key to his foundation? The seeds for this had been sown long ago. Back in the True God secret realm, his black hole foundation had trembled with a sense of longing the moment he met her. He had known then that she possessed something his foundation craved. To put it bluntly, what his foundation hungered for was Zhao Fuiyao herself. After his 10,000-year dream, where he understood the origins of the ancestral inheritance and mastered the art of the beginning, he realized the truth. Zhao Fuiyao was connected to the lunar demon god. The inheritance he held was based on the solar demon god, and its inherent flaws stemmed from that origin. Only by consuming the essence of the lunar demon god could his path reach perfection. As Jiang Xuan approached, Zhao Fuiyao offered a smile, as if she had expected this. She met his gaze and sighed. Your growth is truly incredible. In less than 2 years, you have reached such heights. The name Great Demon King is well deserved. Jiang Xuan shook his head. Circumstances create the hero, he replied. He didn't see himself as an outlier. In his heart, he felt like someone swept up by a great tide, the proverbial pig caught in a windstorm. The human race needed a man like him, and he simply happened to be there. Zhao Fuiyao smiled. Jiang Xuan could be humble if he liked, but she wasn't foolish enough to believe it. You have been stuck in the venerable realm because you lack the lunar demon god, right? She asked, getting straight to the point. Exactly, Jiang Xuan nodded. He wasn't surprised she knew. The solar and lunar demon gods were like yin and yang, bound by a natural connection. But what she did next truly caught him off guard. Take it, she said. She raised her right palm, and her natal star floated there, shimmering with brilliant light. During the Ascension Banquet, you wrote those poems and triggered the literary phenomena. I gained deep insights from that, allowing me to see my future path. That was a great debt of gratitude. I once promised to protect you when you broke through to the true God realm to repay that debt. It seems I can no longer fulfill that promise, and you no longer need me to. This is my original self from my past life, the body of the lunar demon god. I give it to you now. Our debts are settled. She looked at Jiang Xuan and smiled. I wish you a path that reaches the heavens and a glimpse of immortality. Jiang Xuan froze. Zhao Fuiyao's generosity left him stunned, and even a bit embarrassed. Suddenly, a wild, impractical thought flashed through his mind. What if, he refused? Chapter 698. Jiang Xuan achieves the Tao. The thought was fleeting. Jiang Xuan shook his head and laughed at his own wild imagination. Usually, his special rewards were triggered by refusing opportunities that carried hidden dangers, or broke his established life script. Zhao Fuiyao's gift of her natal star likely contained no such threat. He was overthinking it. One could not be too much like Zhang Changshao, wanting to have it both ways. Thank you. Jiang Xuan did not decline. He thanked Zhao Fuiyao and reached out to take the natal star from her palm. He intended to refine his black hole foundation, complete his path of self-realization, and step into the longevity saint realm. He had remained in the venerable realm for too long. It had been over a year. In the world of cultivation, a year was an eternity for a genius. The human Emperor Yu had only needed 15 days to recultivate his path and achieve sainthood. Compared to him, Jiang Xuan's progress felt pathetically slow. Am I finally entering the saint realm? Sensing the excitement radiating from his black hole foundation, Jiang Xuan felt his own heart race. The once unreachable longevity saint realm was finally within his grasp. Although ordinary saints were no longer a match for him, possessing the combat power of a saint was fundamentally different from actually becoming one. He wondered just how much his power would skyrocket once he made the leap. He was short on time. The people of Luokeng in the Kangyuan domain were in peril, waiting for his rescue. However, the moment Jiang Xuan's fingers brushed the natal star in Zhao Fuiyao's palm, his passive intuition flared. An inexplicable chill washed over him, as if a great calamity were about to descend. His eyes widened, and he instinctively jerked his hand back. Was there actually a trap? He was stunned. He immediately shifted his stance, speaking with righteous resolve. I appreciate your kindness, but I fear I cannot accept this gift. Zhao Fuiyao froze, searching his face. She couldn't understand the sudden 180-degree turn, but if Jiang Xuan didn't want it, she wasn't going to force it upon him. She wasn't that desperate. While she had found a new path, and no longer relied entirely on her natal star, it remained a deep part of her foundation, and a source of great benefit. She nodded silently, and withdrew the star with a faint smile. In that case, I will trouble you no longer. I have matters to attend to. Until we meet again. Until then, Jiang Xuan replied. Zhao Fuiyao ascended into the air and departed. As she left, she glanced at Ying Sahai battling the shell of desolate heaven. Her eyes shimmered with a sense of urgency. The geniuses who once dominated the Suantian realm were all carving out their own paths and achieving greatness. By comparison, she felt she was falling behind. As the reincarnation of the lunar demon god, that was unacceptable. It was time for her to catch up. Jiang Xuan watched her leave, his mind still racing. Why did his intuition trigger? Where was the trap? He didn't understand until the golden text of his special ability drifted across his vision to provide the answer. You refused the gift of Zhao Fuiyao's natal star, breaking the trajectory of the sun and moon shining together. Had you accepted, there would have been a 10% chance of reviving the wills of the solar and lunar demon gods. The sun and moon would have shone as one, and the stars of the old land would have reappeared. Your mastery of the art of the beginning would never have reached perfection, and your foundation would have collapsed. Reward. Perfection of the art of the beginning. Jiang Xuan's eyes narrowed. Deep within his pupils, a primal, pure aura began to swirl. Laws of the same pure nature erupted around him. With his technique perfected, Jiang Xuan gained direct mastery over the Tao of the beginning. The black hole foundation vibrated violently. Primal energy surged like a sea of clouds, filling his entire danchan. When he had first mastered the technique, the foundation had resembled a unique black singularity. Now that the technique was perfect and the Tao of the beginning was mastered, the foundation underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The black singularity expanded at an impossible rate. In the blink of an eye, it consumed his entire danchan, transforming it into a void of pure darkness. It was as if the singularity had physically replaced his danchan. The world tree, the phantom of reincarnation, the yin-yang diagram, the Swiren torch, and the seal of Zhuangzi, all the divine artifacts and human relics were pulled into this black void. It felt as though the black hole foundation had evolved into a new, physical world. A danchan world. Standing within this dark, primal space, the world tree looked around in a daze, feeling a chill run through its branches. The boss was truly the boss. When he decided to show off, all the underlings had to bow down. But this time, wasn't the display a bit too much? Boss, I have always followed you faithfully. You can't forget about me. The world tree cried out pathetically. The flames of the Swiren torch flickered, and the projection of Swiren stepped forward. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the dark world in total shock. Is this really a foundation? He whispered in awe. What kind of technique was Jiang Xuan practicing to create something like this? I have never heard of such a thing. The seal of Zhuangzi and the broken Suenyuan sword, which were still using human destiny to repair themselves, occupied the lowest rung of the social ladder. They could only huddle in a corner, trembling. The spirit of the seal of Zhuangzi remembered how cold he had been to Jiang Xuan when they first met. He was now filled with deep regret. Why had he acted so high and mighty? If he had started sucking up to his master earlier, he might have been a high-ranking official by now. Even if he still had to call the Black Hole Foundation the boss, at least the world tree wouldn't be able to step on his face. A massive influx of information flooded Jiang Xuan's mind as the foundation finished its evolution. He finally understood the change. The primal realm? Jiang Xuan blinked in disbelief. His foundation had turned into a brand new, tangible world. Have I become a creator god? He was stunned. He knew the ancestral inheritance and the art of the beginning were powerful, and the Black Hole Foundation was the best of the best. But he never expected it to reach this level. This is getting wild, he thought. Am I going to end up like Pangu, creating the world and becoming all things? He shook his head to clear those absurd thoughts and focused on breaking through. Now that his foundation was complete and his path of self-realization was perfected, it was time to enter the Longevity Saint realm. Thunder rumbled in the shattered sky. Layers of tribulation clouds gathered, and Saint Tribulation lightning danced with destructive intent. Compared to the shockwaves from the fight between Yingzi High and Desolate Heaven, this tribulation seemed somewhat small. However, everyone present noticed the change in Jiang Xuan. They watched in total shock. A Saint Tribulation? Is Jiang Xuan achieving the Tao? Wait, isn't he just a venerable? How can he skip the entire God realm and go straight to a Saint Tribulation? Suan Yuan Tuo and the others looked at each other in confusion. Only Lu Fengqi remained seated, still healing from the hoop curse. They couldn't understand Jiang Xuan's methods at all. Regardless of the logic, Suan Yuan Tuo's praise was right on time. Brother Jiang is truly one of a kind, he exclaimed. The others could only stare at him in silence, wishing he would stop with the flattery. Jixia and the experts of the Dragon and Phoenix races watched Jiang Xuan, wondering if they were hallucinating. So, he really was just a venerable? Jixia finally believed it. He had assumed Jiang Xuan was using some secret method to hide his true level. My husband, your intuition is truly sharp, Qing Yuan said, clinging to Jixia's arm. Submitting to Jiang Xuan is definitely the smartest thing you have ever done. Jixia didn't know how to respond to that. Nearby, Zhang Zhao had just finished subduing Nangong Qingnian. She was already considering how to turn him into a golden crow carriage for her future travels. She noticed her father's situation and felt a surge of joy. Her father was incredible. The Saint Tribulation surged and pulsed. Jiang Xuan looked up at the clouds and frowned. Why was it so weak? It seemed several times weaker than his previous physical Saint Tribulation. How am I supposed to harvest any benefits from such a weak tribulation? He wondered. Then it hit him. He looked at the battle between Yingzi High and Desolate Heaven. Was the heavenly Tao simply running low on energy because of them? Fine. Jiang Xuan accepted it reluctantly. He transformed into a streak of light and charged directly into the heart of the lightning. He activated his primal realm foundation. A pure, primal light swept out like a ravenous beast, swallowing the entire Saint Tribulation whole. At that exact moment, on the continent high above, the old Taoist jerked his hand, accidentally pulling out several hairs from his beard. His small eyes went wide. He jumped up in shock. When did that kid master the Tao of the beginning? Chapter 699. Trouble Brews. The old Taoist stared at Jiang Xuan with a mixture of shock and utter disbelief. How was this possible? How could this kid have done it? The Tao of the beginning. This supreme path was supposed to be exclusive. How could a second person master it? It defied everything he knew. This was the singular domain of that existence. Was it because that being has slept for too long and failed to notice? Or is the old land so unique that it shields this place from his perception? The old Taoist wondered. Whatever the reason, one fact remained certain. Once that existence realized what had happened, Jiang Xuan was a dead man. It would not be a simple death. His life, his soul, his very destiny would be erased from existence. Even a great emperor might not be able to save him. Sometimes, being too much of a genius is a curse, the duelist sighed, shaking his head. Outside the heavens, in the depths of a certain forbidden zone of death, a man sleeping on a stone bed suddenly jolted awake. He looked as if he had just escaped a terrifying nightmare. What in the world? He muttered. Someone among the Jiang descendants actually mastered the Tao of the beginning? I created the art of the beginning and failed to achieve it myself, yet a descendant managed to succeed. The man was conflicted. Having a descendant master a supreme path was a blessing, but because it was the Tao of the beginning, it was also a looming catastrophe. You certainly have guts, the man marveled. You did what I couldn't. Well, I wish you luck. If you can survive for a century or so until I break through these shackles, perhaps I can help you. However, his expression darkened with regret. Surviving a century against that being is harder than reaching the heavens. What a pity. A monster finally appears in the Jiang family, and he has to be this cursed. He sighed with melancholy and drifted back to sleep. Curiously, while he appeared to be slumbering, his life force fluctuated wildly, with vitality and death energy clashing and intertwining. Laws of life and death pulsed rhythmically through his body. Back in the land of divine revelation, Jiang Xuan had finished consuming the saint tribulation and officially stepped into the saint realm. The laws of reincarnation, yin-yang, the beginning, slaughter, the sword, and lightning fire manifested briefly before flowing into his primal realm. They merged into the foundation, bringing flickers of light and a sense of vitality to the previously pitch-black world. Normally, building a saint foundation using high-grade daos ensured greater potential. For instance, Lady Yuexia had long sought the 5 elements Dao to secure the talent of a great emperor. But Jiang Xuan could no longer be measured by those standards. Strictly speaking, he no longer had a standard foundation or even a dantian. In their place was the mysterious primal realm. I hope this is a good thing, Jiang Xuan muttered to himself. Upon achieving sainthood, his strength experienced an exponential surge. He couldn't even fathom his own current limits. He tested his power, clenching his right fist. Dao laws crumbled within his grasp. The void collapsed, forming a miniature vortex of chaos. A vast, ancient aura spread out like a rolling sea, covering tens of millions of miles in an instant, as if pressing down on the entire land of divine revelation. Though he had only just entered the saint realm, his presence far exceeded its traditional boundaries. Is this really a saint? Nichindao, Dijusha, and the others watching were trembling. Even Nangong Qingnian, a 4th tribulation saint, was horrified. He couldn't believe a new saint could possess such power. What kind of Dao did he use to build his foundation? A king-grade Dao? Or perhaps a sovereign grade? I am glad I submitted, Nangong Qingnian thought, feeling a wave of relief. Jiang Xuan summoned the broken Suenyuan sword and charged toward the shell of desolate heaven. Old Ying, you are way too slow, he called out. He swung the sword, and a streak of yellow dragon chi descended. The already fractured sky vanished entirely under the sharpness of the strike. The firmament was replaced by a chaotic dark current of nothingness, where only the divine light of the Daos provided points of illumination. Ying Sihai had desolate heaven trapped in a killing formation, leaving the shell unable to defend itself. It took the full force of Jiang Xuan's strike. A massive sword scar erupted across its colossal frame, and heavenly energy gushed out like blood. It was a staggering sight. The shell of desolate heaven roared in fury. Its misty body exploded and burned once more as its energy became increasingly violent and unstable. It swung its massive hands wildly, accompanied by thousands of Dao laws. Ying Sihai was forced back, unable to withstand the pressure. Having repelled the emperor, the shell turned its fury toward Jiang Xuan. It thrust its palms forward, manifesting thousands of Dao chains to bind and crush him. To the shell, which possessed only primal instinct, Jiang Xuan's sneak attack made him far more deserving of death than Ying Sihai. Jiang Xuan remained calm, swinging the broken Suenyuan sword in rapid succession to sever every incoming chain. Then, his figure vanished, closing the distance at an exaggerated speed. The void shattered in his wake, making it look as though he were physically smashing through space. Standing before the shell, Jiang Xuan set his sword aside and pointed a single finger. Pure, primal energy surged, transforming into a winding river. Instead of water, the river flowed with the laws of the Tao of the beginning. The river wrapped around the shell of desolate heaven, seeping into its body. It slowly flowed back out, carrying the shell's heavenly energy and deconstructing it into its most primitive forms. Under this assault, the towering giant weakened visibly. Its hazy form grew increasingly translucent. This finger technique was called Teishu, a divine ability inherent to the Tao of the beginning that Jiang Xuan had realized upon his breakthrough. It worked similarly to the art of the beginning, but was millions of times more powerful. Seeing it dismantle the shell of desolate heaven, a force that could destroy the old land, proved just how terrifying it was. Before this technique, the shell was like meat on a chopping block. Is it over? Ying Sihai watched the scene, his heart pounding with shock. He had been fighting this thing for a long time, and knew exactly how terrifying it was. Even as a mere shell, and even while suppressed by the statues and the locking technique, it held the authority of the heavenly Tao. Its combat power could easily crush a great saint. If Ying Sihai hadn't possessed a divine bone, the memory of the original Ying, and the destiny of great Qin, he would have died long ago. Yet Jiang Xuan had simply crossed into the saint realm and proceeded to stomp the thing flat. The gap between them felt surreal. How could it be this easy? Ying Sihai wondered. This was supposed to be the great calamity of his life. Defying fate was meant to be nearly impossible. According to the old duelist, no one in recorded history had ever succeeded. Even immortal emperors were supposedly powerless against destiny. Had he Ying Sahai really succeeded so simply? He didn't want to doubt himself, but it felt wrong. As he stood there in suspicion, a sudden change occurred. At the far end of the Yintu continent, a mysterious black pool split in half. Sharp streaks of black light erupted from the deep bottom of the pool, piercing the sky with a staggering, murderous aura. Everyone looked toward the source and saw the black lights weaving together to form an ancient, profound character. Qin. At the bottom of the pool, an ancient gateway had crumbled. 1,000,000 terracotta soldiers knelt on one knee. 12 golden statues stood guard with swords drawn. In the center sat a 9-tiered bronze altar, each level covered in mysterious Dao runes. Atop the altar lay a coffin made of dark wood. The surface of the coffin was carved with 3,000 divine dragons and 3,000 phoenixes, all pulsing with a tide of malice. The black light was pouring out from within that very coffin. Zhang Changxiao, Yui Shenxiao, Jiang Qingtian, and Bei Qing stood before the coffin. They looked at each other in total confusion. Did we just blow it? Yui Shenxiao asked timidly. Chapter 700. Willing to seek a way to change fate for the human race. Slap. Zhang Changxiao delivered an unceremonious strike to the back of Yui Shenxiao's head. He huffed, asking who gave the boy so much credit to think he could cause such trouble. He told him not to view himself so importantly. He explained that it was perfectly normal for a secret realm to manifest strange phenomena upon its birth. He told the boy not to make a fuss as if he had never seen the world before. Yui Shenxiao pulled his head in. Oh, he muttered. The corners of the mouths of Jiang Qingtian and Bei Qing twitched. They remained silent, but the worry etched onto their faces betrayed their inner unease. They agreed that secret realms produced anomalies. But was this really normal? 1,000,000 terracotta soldiers and 12 golden giants, guarding a single coffin, seemed far beyond ordinary. It looked suspicious in every way. Dig it out and see what treasures are inside. Zhang Changxiao urged Yui Shenxiao. His eyes were fixed on the coffin, sparkling with greed. He boasted that in all his years of wandering, he had raided nearly 10,000 ruins and secret realms. Based on his vast experience, he insisted that this coffin had to hold something good. Yui Shenxiao did not doubt him. He activated his black tortoise bloodline and pushed against the coffin once more. This vessel was incredibly unique. No matter what techniques the others used, it wouldn't budge an inch. Only his specific bloodline had an effect. Earlier, he had managed to open a thin crack, allowing those black divine lights to pour out. Creak, creak, creak. Yui Shenxiao strained against the lid. It made a sound like heavy gears turning. Zhang Changxiao watched with high expectations, sticking his head in as soon as there was space. His excitement died instantly. The coffin was empty. There was nothing at all. Or rather, almost nothing. What is this supposed to be? Zhang Changxiao pulled out the only item inside. It was a brand new imperial robe, embroidered with a black dragon, that looked majestic and authoritative. But that was it. There was no spiritual energy, no Dao runes, and no laws attached to it. It wasn't a divine weapon, or even a basic spiritual tool. It was just a robe that looked intimidating, but served no practical purpose. Is this a cenotaph? Bei Qing asked hesitantly. Zhang Changxiao became irritated. He gestured at the 1,000,000 soldiers and the 12 towering golden giants. He asked if Bei Qing was joking, refusing to believe such a grand setup was for an empty tomb. He had spent his life roaming the world. When had he ever come back empty-handed? It was impossible. Slap. He gave Yui Shenxiao another slap. He glared at him, warning the boy that if they left with nothing today, there would be consequences. Yui Shenxiao clutched his head, looking aggrieved. He wondered how any of this was his fault. Suddenly, the air hummed. The dragon robe flew out of Zhang Changxiao's hands. It hovered in midair, releasing a profound, ancient scent of decay. It began to drop a bitter rain that fell into the bodies of the 12 golden giants and the 1,000,000 soldiers. The 4 men stood dazed. Was this plain robe actually a treasure? The bitter rain also fell upon the 4 of them, though they felt no immediate change. However, a miracle was already beginning. One by one, the terracotta soldiers snapped their eyes open. An indescribable aura of slaughter surged toward the heavens, forming thick black clouds that blotted out the sky. The 12 golden giants began to move slowly. They emitted strange sounds, like the shattering of the great Tao. At that moment, the 9-tiered bronze altar collapsed. 4 streaks of mystical light burst from the ruins and flew into the bodies of Zhang Changxiao and his companions. Their eyes changed instantly, taking on a cold, sharp, and indifferent light. Yui Shenxiao's gaze became deep as a black tortoise shell appeared in his hand, covered in complex patterns that radiated a terrifying aura of formations. Zhang Changxiao reached out, and the debris of the bronze altar merged into a long sword pulsing with deathly white sword qi. Bei Qing held his hands up as black flames flickered, and the phantom of a pill furnace appeared behind him. Alchemical runes swirled around him in a ghost-like dance. Jiang Qingtian's robes billowed as his battle intent reached the clouds, his fierce aura crushing the space around him. Zhang Changxiao gripped his bronze sword and ascended into the sky. He looked down at the 12 giants and the 1,000,000 soldiers. Kill, he commanded. The army roared in response, their collective malice shaking the earth. Led by the 4 transformed men, the golden giants and the 1,000,000 soldiers shot into the sky, heading straight toward the position of Great Qin. Variables are emerging. The old duelist noticed the movement and sighed, his heart filled with worry. Jiang Xuan was like a fish that had slipped through the net of his plans. His every move affected the entire game. Because Jiang Xuan had achieved sainthood and crushed the shell of desolate heaven, the tomb of Qin had opened early, and the deployments of the original Ying had appeared ahead of schedule. The experiment to change fate was supposed to be a carefully linked chain of events. Now, it had accelerated toward the final stage. The success of a plan laid out over 10 million years had become unpredictable. The duelist was concerned that Ying Sihai had not yet fully awakened his potential. He wasn't strong enough to crush the shell of desolate heaven on his own, yet he was about to face the memories of the original emperor. The situation was looking grim. The experiment had spiraled out of control because of Jiang Xuan. The old duelist wondered if he was simply cursed to fail whenever he dealt with the Jiang family. He understood the laws of karma, and had remained untouched by countless disasters and experiments over the ages. Yet, he kept stumbling when it came to Jiang Haoshan and his son. He debated whether he should intervene to help Ying Sihai, but doing so would bind him to the karma of the event forever. He sighed, deeply conflicted. Back at the battlefield, the black light that had formed the character for Qin pierced through space. Traveling faster than time itself, it flew into the body of Ying Sihai. The emperor's body erupted with mystical light as his aura fluctuated wildly. A domineering presence, far greater than before, crashed against the sky like a tidal wave. However, his face showed signs of an intense struggle, as if he were fighting a war within his own mind. Gigu, the lord of Wuan, and the other great Qin soldiers saw this. They were moved to tears, believing their emperor had finally returned. But that joy was instantly replaced by agony and conflict. Their emperor had been a paragon of the human race. He had offered his reincarnated self to find a way to change fate. He had ordered them to assist in the experiment, without any selfish motives, even if it cost them their lives. At that moment, Zhang Changxiao and his army arrived. The rolling malice and blood-red killing intent were overwhelming. Jiang Xuan turned to look at them, completely stunned. He asked his elder what kind of new trick this was. Zhang Changxiao looked at him with cold, indifferent eyes. He ignored Jiang Xuan entirely, as if he didn't even recognize him. Jiang Xuan frowned, his worry deepening. Something was wrong. Kill. Zhang Changxiao swung his bronze sword. He led nearly 80,000 soldiers toward the position of the Lord of Wuan. Bei Qing and Jiang Qingtian did the same, targeting Su Fu and Meng Tian. The 12 giants led the rest of the army to other sectors. Guai Shenxiao, holding his turtle shell, flew toward Gigo with murder in his eyes. What was destined to come has finally arrived, Gigo sighed. His expression became one of absolute resolve. The other generals felt the same. Facing their enemies and sensing the identical auras, they broke free from their pain. They were determined to face death. This was their fate. Gigu spoke quickly to Jiang Xuan, explaining the situation. He told him they had to face their fate, and could no longer maintain the locking technique or the statues. He asked Jiang Xuan to hold off the shell of desolate heaven a little longer. They needed to slay their own fate first so the emperor could suppress and merge with his ancient memories. Jiang Xuan was confused. He asked what they meant by slaying fate and merging memories. Gigo clarified that the 12 giants and the million soldiers were the original emperor's forces. The emperor had used a great technique to bind their soul spirits to his own destiny. They were, quite literally, their own fate. With the tomb of Qin open and the emperor's memories returning, Ying Sihai had reached his final battle. They had to slay their own fated counterparts to weaken the emperor's ancient destiny. Only then could Ying Sihai merge the memories and change his fate. Gigo looked at the approaching Guai Shenxiao his own fate, and roared with grim determination. Our great Qin is willing to offer itself to the law to find a way to change fate for the human race. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update tomorrow. See you then.